Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Welcome back. First best of 3 in the bag for today, and we're looking forward to the second one. And of course, I'm still joined by the wonderful Atro and Hayes, and they'll be your casters. I'll be your analyst, of course, Pop. And we're going to be talking a little bit about what happens, or what we think is going to happen in this best of 3. But before we get into this, let's quickly just take some quick opinions about the previous best of 3. I know, Hayes, you said that it's probably Incilio that are going to win the best of 3. Me and Atro, we were going for Permita. Is that any kind of a surprise they went to the full 3 maps, or did we expect something different? What's your opinion, Atro, first?
Well, Incilio were overall looking better, especially even into that second map. I thought they would be able to actually close it off, so I'm surprised we went to the third map. But even as we went to the third map, yeah, it was kind of the expected outcome, especially with only really Masked coming in and doing a lot of different plays. Tomiko was pulling in big time as well for Permita, but that was it, so yeah.
I did say I thought that going into Vertigo and Cilio would be at a slightly higher level. I did even give them the edge, and that wasn't just to double down on my prediction. It's what I expected coming into the map, and they started slow, but once they got things going, they proved to be unstoppable. So good work out of them. Again, it still begs the question, where's the consistency from Permitter? Something they've been lacking heavily lately. You know, there's moments where they look good, but I just don't really think that they pitched up at all throughout that series to the level we know that they're capable of, which was a little bit disappointing. Either way, we move forward, gentlemen. We move forward.
We move forward indeed. So far, Hayes has got 1 point on the board for choosing the right team. Me and Atra, we're not getting any points, unfortunately. But let's quickly take a look at the schedule for today, because we already completed the first best of 3, and we are gonna need to focus on to the next one. That's of course Mouz NXT taking on CYBERSHOKE. Third best of 3 of the day will actually not happen because Spate did forfeit that game. It is a schedule conflict with another game, so they will pull out of that one. Endpoint will be moving forward, and the final game of the day will be Gamer Legion taking on Aurora Youngblood. But for CYBERSHOKE against Mouz NXT, I do think this is a fairly interesting best of 3, gentlemen, as CYBERSHOKE are one of the 2 teams that made it through with a 3-0 with a very impressive track record so far. I think we can actually take a look at the roster of CYBERSHOKE, talk a little bit about them, because I do think there's quite a lot to unpack, right? They have a couple, I mean, everyone actually on that roster is performing really, really well. And, you know, Mouz NXT, we've seen them a long time. They're always on the CCT tournaments, but here CYBERSHOKE, you know, household name, doing really, really good.
Yeah, Hayes, if you want to take this one away, I'd be glad to let you, but I just want to mention the fact that a lot of people were wondering if the Levantino pick was a good idea. This kid just started off, right, jumping into the scene. He never played professionally before, and I feel like he's been really well coordinating with everybody else out here on CYBERSHOKE, and also managing to find his place here, which 100% a lot of people didn't really expect. And I think this is one of the first few times we actually get to see his player profile out here into this one as well. Usually it was just a blank screen, so there you go.
Yeah, this team is actually stacked to the brim with firepower. Every single one of their players, bar Levantino, has just been popping off lately. Thing is, like you said, this is Levantino's first professional team. It's his first team at this level. I think he just comes from Face It, and they've seen what he can do there, and they're thinking, okay, you know what, if we can just give this guy some time to settle into the roles. He plays the anchor role on the CT side, so he plays a lot of the tough positions, and he does tend to play a bit aggressively as well. He's someone who wants to take gunfights, and it can work out against CYBERSHOKE, you know, where he dies on the extremity without getting much done. So I think he's still just finding his footing at this level, but once he does, I feel like he's got the potential. I think he's competent enough, and he's given a lot of room because of how good his teammates are. They just pick up a lot of the slack. You know, Fenderman on the AWP has been phenomenal lately. So yeah, I'm pretty high on the CYBERSHOKE roster.
Oh, I am as well. You know, they came out of the door swinging because they were a team that usually were into the play-ins. Sometimes they make it into the Swiss stage, sometimes they don't, and then into the Swiss stage they don't really have a good track record. But lately, they have been absolutely insane. I do want to double check. Did they make it 3-0 in the previous series as well? In I think it was series 7.
I'm pretty sure they did, yes.
They did, yes. They lost to Parivision in playoffs, which I don't know if you can really blame them if that losing to Parivision is not, you know, something that was unexpected. But so far, so good. Very, very interesting roster. Moving on to Mouz NXT. And as I said, they are a household name. They are previous winners, if I'm not mistaken, of one of the series. I can't remember if it was necessarily in the second season, but I do know in the first one they managed to win one. And so far, so good, right? We saw them in Series 7, and in that Series 7, they actually went down 2-1 to 1 win, but they are still a very, very capable team. In all fairness, if ever the main Mouz team is going to need a replacement for one of their players, well, they can for sure look to this roster because this is a very strong roster. But did they keep their form that they were before, or are they stagnating? Are they still improving? What's your opinion, Andro?
So it's really touch and go, right? They can beat good teams. They took a map off of 1 win 2 weeks ago. They were able to beat CYBERSHOKE 2 weeks ago as well, by the way, into Hellcase. And they were fighting the likes of Fnatic for a while, Bleed, Now, as of lately, they haven't been like that grinding squad that we're used to seeing them, right? Mouz and NXT were one of those top 5 squads into Tier 2 that were just grinding game after game, tournament after tournament. In the past week, that's not really been the case as much. They've only fought Amcal, Endpoint, and Kono. They've managed to beat Amcal and Kono, and the Amcal win was really good. However, they did lose against Endpoint 2-0. Which wasn't the greatest of performances, so I can't really say, especially now that they have TMB as basically a stand-in, right? It's gonna be an interesting take onto how they'll be able to perform out here into playoffs. Also, to back up your point there, they didn't actually manage to win any CCTs besides in Season 1, which was with a slightly different roster coming up into this one. They won CCT North Europe Series 5. But they have reached second in a lot of CCTs, in Europe Series 3, in the Regionals as well, and into another CCT as well, they've reached second. So, yeah, it is Mouz trying to get up into this one and to finally have a chance to reach those grand finals again and to perhaps try to take it all the way, but they would need an insane form. And TMB jumping in with all these young guns, it's gonna be interesting to see how he's gonna be performing as well. So what's your feeling about this, Hayes?
I think that losing Krisen's certainly going to be a big shake-up for this team. He would have been, I mean, it was the IGL, massive cog in this team's success that we've seen as of late. They brought TMB in. I think he's just trialing. I'd assume he's trialing. He is an IGL himself. He's 22 years old, so he's sort of like borderline academy team prospect at that point. You know, maybe a little bit older than what they would like in general. He's generally an established player, so if you look at him from an experience point of view, he's definitely above the Academy League level, but it means he'll bring a lot of experience to this team. They don't have to start out with some young player and try and shape him into the IGL. They've got a complete IGL, which means it'll take less time for them to figure out this new team and bring things together. The rest of them are just such heavy hitters that you won't really notice the drop-off with the change of player. Nitu, PR, Sierra, and Bermilov are all just very good individuals, and they just hit hard. So that certainly does help. It's just, you know, you got strong players who just bail them out of those tough situations because they can frag their way out.
Well, I am very curious to see what's going to happen between those two teams. Of course, CYBERSHOKE, one team that pulls up with, the 3-0. They're playing really, really well. And Mouz NXT, a team that constantly gets good results, but they're looking here, of course, to get as far as they can into the playoffs. So let's take a quick look at the Veto. I do think that is going to be very important, considering kind of both teams have permabans, but CYBERSHOKE do kind of play every single map, even though one of them is not necessarily good, and that is, of course, Nuke, as it is banned out by them. Last time those two teams played, it was a Vertigo, Anubis, and Inferno game. It went full 3 maps, and we'll see if anything will be looking similar. We do see an Anubis picked up by CYBERSHOKE and a Vertigo for Mouz NXT. Now, I do remember CYBERSHOKE being really, really good on that Anubis, but the Vertigo, at least percentage-wise, is not looking too good. Ancient as a decider instead of Inferno. So, what do we think about the Veto here, Hayes? What do you think that, Anubis usually is a good map for CYBERSHOKE, Vertigo a very good map for Mouz NXT, and Ancient as a decider? Do we go full 3, or can we expect some upsets?
Yeah, I think we go full 3, right? Just because both teams are very comfortable on their own respective map picks, and in the converse, they aren't great maps for their opponents. So, CYBERSHOKE getting Anubis is a good map, and Mouz NXT have struggled in the past, and you could say the exact same thing about Vertigo. In the reverse, then Ancients probably leaning Mouz NXT a bit more 50-50. So I think we got a good veto between these two teams, and I'd probably slightly give an edge to Mouz NXT.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, at least in my book as well. I'm curious about your thoughts, Atro, as well, because so far we're 3 people. Two of us are gonna side with the same team. So what's your opinion? Not before the predictions and all that, where we have to go each another way. What's your opinion?
My opinion over this Veto right now is the fact that it kind of resides on how this Anubis is going to start, because that T-side aggression is going to seep into Vertigo as well. If CYBERSHOKE are able to just completely take away the first map of an Anubis, there is that chance of Vertigo, going their way as well. There's also the big chance that Mouz NXT just completely bring it back. They manage to somehow win Anubis as well, and this can end off in a 2-0. But most likely, if you want to go by the real state of what I think this is going to be turning into a 2-1 and a very
convoluted, ancient probably. I wanted to say convoluted and chaotic, but I don't know how chaotic these two teams are gonna play because I do remember CYBERSHOKE knowing how to slow down the pace when needed. So I'm very curious as to how TMB is gonna call these youngsters.
Well, we're gonna have to see, but before we get into the game, I am going to need the predictions of you guys. I'm gonna go first, just so we can, we can decide later who picks which. I'm gonna go with Mouz NXT 2-0. I want to be the crazy one. What you guys predict?
Crazy, you picked the favorite.
I mean, the favorite, but not the favorite for a 2-0. You know, CYBERSHOKE,
That's
they're
true.
gonna be looking
That's true.
very good
Fair
on
enough.
Anubis.
If they can 2-0 by winning Anubis, that would be impressive. Fair enough. Okay, Atro, you go next.
I go next. Oh god. Okay. I'll go. You know what? I'll just go 2-1 CYBERSHOKE. They win Anubis, lose Vertigo, win Ancient. And that's just because of TMB joining. So I don't know.
Man, you took my results. Okay, well, fair enough. I guess. Well, just so that we all have, some slight.
Go for the
variance,
basic.
Exactly. I was gonna go Mouz NXT 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's a chance CYBERSHOKE takes this one as a 2-0, and we all lose our points, or rather, me and Atro don't really have points. But there we go. I do think we are ready to jump into the game. So it is Anubis, Mouz NXT taking on CYBERSHOKE. Gentlemen, take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you, Pop, for joining us in, for sending us into the game. Here we have Anubis with CYBERSHOKE at the helm of the CT. And Hayes, well, we need to hold on to your predictions. So let's see how Mouz actually execute down to this pistol round for the T side.
I don't feel great about my prediction because I honestly did want to back CYBERSHOKE, but that's where my heart lies. Either way, Splinix will find one kill, gets overrun straight afterwards. Mouz NXT keeping it simple and direct in the pistol round straight in towards B they go.
Oh, that view model.
To try and keep the CTs at bay. That view model is an interesting one. That's for sure.
He's playing Doom. I love it. Yeah, well, we all missed our good old Quake and Doom day, so let's see here on TMB. That's amazing. But CYBERSHOKE are going in on the tap, like what Levantino's doing, taking up the space, and right now you don't have a defuse kit on anyone. Nate, you finds that double up, and you know where everybody is right now on the map, but you're running out of time. You have to stick this, you have to go for it, Levantino. Just hold it, and right now it doesn't matter anymore, does it? There it is, that's the round. Pistol taken for Mouz. Off the back of Nate and TMB managed to hold down a 2v4.
Yeah, well, back and forth throughout the pistol round. Did seem like it was always supposed to be Mouz NXT, and they do eventually get across the line. They didn't waste any time there in making their mark. Now, we've mentioned at length how Vertigo is not a great map for CYBERSHOKE, so if Mouz NXT, if they could find a way to go up 1-0 in the series here, mate, then that's going to put them in a very good position going into Vertigo next, don't you think?
Oh yeah, it's gonna put them in a great one. And again, we know how important pistol rounds can be, especially out into teams that like to take their advantages and to keep up momentum. I definitely think Mouz NXT are a team that can utilize momentum very well. And we've seen it in previous games as well, in previous attempts. But that's the thing, right? That's how much of an impact an IGL has in my mind. TMB right now, if he's able to kind of have the same calling style as Crizin, then I think this is going to be working out great for Mouz. But if he doesn't, then he's trying out new stuff to try to figure out how Mouz play. Then CYBERSHOKE could take away this advantage. Now, all depends on this force buy as well, because if this somehow goes through for CYBERSHOKE, then Mouz are going to be in for a world of hurt. We know how tough it is to win out the pistol and then lose the next force buy round. But yeah, see, Mouz are playing very slow right now. Trying to seize up their advantages, see what parts of the map they have open. Mid completely open right now, TMB. Khalil in hand.
Oh man, this model just gets me every time. What a shot there from Phenomen. It is going to be a bit of a ruse though, just trying to take attention towards the A bomb side. Mouz NXT shifting towards B. Levantino catches him in transition. He will get a kill. They'll have to forego side control, I think, for now. PR gets a very good opening frag there to allow the bomb carrier to get across. Levantino won't be able to deny the plant. Tucked into the corner right now is Bermilov. Activates the C4. Frags continue to be found both ways. Advantage now negated. There's a big flank coming through from Notaneki. He's going to be the key in the round here because PR is just not considering this at all right now. Oh, until he is. Oh my goodness.
That's PR for you. Goes in and does incredible things. And we know how vocal this guy can be. We know how animate he can be as well. So, great thing to have him open up early into the game, have a good start, feel confident. Because it's definitely going to be bringing up the morale for everybody else on the team if you have him on a good day. Bermilov, think he does get to save away that Galil. There we go. Literally on the opposite side of the map. And Fenomen gets to save away Galil as well. So he's got a little bit of util. He's got half armor. The round is going to be off anyways by courtesy of PR finding that 3k. So 3-0 now. CYBERSHOKE forced to kind of just invest in a couple of upgraded pistols alongside Fenomen. And after a 3-0, we're going to be seeing the first full buy round. So that's when we'll actually get to see something real being put on the board. Until then, we're playing with disadvantages. Oh, Fenomen, that is interesting.
That is... yeah, interesting is a fair word. Mouz and NXT for them just going to be looking to keep numbers alive here. They've already lost the one player and they're not going to want to lose anything more here. Levantino, he's a playmaker. And the swing is wide and it's successful. Yeah, good kill, gets the upgrade and his teammate will collect the Galil. And you know what? There's no reason that you shouldn't just keep trying to make something happen here. Even if it's in a losing cause, if you just continue to get kills, that economic damage means Mouz and NXT have no buffer going into the first gun round.
I would not say this is a lost cause though. Look at CYBERSHOKE, it's a 3v3, you've got some upgraded rifles, you've got a deal on Lovicus. If you just try to go for this really well timed, you still have that smoke as well, this could be deadly out here for Mouz. They're all holding down from main. Nate2's playing pillar right now. Levantino's already cleared out the side, looks in for the smoke. A little bit of gunfire coming through from Notineki, and that might have given up a little bit of positional awareness, but it doesn't matter. Mouz still holding down the angles. Nate2 now waiting for his opportunity to strike, and the smoke goes down to the side. Spots out Lovicus on heaven, shuts him down, looks in for more, and Levantino tried his luck to no avail, however. Looking in for the exits. Bermilov, does he get out there? I know Nate2 doesn't. He's on 1 HP. Oh, he did as well. Okay, 3 guns saved into the next. There you have it.
Very successful. All things considered, was looking like they would have had less than that. Not a bad eco round for CYBERSHOKE, but in the reverse, probably would have wanted a bit more than what they got. Either way, first gun round is upon us. Fenomen will have his AWP. This is CYBERSHOKE's map pick, and we need to see big things out of them as well. To go up next isn't a very exciting prospect for them.
Oh yeah. Fenomen is one of these players that enable a little bit later than everybody else because he needs that AWP, but he's so proficient with it. He really reminds me of Grix, right? Another player who's really gifted with that AWP. With a rifle as well, but their main focus is definitely on the scope. And, ooh, that is an opening kill and a half there for Nate2. Takes down Notineki, and the timing was everything there. If his team... Oh! Okay. Well.
And then he dies straight afterwards as well. So he can't even really, like, make good of what he's just done.
I mean, that was pure reflex. That was pure instinct. There was no enemy on the screen. There was just his teammate. He said, you know what? Flick.
Oh, but wait, what's Levantino just done there? You see, that's the problem with Levantino. He just has this, like, rush of blood to the head sometimes as the anchor dies, and then look at what that does to his team. That's forced Stinix to push forward here, and if he gets caught out into the open, which he does, then he'll go down. So Stinix dying there is a product of Levantino pushing. Levikas now has to try and fix, or try and resolve the situation, rather, and he does by taking initiative. His P collects 2 kills. It's only PR left. He knows he has Levikas in the corner here. Fenomen is desperately trying to rotate the top to join up with his teammate, and he'll arrive just in time. It's even Fenomen who finds the kill. What a recovery out of CYBERSHOKE.
That was a beautiful 3-2-1 coming in from Fenomen and Lovicus. He was calling it out as he was jumping into sight, and Lovicus just had to peek. He knew that that was the only option he had. So really well played out here from CYBERSHOKE. And Mouz, they get their economy kind of broken out with that one. Syra down to 1.8k. Everybody else could just try to eco around that. But instead, is this a full pistol? Yeah, it is. Okay. They're not investing almost anything into this one. And we will just pretend like that team kill never happened.
Yeah, it certainly did have some implications in the round, but it's not the only reason that they lost the round, I'll say. That double kill, because they were back in the round, right? Once they fragged Cynics and they killed Levantino. Like I was saying, just to try and expand on my points on Levantino so it doesn't just sound like I'm bashing on him, he plays the anchor role, and he just doesn't seem to have enough discipline. So he often overpeaks in situations where he needs to play more passively and just preserve his life. Like there, he just ran out of A main with a minute left on the clock, and there was nothing happening from the C's perspective. It's not like they were pressuring B or executing or doing anything. So those sort of situations, that's where the lack of discipline is evident.
Right, but it does speak to his inexperience, sure. But you have to remember, the first ever official this guy has ever played was against Fnatic. Right, out here for CYBERSHOKE. So it was kind of a trial by fire, and he feels like he has to be useful. So that's what a lot of young players feel like. And now, Phenomen is going to get rushed over by a couple of P250s. Nate2 picks up the AWP and connects on Levantino as well. So that immediately ends off the round, and Mouz just win a full pistol.
That is a big problem here for CYBERSHOKE. This was supposed to be their first reprieve of the half. And unfortunately, they've just been completely steamrolled over on that A-bomb site. Look at the guns that are going to be recovered as well. That certainly does improve the optics of their economy. Yeah, the thing for me with Levantino, sure, his first game was against Fnatic, but he's played 33 maps. Okay, he's played 33 maps so far, and for me, that's enough of a sample size where we should start to see improvements, right? Like we should see signs of the improvements coming. So it's not like he's still in that grace period, I would say.
Right. I get what you're saying, but also at the same time, if I would say that's fair to say, if it was a player that had previous experience on other teams. Right, this is his first professional team. Sure, he's played on FACEIT, probably Pugs. He was able to have a consistent lineup of friends to play with. But if this is the first real team he's joining, he's definitely going to have these issues even after his 50th map, I feel like. It's a process, but I feel like he's been doing a good job at attempting to adapt to it. But it's definitely visible, the fact that he still needs a little bit more experience. Either way, Syra, oh, there you go, just jumps on through and is going to die to the incendiary because he got blocked by the stairs. And that was the first time we got to see his webcam as well, was a little bit vertical. But this is going to be the 4v4 remaining. And so far so good for TMB's calls. I've been liking what they're doing here. They're playing definitely much more passively, but it's working out. PR finds one fully flashed away, pre-fire by Lavicus. As Levantino kind of went in as a little bit of a decoy. He pre-fired too, but just got taken down. And now smoked out onto heaven. Another execute out here onto the A site, and Nate2 just hits a very nasty headshot as Noctuneki was running to be securing this round as well.
Impressive out of Mouz and NXT. Good response there, just you could see as soon as they lost their player towards B main, that extremity player goes down, they realize, it was PR, right? As soon as he dies, they realize, we've got to make a play, and they get a move on in towards the A-bomb site. I love how Nate2 just peeks before that smoke blooms intentionally. He catches that player off guard, takes his head right off, and that's round over, off the bat. So very good response there from Mouz NXT on the fly. Maybe that's TMB's call, that could be their protocols, who knows, but it was a very active response, just not wasting any time.
Okay, so in Romanian, we have a saying called being a broken mill, which is not shutting up about the same thing over and over again. And sorry for being one.
Okay, we say broken record in English.
Yeah, but how much more can you get the view model in the middle there for TMB? I really wonder if you can get that full-on,
like, get it more central?
Doom.
So,
yeah,
like Doom
can you go full Doom mode? I wonder if that's possible. I'm really curious. I think I'm gonna try that after the games today.
Good question. Let me know when you find out.
I will. Well, Tac Pause coming through from CYBERSHOKE. And Phenomen's still on the AWP, but you've still got people ecoing around him. So you've got the AK on Lavicus, Phenomen on the op, and I would think that they would be calling out the force buy here, right? But instead they do want to have a better buy coming up into the next because there's so many rounds down.
Yeah, they got max round loss bonus as well, so they can just kind of dig a little bit deeper into their pockets here. They know they get $3,400 in the next. There's the AK and AWP carried through, so there's some firepower here sprinkled in, but not much. It is the CT side for CYBERSHOKE, and I tell you what, this team is deadly on the T side, so if they can just survive, like, I'm talking 4 rounds at the bare minimum, 5 rounds kind of thing for CYBERSHOKE, they'll be in a very good position going into that second half. So for me, that's probably what their goal would be, and the fact that Levantino's gotten a kill is a good return before he goes down.
Yeah, the fact that he found TMB out of all people, he was in the middle of everyone basically. Syra and A2 take the brunt of the damage there as well. And now Phenomen has to come in through heaven, and it's always such a tough call for CYBERSHOKE to make to try to retake this A side. Look at the timing, A2 is gonna fall, and Burmilov is gonna go down as well. Much easier time at the retake. However, yeah, they were there on carpets, and CYBERSHOKE were really thinking of going in for the save if it was a 3v4. But instead, they're holding this one down. Syra, no need to peek into this one, and he's doing exactly that. PR, last man standing, and he has to play camera side all by himself. There's much more than enough time to go in for this. Time ticking away, going in for the defuse. They're sticking the 10-second defuse right now, and it is going to be Phenomen find the 3k in the round to make this retake possible. 5-2. And Mouz kind of overplayed their hand there. They were in the advantage position, and they peeked into all of these angles.
Yeah, CYBERSHOKE, they are going to be very happy with that result because they're able to win basically what was a half-buy round, right? They were definitely going to be buying up in this round, so that does give them a breath of fresh air, welcomed for them. Can they win consecutive rounds is a question.
Let's see it. Right now, Phenomen checking mid, TMB with the flash over. No need to have gone away, I think, here for Phenomen. I do like that. Is that Levantino? Yes, Levantino should have moved back, kind of rotated away. A couple of flashes down towards the A side there. He moves to camera side. This is perfect. CYBERSHOKE are playing their default. They're waiting on the rotates. But this is Mouz NXT we're talking about, and this is Notineki falling. Good flash coming over the top there as well. The incendiary a little bit late as Nature's just gonna run through it. Finds the second as well, and the third with the help of TMB. As there you have it, Mouz NXT again, really quick take over to the A side. This is definitely a big part of the problem here for CYBERSHOKE onto their CT side. That A side is not being held enough. They get through it way too easily, Mouz.
Yeah, it is too simple, right? Just that opening frag found initially, and they just barrel their way through off the back with some good utility usage. It's a stock standard approach out of Mouz NXT, and it's reliable. And they will once again deny CYBERSHOKE winning consecutive rounds and weapons being denied, saved weapons being denied here as well. Stinix, he does have a kit. If he just pulled his knife out and ran into the bomb site, there's actually a world in which he would have been able to stick to the defuse. Of course, he just doesn't know that there aren't any keys around the site itself. Wants to go and try and recover the AWP, I believe. Oh, PR is going to deny though, because Stinix went back, although Cyril was also wrapping around, so that's unfortunate. It is going to be the round that goes the way of Mouz NXT. At least there's enough monies for the CTs to reinvest, but this half is getting out of control.
And again, into this Mouz NXT lineup, especially when Burmilov first came in to the roster, everybody was saying that he's going to be the main star, he's going to be the main man to look at. But I feel like PR has been such a confident player, even though Syra is amazing, Burmilov is amazing. PR too, for me, is so standoutish because of his personality, because of his confidence. He can definitely have these days where he's just on it. And Tobiz really knows how to manage these players. Natu as well, great frag out here into middle. Opens up waters. Stinix already is going to be able to fall, and Burmilov, he needs to ease his way into the game usually. That's why he has such a strong core of players just working around him, trying to do their own game as well, have their own time. Natu leaves Notineki down to half as well.
Just grouped up now. Pack-based mentality coming through from Mouz NXT. Working together here, all 4 players armed up, playing chain together. Can they keep it together is the question. And it looks like they're going to go for the unorthodox wraparound through middle towards B here. Levikas is going to be the first point of contact. He's been traded out. And Phenomen is deep in towards CT. That molly is a questionable one, I reckon, 40 seconds on the clock. They're now going to wrap back round through CT. Fenneman looks in this direction. He frags Sierra. That certainly does give an advantage to CYBERSHOKE once again.
Oh, misses out the second shot. However, he doesn't go down. And now, good position out here for Bermilov. But Levantino's still going to be able to find him. And he sprays after those kills, but he deserves it, as he's basically won off this round. But he hasn't really. TMB still moving on across to the A site. Didn't see that he had the ball on his back. Now he does. And look at the HP values out here for Fenneman and Notineki. They have to play together. Otherwise, this could be a game done. 7-2 is really tough to come back on. Notineki moving in through camera side. You've got Fenneman down on Heaven. And the first one to peek is definitely going to be Notineki in this position. Fenneman has to make noise as well. TMB is in a great spot, and that is Notineki finding the frag. That was the most important part. And that is going to be the round as well. 1 for CYBERSHOKE, so they don't put themselves a couple of nails away from death's doorstep. Instead, they bring it right on back, and they're ready to make a resurgence. 6-3. Let's see how many more they can put up.
Yeah, I appreciate the attempt there from TMB, because he plants the bomb as though he's playing that post plant from A main, and he hopes that they're just going to be coming out and swinging A main wide. They're looking to hunt for him, but Notineki just has good attention to detail. He clears the sights out in its entirety before he commits to the bomb itself. TMB, I think that they missed the mark there when they got the kill on Levikas. They should have just pushed in towards B, but they molly off their own path into the B bomb side. I think that was a big mistake there from TMB. Either way, straight back into the action. Bermilov with the Zorb has found Stinix aggressing E-Box. Levikas is going to look to try and pick up where his teammate left off, but it's advantage Mouz NXT in the follow-up.
Syra holding down on Dark. Good nade onto Natio as well. Mouz, they're taking a lot of pressure, a lot of map space as well, which is great. Forces Levikas to peek with that util. Bermilov onto his second frag of the round already. And look at the conga line of Doom right now on middle, right? CYBERSHOKE have invested all of their manpower out here into mid, trying to get a little bit of space. And they will be able to take down Bermilov with that. Levantino gets spotted. Levantino finds a second, and again, is the playmaking capabilities of this new addition to the roster. Quote-unquote new. He's been around for a good month. And he's found a triple as well. This is amazing out here for CYBERSHOKE. Levantino has just single-handedly gone in, went through middle, and just completely opened up the round where it wasn't even supposed to be possible. Great timing there for Syra. Manages to catch Levantino off. Leaves him down to 29. However, the bomb is on the other side of the map. And Syra is forced to save. So 6-4, CYBERSHOKE, from a very big head-on charge on middle, managed to win out another round.
And it's such an important round for them to win as well, because finally they've strung consecutive rounds together, and they're up to 4 out of 10 now on their CT side. I said 4 was rock bottom bare minimum. They're on course to get more now. No, what does the money look like here for the T side? It's non-existent. They'll have a hero AK in the next, but CYBERSHOKE have a great opportunity to get themselves up to 5 now. Reduce the gap to just 1. So it's a good fight back coming through from the team who have picked the map.
Okay. Well, penultimate round of the first half. Mouz, they need this force buy. Fenneman, 10-4. Pulling through big time here for CYBERSHOKE. But Bermilov has had impact with the scope as well. Especially in the couple of, in the last 2 rounds that we've seen. But apparently still not enough. As Mouz are finally going to be connecting on a single site together. They know where they want to go, and that is going to be B. Stinix, how many can he find with this spray? The M4A4 gets down 2. Bermilov thought he was going to be the third here with the Galil in hand, but now checks, takes out his own teammate a little bit there, but it's still going to be that 2v2. Stinix down on pillar, wanting to peek on in, finds Bermilov, now looks in for PR. Mac 10 in hand, tries to peek on in, runs away. PR gets caught on the timing, and he is going to fall.
Oh, that was a good little bit of initiative there from Stinix to make sure that PR wasn't going to be able to get away with the bomb in the Mac 10. Catches him in transition. A quad kill coming through from Stinix. vital impact will get that 5th round on the board for the CT side, and that should be converted to a 6th as well. Mouz and NXT decided to go all in. Gonna have to spend all your money here, lads. Yeah, they realized, oh, it's the last round of the half. It looked like they were actually gonna save for a second, but then the call comes through. It's been a while since we played CSGO, so I don't expect anybody to be thinking in MR15 fashion any longer. Either way, what a recovery here at CYBERSHOKE. 6-all looks likely.
Took a while for me to get used to it. Still, sometimes I think back to it fondly through rose-tinted glasses, but it wasn't really that rose-tinted. I mean, we remember, even back then, there were these huge comeback attempts that were just prolonged because you had more games to play. Carrigan was speaking onto it as well. You had so much more time back in CSGO to really think up of strategies and of ways to counteract what these teams are doing. Now CS2 feels definitely much more fast-paced, and that was the expected outcome. But oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. TMB. Just a tap to the head, one to the body. That does the trick. Levantino's gonna fall. And we're mentioning how Levantino usually plays the anchor. He's been kind of shoved into this mid-roll here for this map of Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, he gets caught off guard there. He's done alright throughout the half, though.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, where do Mouz and NXT go from here? Looks like it's going to be a bit of misdirection being thrown in, trying to sell the fake over towards that B bomb. It's like PR's there as is Sierra. I'd be surprised if they don't both commit, and there we go. PR's just been taken down through the smoke. Sierra's spamming back, but CYBERSHOKE are not really committing. Notaneki still just holding down the line. A main. Stinix has said, guys, you just stay put because there's not much going on this side of the map. Bomb carriers dropped as well, and CYBERSHOKE will get themselves the 6th.
There it is. That is going to be indeed the 6th on the board, because that is what they were expecting. Especially with the buy coming through, and you can see the sigh of relief and the actual kind of vibe that you have going on out here for CYBERSHOKE. They're getting pumped up. They've managed to find the comeback into the first half. You can see Fenomen being vocal about it as well. And I think everybody's happy to be moving into this second half. 6-6 split, not the greatest for Mouz, seeing as this is CYBERSHOKE's own map pick of Anubis, and now they're moving to that T side. But it's still not the end of the world. It could have been much worse.
Well, the problem for Mouz and NXT is that it should have been better because of how they started off in the half. They were up, what, 5-1 and then 6-2, and they finished the half with 6. It's probably what they would be most aggrieved with either way. Can CYBERSHOKE keep up that momentum coming into this T-side pistol? They've got a P250 on Fenomen and then a little bit of utility between Levantino and Notaneki. And all 5 players are grouped up right now.
Okay, let's see it. And with this one, they got onto the site. Immediately, CYBERSHOKE are going to be able to take the head off Syra. They're moving into the second one as well, down on water. Stinix easily connects on that one too. And now it's just a retake situation. 3v5, no defuse kit. Smoke and flash on TMB and Vermilov. And speaking of Vermilov, spotted out on water. I swear to God, it got even more down the center. The TMB. Looking to try to give this round a chance. Natu, of course, gonna be able to find one, but that is only all she wrote. As TMB is gonna fall, Natu last man standing. He's gonna try to connect on a couple more frags before he dies. But CYBERSHOKE keep the momentum going as they pick up the pistol round as well. Now, how many rounds in a row are they on right now? 5? 6? Something like that.
I think it's 5.
5, yeah?
Pretty sure it's 5, because it was 6... It was 5-2 for... Excuse me, it was what? Was 6-2 for Mouz and NXT.
6-2,
so
yeah.
5 in a row here for CYBERSHOKE, yep. And they should be able to add another to the tally with these as well, just because this is going to be a full anti-eco for them. So looking pretty damn good to go up 1-0 in the series right now. You know, they've got the lead, they're on the favored side of the map, and they love the side of the map. They've got a very strong T side do CYBERSHOKE here on Anubis.
There's the Mac-10 looking at the shrine to actually find all these skill bonuses. That's going to be 2. And Vermilov, he still manages to find 2 frags in this round. If he finds the 3rd as well, this is a great eco round to have for Mouz. The amount of cash taken down. Levantino happy. He found at least 2 on that Mac-10. Made his investment back. Phoenix checks and gets headshotted, but not taken down.
Expected it will be the round going the way of CYBERSHOKE. This is the first gun round of the second half, and it's where Mouz and NXT are going to look to try and lay down the law. Bermilov has that AWP.
Okay. Well, let's move into it. Full buy versus what CYBERSHOKE are trying to bring to the table here. Looking a little bit more focused down towards the A side of the map now. It was an issue for them beforehand. So maybe it's going to be an issue for Mouz as well. They have Veto anchoring down on it, as to be expected. Syra doubling down out here alongside PR, checking into dark. Stinix wants to peek, but before peeking, he's going to be the one peeked, and he's going to be able to find the frag as well. Incendiary goes out. Syra prepared for that, but wasn't prepared for the peek that was enabled for Stinix as well. Bermilov trades, sure, but it's still going to be the 3v4. And TMB, this is very big, as he's taken down Levantino. He's evened out the scoreline, he's evened out the manpower.
The problem is CYBERSHOKE have barely been able to do anything with that massive double kill out of Stinix. They've barely got anything to show for it. They're now going to work their way in towards B, but because they've taken so long to activate, Mouz and NXT are here. Fenderman can't plant the bomb. Nitu's just going to deny this. You can deny it from this position if you just get a little bit proactive, but actually not gonna. Instead, I thought he might just try and spray through the smoke and maybe clip on a leg, but decides to bide his time. So that does give CYBERSHOKE a good edge in the round. A fresh smoke on the bomb site here for Mouz and NXT to try and navigate. And they don't have any kits either. Oh, the Canals player's been spotted. TMB's trapped in the corner. Notsuneki's gonna lock him in there. Frag found, and now the pressure's actually shifted.
Veto, he has to move in. No defuse kit, remember, so it's a 10-second defuse, and they're running away. They're saving. Hayes, I do not like the way that round was approached by Mouz. They had two players down on CT. They could have denied the bomb. They could have played a bit more faster. TMB was playing really slowly down towards water as well. Even if he died, his attention-grabbing position could have been something to allow Veto and Bermilov to get into the site. But they were scared. I don't know if they were scared or if they had this idea that they all three had to push in at the same time. But because of that, they lost a very crucial round, and now CYBERSHOKE get themselves up to 9. Yeah, that was an interesting call made by Mouz, in my opinion.
Things have certainly fallen apart for them, man. 7 rounds in a row for CYBERSHOKE, not showing signs of slowing down anytime soon. There isn't a walk here for Bermilov. CYBERSHOKE, I think they're going to go direct. No layovers in this strategy.
Oh. Damn. That was an opening coming through from Bermilov. He moves into the B bomb side as the execution is going to be down on A, so he immediately rotates away as TMB is calling it out. I am being absolutely demolished by the flashes and by the util, but I don't care. The fine student's still going to be able to find one, looking in for the second before he burns alive. That's exactly what's going to happen. Bermilov finds the second into the round, and Lavikis saves the day big time. 2v2 remaining. And this man is already onto the triple. Bomb's going to get planted, and I love the position for Syra here. Just on the timing, he finds Lavikis as well, and all that's left is going to be Stinix 2v1. And he's being approached from both sides right now. Look at PR. This timing could be amazing, but he's still not going to die. Stinix is going to fall there in the end, and the eco round works in the way of Mouz. And you can see a little bit of frustration down on Stinix, but that's just how it was meant to be. Bermilov with that AWP definitely saved the day.
What a huge battle for Mouz and NXT, able to win that round. Like you said, Bermilov is the player who gets them in the round, and then that big flank out of Syra has a lot of impact as well. He just activates at the perfect time, finds a kill and stays alive. I'm surprised PR doesn't actually get the kill on Stinix there. He catches Stinix with his back turned, but unfortunately, we all know how hard it is to shoot someone in the back of the head, a counter-strike. And, well, he gets a stark reminder of exactly that. At least CYBERSHOKE can afford another investment here, but Mouz and NXT, that is a big let off for them.
It's a sign of relief
now
for
won
sure.
2 rounds like that. They won 1 in the first half as well, remember?
Yeah. Well, maybe this is their ticket back win, right? Because it was 3-1 when Mouz and NXT did that before, and they were able to actually pick off enough rounds until they got to 6. So, Maybe they do it again, who knows? That's gonna be the peak. Nate 2 kept on looking at the wall, even after the flash was out. But now, because of that, because of Notineki finding the initiative down on main, CYBERSHOKE, you need to pick up that bomb, please. We saw the last BO3 lose so many rounds because the bomb wasn't picked up. PR shuts down Stinix to bring back the man advantage. 4v4, TMB down on middle, still somehow finds Aventino.
That's an important round here for both of these teams, man, and right now it's the CTs who have that edge. CYBERSHOKE looking to just try and figure out how they're going to set themselves up. How do they try and get back into the round? A little bit of time to play with, but not a huge amount, and even less utility. Just one smoke grenade between them.
Rat 17 turns down to 25 seconds remaining, and Bermilov is holding the angle down for middle. This is perfect for Mouz. They want to actually explode down onto the safe side to 15 seconds remaining, but they have to go for it, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. They're still going to be going into A. PMB, perfect utility at the perfect timing as well. All that's left is going to be Notineki. He has this nade, but he doesn't throw it, and now he runs out of time to plant as well. So that's it. That's the round. Forced to try to save. Sara's not going to be going in for that. He's only on an AWP. 5-7 actually does spray. Almost to be killed in return. But 9-8. Mouz still managed to pick this one up.
And look at what that does to the economy now. The T side, Notineki will get a hero AK, but outside of that it's going to be pistols. And now you think back to that eco round that they lost a couple rounds ago, because this is the consequence. Mouz and NXT have a prime chance to level the scoreline up now. Couldn't have been the situation, but this is where we find ourselves. Bermilov is a big reason why.
Okay. Let's see it. Bermilov keeps it going. 15-11. He's having a great time. Sara on the double up as well. And that is a lineup and a half coming through for TMB. Finds 2. Looks in for the third. Timing is everything. Nate goes in. Forces him to push. And that's the round. Clean, clean, and clean here for TMB. And Mouz. Well, they bring it back. CYBERSHOKE, sure, found 7 in a row. How many in a row do you think Mouz and NXT are going to get here?
Oh, I don't know, man. It's a good question. Next round's the gun round, so if they get a third in a row, then yeah, I guess at that point they should be able to add another to the tally for free because it'll be an anti-eco, so who knows? But we will find out. Can Mouz and NXT get themselves the lead here? No Orb, Venomman, even a couple of Galils, a bit light on utility. It's not a great look for CYBERSHOKE in such an important round.
Sara into the side playing pillar, spotted out Levantino, shuts him down. PR is going to be traded as well down onto Dark, so they have an entry into the B-bomb side as Lovicus keeps it going. IGL dead now, and it's a 3v4 with a double up setup that has just been betrayed by the position. Sara felled, and now 2v4. Nature needs to come back in place here into the side, spots that one. Notineki dead, looks into Pizza, has found a lot of damage onto Lovicus. However, it's not gonna go that long of a way for now. Bermilov really pressed for options to try to get back into the side as Lovicus plans away for Dark. This is gonna be a safe call being made by Mouz, and CYBERSHOKE do manage to put a stop to the momentum out here for Mouz, picking up their double digits first.
And this is the round that they had to win as well. They didn't have much going for them, but they worked really well to get into that B-bomb site with what they did have at their disposal. Effective util usage, good commitment, good trading. And that is a 10th round on the board now for CYBERSHOKE. They've regained a lead. We've spoken a couple times about how Vertigo is the next map coming up here, and that is not a good map for CYBERSHOKE. They have to win here on their pick to get a bit of a buff up.
Well, let's see it in play now. as that buffer needs to be earned as well. Bermilov still on his AWP, no double op setup shenanigans anymore. Syra staying on the trusty A1S. Okay, let's see it. Peek on down. Smoke is going to be denying dark. TMB still holding down to middle as to be expected. Flash over, entry down towards A. They need to pick up this bomb. It's giving me a little bit of anxiety, but thank you, Phenomen. We've seen a lot of rounds fall by the wayside because the CD side did manage to find that bomb first. And into A, it looks like we'll go. Up to Levantino again to open up middle. Needs to get into camera side. 2 players holding down the A site. And look at Syra. Oh, to be found, yes. Slovakis shuts him down. Checked from behind. Syra, if he had a pass here, he could have gone all the way up to Phenomen. Found that bomb. And allowed Mouz to push.
Yeah, it hasn't actually adjusted the setup out of Mouz and NXT though after their flanker went down. They still remain committed with 3 players on the A bomb site, and that's the correct call. The CYBERSHOKE are certainly headed in that direction. They've left it late, and they've got Util raining on into that B bomb site, that A bomb site. TMB has been somewhat isolated. Levantino activates and gets a big kill. CYBERSHOKE just devastate the defense on this A side. Even though Mouz and NXT had it stacked up, they're only able to get 1 kill between them.
And it was that slow push again coming through from Mouz and NXT into this round that didn't allow them to be quick enough on these trades. Yes, they did lose out, I believe it was Syra at the very beginning on the flank, but then they held on the call, and yet still they had the boost, they had everything going onto the site, and the utilities were still what took them in. Right, Bermilov loses away his AWP here as well. Natu, sure he can drop one away, but there is no buy coming into this round. So it's going to be 12 on the board for CYBERSHOKE most likely. Unless Bermilov and Natu go in for hero rifles here. Which I don't think they will. They want to play for OT. They're only 3 rounds away from it.
I mean, they can get a little bit here in this round. They could get a hero rifle. They could even get a hero AWP. You know, Natu could really push the envelope. I'm not sure what their round loss bonus looks like right now. Is it, what, $2,400 for Mouz and NXT, I think?
I think so.
Oh, they want to go all in, mate. TMB's already spent all his money, and he's the IGL. So you know if the IGL spent his cash, that everybody else will be following suit.
Interesting that Natu doesn't drop away an AWP here to Bermilov. Instead, forces out the M4A4 with full util. If he goes in for that, at least I'd like to see a defuse kit? No, A1S bought it. And it's gonna be a hero rifle buy, yeah. Okay. They're gonna be playing in for overtime. They talked TMB out of it. The coach had a little bit of a say in as well, and we know how proficient Tobiz is at getting these youngsters on the server. He has raised up so much talent, they trust him, 100%.
Okay, well, yeah, they've clearly changed their minds. And I think they've made the right call to go for the overtime, to play for overtime instead, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they have to. At this point, if you want to have the best of buys possible, we've seen rounds being converted by hero rifles as well, so it's not out of the realms of possibility. But let's just see if the bomb is actually going to be heading on over to A, because it can be a possibility, and right now, even though Syra is dead in the water again first, don't know how he died, I think he DC'd actually, right?
Yeah, must have.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Which is unfortunate because damage has been done in the round. Natu's been tagged, so we can't actually restart the round here. It is a full eco from Mouz and NXT, so I don't think that they're going to mind a huge amount. They're looking to just try and make a play here, group it up in towards mid, but Fenneman's watching for it.
Bermilov jumps across there. He's hoping his teammates might be able to swing afterwards. Venom's still watching for it though. He's got that window covered. And Nachi will die to Stinix. So CYBERSHOKE get themselves up to map point without even dropping a sweat in that round.
Just dropping a single body there. Lavicus wanted to go in for middle, and PR had the AWP. Well, someone had the AWP. Either way, round number 22. And Mouz will be having their op as well. Bermilov sticks onto it. No defuse kit again. No full armor, no need to. You've only got AKs and an op to fight against. But the fact we, again, don't see any defuse kits is really concerning out here for me. Mouz are not planning on letting CYBERSHOKE get into the sites, but we do remember that CYBERSHOKE, after finding the opening duel, always love to just press the issue, get into those sites, even if they're a man down, even if they don't have the advantage down positionally. They keep on going. They keep on pressing. And that is beautiful from Bermilov. PR finds Stinix as well, and this is the exact start Mouz needed.
Yeah, as you say, looking very good in this all-important round. It is going to be Fenneman who looks to just try and creep his way up mid, see if he can find an angle in towards cameras and maybe catch a rifle and napping. Seer is also going to be making his way in towards mid to join up. There's a crossfire set up between Fenneman and Levantino, but CTs know that they don't actually have to take any unnecessary fights here. Levantino decides against committing to the cross. He wants to actually try and force this fight with Zero right now. He's backing himself, and he's, with good reason, has been able to find that frag, but they're still going to try and go A here. Venom catches TMB on the aggression. There's more where that came from. Venom trades, and the A bomb site has now been opened up.
Bomb planted. Fenneman happy and well fed with those kills as well. 15 to 8. He's having a blast. Bermilov needs to retake in through middle. It's going to be PR as well, down from long. In for water. CYBERSHOKE. They're watching one of those two angles. Bermilov jumping in with the AWP is going to be tough. Great flash coming through from Bermilov, though. That's the timing, and PR already gets into pillar. However, the AK is faster. No, Tineki shuts him down, and Bermilov taken down as well. 13 to 9 is going to be the scoreline that CYBERSHOKE find themselves on to their own map pick after a 7 to 5 split on the first half. They do a great job at taking us away from this first map. Pop, take it away. Walk us through what happened here, how CYBERSHOKE managed to find themselves on over to the win, and if you think that Vertigo is going to be looking the same or not.
Well, that is a big question, considering how good Mouz and NXT started things off, right? It was just a very, very one-sided affair at the start of the first half, but then CYBERSHOKE, they slowly come back into it, because they kind of had an issue there where they lost the round against a half-life from Mouz and NXT, because just Mouz and NXT were just very much on point, and CYBERSHOKE really took a big blow from that. But towards the end, they started amassing rounds slowly but surely, and you know, the defense doing a pretty good job, and they ended up with the first half as a 6-6. Now in the second one, it was a strong start from CYBERSHOKE. You know, they kept on going with the same round winning streak, but Mouz and NXT, they finally managed to break it. And you know, the thing is, you were mentioning, Atro, the fact that CYBERSHOKE were able to adapt, or to adjust rather, between playing quickly and playing slowly, and that's exactly what got them a lot of rounds here in the second half, because even though they could react instantly after they got a kill, they just could push into a site. At the same time, they could play slow, and with the slow playstyle, they could also surprise Mouz and NXT. Although, kind of a big thing for Mouz and NXT going back to the first half is that they were able to just brute force their way into winning the rounds, into winning you know, into getting onto the site, surprising CYBERSHOKE, but not for long, right? Whereas in the second half, CYBERSHOKE were able to just completely surprise Mouz and NXT, completely drive them into a corner with every single situation that they got going. And then we got towards the end of the map, in round 22, Mouz and NXT, they were trying to get themselves out of that corner. They got those aggressive peaks going at the start of the round, but it was still CYBERSHOKE to adjust. They were already in very good positions, and Mouz and NXT were thinking, okay, we're in a 5-on-3. We should be able to get something out of this one. Maybe start to mount up a comeback. We can still get to overtime and all those situations, all those scenarios. But as we saw, those scenarios did not happen. As CYBERSHOKE rather, they already pushed up through mid. they were able to get the kills in return, get a bomb planted, and get into a very favorable situation with very good positioning overall. So CYBERSHOKE, really well played in this first map. Can this repeat on Vertigo? I think it's up to the experience. I think the experience spoke wonders for CYBERSHOKE on this first map. I don't know if Vertigo will be the same thing, but I'm sure we'll find out right after the break.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
We are back, getting ready for the second map of the best of 3 here between Mouz NXT and CYBERSHOKE, and I do want to quickly ask, before we get into that second map, what do you guys think Mouz NXT could have done better there? Because it was a close game, but, you know, CYBERSHOKE looked a whole lot better.
Hayes, if you have anything to say, please go ahead, because I can't... Look, I can't really quite say a lot, but yeah.
I just think that they kind of fell apart a little bit as a team. You could see that the, you know, the cracks with the fact that they have a new IGL started to show a little bit there. They lost out some advantageous situations. They weren't fragging at the same sort of level. I just think it's not like major things went wrong. I just think there were quite a few small things that came together.
I also think that we didn't see enough tackle timeouts, but we'll be talking about that more as we get in game. Okay, well, my bad, Pop. Took your spot again, but we are gonna get to see him again in the analyst desk after this. So, hey, it's Vertigo, Mouz NXT's map pick, and CYBERSHOKE take off a 13-9 there on their own map pick. They're onto Anubis in quite a good fashion there, especially towards the end. Now, Mouz, it is a new IGL, it is a different approach to this one, but looking down onto it, I wonder how CYBERSHOKE are going to match up against Mouz starting up onto the CT side as they see everyone starting to move in towards ramp.
That is where Mouz NXT are headed right now. CYBERSHOKE have caught wind of this though. They've got 3 players on that side of the map right now with the 4th rotating in, and Venom is looking to try and get ahead of it as well. They're going to try to defend forward, but it's going to be easy pickings here for Mouz NXT. At least Deventino gets one back, but there has to be so much more out of the CT side. Nice deep smokes. These are the far better smokes you throw on the execute. No longer the wall of smokes. You have to smoke into elevator from both entrances. And they will get the bomb plant, now just lock it down immediately afterwards. Bermilov, he does get caught off by Leventino in the corner, so at least it's been brought back into an even numbers game. But PR, oh my goodness, he's a man on a mission right now in the post plant, and just too many different places for CYBERSHOKE to try and clear out.
The Frenchman as well finds himself on a very nice 2k, and this is going to be Mouz NXT taken with a pistol. CYBERSHOKE, I don't quite remember, is this the first pistol that Mouz take, or is this the second?
That's a good question.
Yeah, either way, right now...
The first pistol round on Anubis.
That's what I remember as well, kind of, but I was like, wait, CYBERSHOKE played so well in the first half as well. Because they managed to find a lot of rounds in a row. But yeah. With that being said, round number 2 here, full USP round, doesn't really matter. It's going to be 2-0 either way for Mouz. CYBERSHOKE, there's been more than enough time to get accustomed to the changes of Vertigo, I feel like, right, for every single team. It's been, what, already months ever since we've re-added Vig into the map with the catwalk push as well, with the players being pushed back from CT on the timings. So everybody kind of got used to it. But I still feel like there's a lot of teams that kind of permaban it or just don't like to play it a lot because there were those changes made, just like Inferno after the roofs were taken out and people didn't really want to play it anymore, and then people eventually got back into Inferno. There's been a lot of teams that have been getting back into Vertigo as well, but it's been much slower, I feel. Personally, with the games that I've casted. Maybe you've casted a bit more Vertigo than I have?
I haven't cast a huge amount of Vertigo lately, no, so...
Yeah.
I mean, ever since the change, it's just been a map that's fallen out of favor. CYBERSHOKE, though, here in their first gun round, are looking to get things going, not wasting any time. Levantino will get the first for free, mate. There's... Oh, I thought it was another one, but no, that's his teammate, so he's all good. Working in combination there with Fenneman and Veto. They've been able to gain full control. It's going to force Mouz and NXT to try and make a move elsewhere. But they're still moving into a couple players on the B-bomb side. So CYBERSHOKE just locked down the map across the board right now.
I like the movement here from Bermilov. However, he's by himself in a 1v4. So as he's going to see the 3-man peek into him, he's surely going to know that the Grim Reaper awaits in the form of CYBERSHOKE for that round. 2-1. And Mouz get this chance as well to try to keep it on the board. If not, could be CYBERSHOKE taking themselves up to 3-2.
Remember, that Vertigo has been a very good map for Mouz and NXT for a long time, but that was with Crizzen, and he was the IGL,
Yes.
so he would have been a massive reason as to why they were so successful. And now you've slotted a completely new IGL into the mix, so he's got to get caught up to speed as to how they play the map, you know, what the strengths and weaknesses are, their style, their protocols. And so it's not going to flow nearly as freely as it once did. CYBERSHOKE has played against Mouz and NXT on this map before as well, and they won 16-14 with Mouz and NXT. So it was a very close time last time round. I've got a good opening kill. They've doubled down and found all threes. That is that makes life a lot easier for the T side.
Look at the HP values right now, though. TMB and A2 down to half and under half. And A side taking over. CYBERSHOKE are actually going to be saving this round, looks like. And that is going to be 3-1 out here. Mouz are going to be taking themselves up to the third quite neatly. And yes, it does make a difference, of course, big one, that TMB is now IGLing instead of Crizzen. But for Mouz, for TMB especially, you have to take a look onto his previous teams to see how they kind of played on maps like Vertigo. You have to take a look at Parisi before the update. After the update, it was Granny's Knockers. But that was even up until May. So did the update happen on May? I don't remember.
I think it happened towards the end of May, yeah.
Yeah. So, TMB doesn't really have a lot of experience calling, actually, in a professional setting for Vertigo. I think this is one of his first Vertigo maps that he finally gets to call after the update, which is definitely going to be interesting. So far, it works, and I'm curious about who the second caller is out here for Mouz. Because surely you've got TMB right now trying to main call. Do you presume it's either Natu or PR?
None of them seem like very loud players in general, honestly.
Oh, PR does. PR is very animated, very loud. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well then there we go, then it must be him, right? I don't know them as well as you do, so there we go. I'm not sure who else contributes in terms of the leadership. I'd imagine Crizzen and Tobers did most of that. You know, Sierra is quite an active player on the opposite side of the map, so he'll obviously have to always relay his thoughts through. Not Neki looking to get active here. The wall bang though is going to bait the peek out of TMB. Not Neki. That looked a little bit, yeah, just nonchalant.
Speaking of, Natu just goes in on the boost after the nade and somehow finds Stinix. Levantino forced to push as well. Is going to get taken down by a very nice flick from Bermilov. And this is a start that Mouz also had on the first map. 4-1. Turning it to 5-1 most likely after this. But then there's the question, are CYBERSHOKE going to be able to replay history and find themselves with 7 rounds back to back? Because they need some sort of comeback already, and it's just been the opening 5 rounds.
Yeah, Mouz and NXT, I think they do prefer the T side on this map, so I think if you're CYBERSHOKE, you just got to survive this first half. It's just damage control, if nothing else. Got to make sure you get at least 4 on the board. T side is where CYBERSHOKE will certainly have a better time of it. Remember, they did play against 1 win on this map, and they won 13-10. That was after they won 7-5 CT side, and then 6 rounds out of 11 on their T. So they have proven to be proficient on both halves of this map in the past. Not the way they've started here, though. It's going to be another eco, which means Mouz and NXT should be able to get themselves up to 5-3.
Flashes, a couple of nades going down into round number 6. And it is only the eco coming through for CYBERSHOKE indeed. CZ checking out here. I've seen a couple more players pick up the CZ as of recent times. Did you see the revolver clutch as well from JL down from Navi? He found 4 with it, getting the revolver back in circulation.
I don't think it was a clutch, was it?
No, it was of just a 4K, right?
Yeah. Listen, I don't think we should highlight that gun at all. I start to see it in my pugs more. So I don't know what clutch you're talking, or rather, I don't know what 4K you're talking about, Atro.
Okay.
No idea.
My bad. I like it, man. I think it's funny. I think it's cool to see it back again. But you know what? Let's focus on our game, right? No more revolver talks. Levantino, 5-7 in hand. TMB, Syra, they could get cleaned up here. Still could be a good eco round for CYBERSHOKE in general. That's a CZ on the ground, but that is a dead Nature on the ground as well. So there you go. Levantino didn't really try to go in for more kills, just wanted to perhaps see if he could save away the gun. Dropped down and went on out as well. So, Hayes, 5-1, another full buy round. And is this the moment we're looking to see CYBERSHOKE come back, or if Mouz NXT take this one away, they can just run away with it?
Well, I mean, CYBERSHOKE have to win here. That is pretty much all that matters in their department. They've got to get across the line. They've got the AWP. We've seen them getting very aggressive towards ramp in quite a few rounds, and it's cost them. I think they've been giving up fights way too easily, and we haven't really seen Mouz and NXT have to do all that much in the rounds that they've won, because they've just kind of posted up on angles and they've won gunfights. So, let's see. Still, they are looking to try and take fights, and it's apparently just worked out perfectly fine. Levantino through the smoke has gotten 2. No need to hang around here, though.
Let's see. CYBERSHOKE off to a good start, but we've seen 3v5s go the way of Mouz before. Nade tags down Stinix a little bit. Bomb picked up. And now they're heading into B. It's a tough call to make either way, wherever you would like to go. Nade 2 and Burmilov could get ready for this execution. Gonna be up to PR to try to peek in first. That smoke buys up a good amount of time, 20 seconds. Do they want to wait it out? I think they do. Oh, made noise, Burmilov. What was the idea there? Trying to fake it and to make it seem like they're going back away? To rotate? No way. It's way too late. There comes the smoke. It stopped on the generator. But, okay. There we go. Molotovs coming on through. The rotates are quick, coming in through mid, and we are going to get to see a hold coming through right now for CYBERSHOKE. Can they deny this, or will Mouz somehow be able to get into the site? Levantino starts to spam and pray. There's an AWP down on Heaven, and the pillar player still not spotted out yet. That Stinix is going to go down first. Levantino's going to be up next. The AK runs out of bullets on Otineki, and right now the pistol's going to be more than enough. 5 seconds to plant, and you don't have time. There's the retake, and there's the round here for CYBERSHOKE.
Yeah, they just used the numerical advantage there, right? They had that earlier pick in the round, and then from there they're able to just trade their way to victory. They had their players on the correct side of the map, and Mouz and NXT, unfortunately, yeah, just weren't able to keep up with the pace of that round there when things get going. Good to see Fenneman staying hydrated. Reminder for everybody here as well to have some water.
Thank you, Fenneman.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee today, and I should be drinking more water, so...
We're going to see you hyperactive in an hour.
Mates, it's actually just keeping me sane. It keeps me level. It stops me from falling off a cliff. So
yes, coffee is our savior out these days. I mean, for you, it's been a while since I've heard you being able to make that coffee consistently. But speaking of falling off of cliffs, I think that's exactly what CYBERSHOKE have done in this round. Completely given up the position on over to this B-bomb site. They barely even tried to actually hold down the line. They were just backing away, and as they were doing that while moving, they were just getting headshotted left and right by PR and A2. That's the round.
Very good recovery here from Mouz and NXT. I say recovery, what I mean is that they just make sure that CYBERSHOKE don't pull too far back into this game. They've kept them in a rough position here, and you look at the money for the CT side, it's bleak, and that's putting it lightly. So Mouz and NXT keep themselves in complete control here by winning this round and going up 6-2. Desperately wants to save the AK. He's going to have to fight for it. Does get a nice double kill on the spray down, but they're going to go hunting. Oh, he re-peaks here. He's done a lot of damage to Bermilov. There's no way he stays alive, and he just didn't have the health for those fights, unfortunately. He does a lot of damage, but he does go down, and you can see the money here is not great for CYBERSHOKE, so Mouz and NXT should be able to lock in a 7.
They're force buying though. Round number 9, they kind of have to go for this, even though the last bonus is 2.9k. They're thinking it's still not enough. Lavicus found enough frags there in the end to have that kill bonus to be able to buy up the A1S. Again, no defuse kit, not even on Lavicus. But this time around, they're playing aggro, so I don't really mind it. This is the one exception. When they're going in aggressive, when they're trying to end off the round as quickly as possible, just seeing how many guns they can get out, or what sort of advantage they can get, I don't mind not having a defuse kit. Down on middle though, Mouz trying to peek on in with the boost. MP9 is going to spot one out. Bermilov playing the op down here onto ramp. We need to focus down on mid. We do have ourselves Notineki trying to defend. Smoke and flash coming down to Khan, and up into B we have another player as well out here for CYBERSHOKE. And yeah, look at how vocal PR is on the webcam, right? So he's getting a lot of calls in, and look at that. Syra finds 2, TMB trades. Notineki still out here, and the MP9 is sufficient as he finds 2. AK picked up, and now it's PR and Bermilov versus Notineki and Stinix. 11 HP on the AK. Stinix going through middle is going to pick up an AK himself. And Bermilov just holding down the corner, holding down the angle. Wide peak comes in. Stinix doesn't connect.
Yeah, Notineki doesn't want to give the AK up either. It was the full force coming through from CYBERSHOKE. The round hasn't worked out. That means they're going to have to save in the next. And Mouz and NXT take a commanding lead here on their map pick in pursuit of that third map. They want to see the light of day on Ancient. And we've kind of... Well, I've got them down as favorites on Ancient. So if we do go the distance, then I think they'll feel pretty damn good about their opportunity to close the series out and book themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. Remember, this is the playoffs, guys. Just like I said, there's everything on the line right now for these two teams.
Yep. Back before this one, we got to see ourselves another best of 3 go the whole distance. And Cilio taking down Permita. Going up. And now we need 2 more here for the day. Between Mouz NXT and CYBERSHOKE, and after this, Gamer Legion and Aurora Youngbloods. That's gonna be a game too. It's just sad that we instantly get baked out of the competition. They were definitely favorites at least for the semifinals.
I feel like CYBERSHOKE have just become regular CCT playoff contenders. Like, what's the deepest run we've seen out of them in CCT so far?
Let me check as you take a look on over to this round, because apparently it's a little bit explosive.
It's another full investment coming through from CYBERSHOKE. They're just going to keep forcing up until the end of the half. It's a great opportunity for Mouz and NXT to actually just bury the game in the first half here and go up 10-2. Sierra is ahead of the utility. That's caught Fenneman completely off guard. This is a big kill out of Notineki. Desperately required that, but there's a snake in the grass. Natew's been able to lurk his way around or flank his way around through mid undetected. And that's going to force Lavicus forward. He just has no idea where the pressure's coming through from right now. It will be Bermilov. Natew's unlocked the round, but he hasn't finished off the job. Sierra and Bermilov in a 2 versus 2. They've got time on their side here up against the AK and the MP9. It's a pretty level, pretty even battle right now here in the 2v2. Low health on Sierra, evened out by the weaker weapon on Stinix.
Moving on in. 20 seconds, the bomb is going to turn it up to 40, surely. Stinix only on an MP9. Don't think he'll be able to deny anything here. As there you go. That is going to be one coming through from the MP9. Notineki flanked around right now. This is great timing for Syra. He gets checked, however. And this is the 3rd on the board here for CYBERSHOKE, trying to at least mount up a 7-5.
Oh my, that's such an important force buy win for them. Like I was saying, if you're Mouz NXT, you wouldn't actually be too upset that you've ended up in the situation where you're going to keep playing against force buys, because although you won't have any quote-unquote easy rounds, you're going to have easier rounds than what a gun round would be. Unfortunately, they just can't keep it together there against that force, and CYBERSHOKE will breathe a huge sigh of relief that they've been able to win the round, because now they're still in contention. If they can make it 7-5, I'd say that's like pretty much 50-50 going into the second half. Both teams favor the T side on this map. If Mouz NXT can get an 8, then I give them a significant edge. And a lot of it is reliance on this investment here, because if they lose this, they don't have any money. So, let's see if they can make it work.
Let's see indeed. So far, ooh, there you go. PR finds himself off into the first. It's going to be a Tech 9 trying to run it down. Mouz, hello. Put the brakes on for a second. CYBERSHOKE getting overwhelmed there. Novicus falls down to 13 on the other side of the map as well. Has to play in together with Venom, as Notineki's been left all by his lonesome onto this B-bomb site. Mouz taking a great deal of care right now to keep up their manpower advantage. They're just waiting for this exec. Can Notineki barrel through it? Can he hold on? Incendiary down for Pillar. One on down towards Default as well. For Headshot, here comes the execution, and the MP9 is the first one in TMB. Can he find this rifle? Can he shut Notineki down? Doesn't look like it for now. Plays server side again. Goes into Generator. Down to Pillar. He shuts down Syra. Waiting for the rotate to happen. The bomb has been planted as well. I thought they heard them tap it, but apparently the rotate was still late coming through from Phenomen. And Notineki finds the second one as well. Notineki is getting them back into this game, back into this round. The AWP has been taken down as well. Notineki, this is wonderful. And you just need a defuse. You've got a defuse kit on you as well. Time to get away. MP9 spotted. TMB is going to fall down. And that's a quad kill and a big hold from Notineki.
Yeah, I can't believe how he's able to find so much impact there. I mean, a lot of unnecessary fights, it feels like, being taken up by Mouz NXT in that post plant. Never once was there any trade potential. This first frag comes through, there's no immediate response. Then he's able to take a fight here as well. Given up by PR, no immediate response. This kill is the most impressive out of the lot. It just wide swings into the scope of Bermilov. Just proving to be an unstoppable force in that retake there. Mouz NXT, certainly movable objects, and it is going to be the last round of the first half.
So I've been checking out CYBERSHOKE's recent events as well up until now. Let's see this eco start to run through here though. First, Nature's gonna fall. Bermilov trades one out. Phenomen easy frag there onto PR. And now we go back to B. Stinix ready to deny. AK and Deagle left remaining onto TMB and Bermilov. But they've made their way ahead here, and now they're trying to play for retake CYBERSHOKE in the last round of the first half here. That's gonna be the AK gone and dusted with as well. Fell off a cliff, fell off a roof. Bermilov, last man standing. Don't think he has too many chances into this one, but he'll try his best, of course. Maybe they line up for him. 35 bullets, remember, on that Galil, so he can spam and pray as much as he wants to. But he's not going to be able to do it for a while there. Okay, so as I was saying, 7-5 split out here for the side of Mouz. Yet the last 3 rounds went the way of CYBERSHOKE. Pistol round's going to be important. Their last recent events that they joined up, especially into the CCT, round of 16 is the deepest they got. They lost against Paravision on the last one, and before that they didn't reach playoffs. They always came through from the close qualifier, so that's why we got to see so much of CYBERSHOKE. But before that, we didn't get to see any CYBERSHOKE.
Okay, well, here's a chance for them to go one step further than their previous best, right?
Yeah.
They win this map here 2-0, into the quarterfinals they go. So prime opportunity indeed, and they can get things off in the right direction if they can win this pistol round here. They're not discreet in their approach. It's just one player who made noise, and everybody else is shift walking. Mouz NXT though, they are still pretty certain that this is indeed going to be the A so they've rotated almost everybody across. Sierra nearly catches them in transition while they're throwing utility, but doesn't actually work out for him. And now CYBERSHOKE look to try and take control. Sierra is not going to sit back though, just charging around the smoke grenades. Continues to find frags. He's just a menace, man.
Oh yeah. Yes, he is. Look at this. PR as well. Only good for one. Phenomen trades him out, actually. And the bomb is going to be planted. However, Mouz still win out this round, and now they go 3 for 4 in the pistols. As Fenomen, wait a moment, wait a second, 9 HP, Fenomen's getting pushed, okay. Thought for a second that he'd be able to find a third there as well, and perhaps connect onto the last one as he was jumping in, but that was very hopeful of me for PR.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fenomen for a second there looked like he was going to go crazy after he got the reload off. I was nervous. I was a little bit nervous there for Mouz NXT, but they do get across the line in the pistol. Zero with some crazy impact, just flying around the bomb site like an F1 race car.
Yeah,
that
look at
means
this.
It's 8-5.
Either way, even 8 to 5 here. The force buy is always going to come through after the bomb. So, CYBERSHOKE, they could still in theory bring it back to 8 to 8 here if they win this one. It's a very real possibility. Levantino running on in, spots them both out, shuts down TMB. Syra allowed to live. The boy who did live, Fenomen here. Asked for a boost, I think. Maybe they want to go in for the triple boost. Speaking of boosts,
Oh, boost on boost.
there's a flash. Oh my goodness.
No. Vermilov's flash is the flash that wins the round, because everybody gets blinded, but the T's are more blind. And so once Siri gets boosted up, there's just 2 players for free.
No, Taneki peeks on in. Maybe it's not over just yet. Vermilov still the first one to fall out here. The bomb, pretty tough to get it back, actually. And A2 on the SMG is going to fall down as well. 2v2 remaining. And you've got yourself the bomb picked up now. I thought it was down on Ivy. That's why I said thought it was pretty hard to get. Apparently not the case. Slavicus. Think they do actually call out for the B push here in the end. 30 seconds. They're not allowed to make noise. And they will have the time to rotate as well. Has Syra heard this? He hasn't. This is perfect for CYBERSHOKE right now. The flash definitely heard there. A1S coming right back around. PR pulling out the flash. Syra looking for his ace. And he's not going to get it. Headshot connects onto Syra. They're forced back away now. 7 HP onto Notineki. But he does not give one single damn. Lavicus finds the last one. And this is CYBERSHOKE's round written all over it. What was that? A 2v3? A 2v4?
Yeah, we've got CYBERSHOKE on the T side, and then we've got CYBERSHOKE with Mouz NXT, because they've just choked online here in this round. I don't know. How do you lose from here? After those 2 kills come through, you'd imagine that's just round over. But Lavicus and Notineki combined played off of each other really well there. What a duo.
With the power of friendship. There you go. Attack pause coming through now. Tub is finally going to get a couple of wards out. First time in this best of 3, I'm pretty sure. And they are not allowed to give this momentum up. They're not allowed to let CYBERSHOKE make the comeback. Because if that happens, the whole best of 3 is over. They're out of it. I don't know, maybe... Do you think they're feeling the pressure right now? It's a playoffs game, yet everyone looks to be quite chill about it. Which is...
I don't think it's... I think it's also just the lack of experience with this 5, and like I said, because it's the IGL that they've had to replace it's such a massive shake-up in the team, in the systems, your protocols, and it's going to take time, right? And they haven't actually announced their 5th yet, so we don't know how permanent TMB actually is yet.
Yeah, they were trialing Buzz.
Stand-in.
They were trialing Buzz before this one map, so pretty interesting to see as well how they're kind of searching for IGLs right now. And there you go. Those are some clean kills. Another nade could be sent towards Lavicus, but the one guy that had the nade just fell. Mac 10 picks up the kill bonus, and that is a flawless round coming through out here on the eco for the CT side. So everyone's happy. Out here for CYBERSHOKE, they managed to bring it back to 8 to 7. And 8-8 as well. They actually did go. Was that an eco or was that a force buy? I didn't check the cash as the round started. That was a force buy, right?
Force from Mouz NXT. They spent all their money, and it means that now 8-8 is looking highly likely. That's what you mentioned coming into that that force buy round for CYBERSHOKE. You said if they could win that one, then 8-all would be a potential outcome. And I was thinking, well, yeah, but now it's 4 versus 2 in that round, so there's no way that's going to happen. Anyway, it's where we're almost certainly going to finish up now. It's just USPs and a 5-7 between them and that 8-all scoreline. And then Mouz NXT will be feeling the pressure. And because they are just a recently formed unit after having brought TMB in, they can't withstand as much pressure as they used to be able to.
I mean, Kristen had a very dynamic way of calling as well, right? He was very on-the-fly kind of guy for Mouz because that was what was working. And he knew all the players because he was raised up alongside them, right? Especially Nathan and Syra, PR as well. Like, that was the core you always kind of knew for Mouz NXT as of the last couple of months. So the fact he got poached on over and now they have to completely change up the way that they talk between themselves as well. Because, again, I feel like Risen was that type of kind of glue guy that kind of Alexi is out for Na'Vi for how stoic he was, but also being able to call really, really fast. I don't know, it was definitely Mouz NXT specific. And now that they changed that, it's going to be interesting to see how they'll adapt.
Terrorists win. Are you concerned for Mouz NXT here?
I don't know. I feel like it's another one of those iterations where Tobiz brings up these really talented players. And at the end of the day, they're all going to go their separate ways. They're never going to stay out here with Mouz NXT for a long while. They got Burmilov in, and that was the moment I thought, okay, they're starting to try to have a more like connected roster to keep it going for a while. And that change with Krisen definitely just kind of made me waver a little bit in what they were planning in for this entire year. But anyways, another round, another time to be looking alive. We'll be talking about that a little bit later as Lovicus already finds the first reload down to Sandbags. Levantino catches it off guard. Again, the aggressive nature of Levantino catching Mouz NXT by surprise. PR good for one, traded by Notineki. The bomb is going to be headed in towards the second bomb site here on Vertigo on the Sky Rises as Syra tried his luck there, went in from heaven, tried to be fast again. Almost succeeded as well. Plays down to server side and wants to peek on into the side. And oh, look at that. Fenomen on the timing finds one and the second. Great shots coming through from Fenomen.
He's feeling it.
Oh, yes, he's
feeling it after that double mana. Why wouldn't he be either in towards the corner, the back of the bomb site? He thrives. Great stuff out of CYBERSHOKE. Good decision there to pivot back in towards that B bomb site as quickly as they do. I thought Stinix was maybe slightly ahead of his teammates there. Once he goes down to PR, it's not like the trade's able to come through immediately afterwards, but I don't know exactly who it was. Was it not Taneki who swings afterwards and does get that kill? I mean, CYBERSHOKE get a lead. Sierra desperately wanted to commit to that retake there. They were down by a man. They went all in. Didn't work out for them, and it means now they have to eco. Of course, max round loss bonus means they've got a few extra pieces to work with, some upgraded guns, but it's still CYBERSHOKE who are in control right now, but they need to proceed with caution here in this round.
AK picked up, Syra wants to peek in, and he does so indeed, finds Fenomen as well. Lovic is good on the trade, but it was a little late, as here comes the eco, and the nade is beautiful as well. Nade 2, oh my goodness. Brings it towards the closing line here for Mouz. Stinix timing. Oh my goodness, he hasn't seen him. PR gets spotted. That could have been even deadlier.
Someone told him. I think someone specking Stinix might have spotted that, and that's why he goes back.
Probably. Either way, that was an amazing call, because if Stinix fell down there,
Notineki on 26 HP in a 1v2, surely they go for that. Now, he's just an AK save coming through from an A2, and that's the end of the round. And this is exactly what Tobiz was fearing as well, right? Allowing CYBERSHOKE to make the comeback real. Now they've done it. Even if they had the advantage, now it's double digits for the T side. Going back on that question, do you feel a little bit concerned out here for Mouz NXT? I mean, it is an academy team after all.
Okay, but I'm talking about in terms of this game. not Mouz
Yeah,
NXT
yeah.
at large as the team. I'm certainly not concerned about the team in general. I'm certainly concerned about them here right now in this game on Vertigo. They were in control, 8-5 up at one point. They've lost 5 in a row since then. They will have another full investment here, but if they lose this round, then you can almost write Vertigo off. I suppose at least they'll have a little bit of residual cash, so it's not like it's completely game over, but they need to get themselves back into it. Like you were saying though, as an academy team, you're always going to have to get used to losing pieces and parts of your roster. Whether it's your AWPer, your star player, your anchor, your IGL, you know, it is an academy team, so it's never going to be the final destination for a player in his career, a team that he joins. It's a stepping stone. And it's been a very successful stepping stone for a lot of players, has Mouz NXT. Arguably the most successful academy project in the existence of Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'd love to agree, and I do agree. But looking at this round, we haven't really spoken about him. A bit of an unsung hero for this Vertigo. No Tadeki, 17-7. Right, he's been having so much impact throughout these rounds, even in that last one, being able to trade back widely and wing out the round. He is going to be going off of Levantino's calls a lot of time when he goes in aggressive on the entries, just trying to clean up. Speaking of Levantino, has fallen down on middle now. And Syra, sure, he's on 19 HP. The AWP just needs one singular bit of hit point to actually pull that trigger. Love backs away. And look at that as well. Lavicus is the next one to fall. They're trying to enter up into the safe side, but this is the one round. CYBERSHOKE kind of going one by one. Phenomen just playing the trigger discipline. This is beautiful, but he's found one. Looks in for the second. Didn't spot him on CT. Looks down on Catwalk. Needs more out here for this round to make it happen. And he's done it. He's found the second. Phenomen, how many more can you find, Phenomen? That's beautiful. Already on the triple. Can you find the fourth and the fifth? They're down on connector, and they're trying to push you. No, Tadeki's helping. And right now, this is the end of the line for Mouz NXT. Phenomen, what a beautiful sequence into that one.
He's a beast. He is looking red hot right now. I can't believe how CYBERSHOKE have bailed themselves out of that round. Phenomen was the live wire. There were so many different areas that he had to try and cover, and you could just see his crosshair being flicked left, right, and center. And then he takes down names in the process. Very quick reactions from him. Some great shooting. And it will be CYBERSHOKE getting themselves up to 11. Mouz NXT only just able to afford some favorable weapons coming into this round, but they're very light on util and they've got no kits.
Again, and that util is going to be going into the early round, but PR, okay. Brings back the game in favor of Mouz. They've been over-aggressing a little bit, I'd say, especially seeing as Levantino's always trying to be the first man there, always trying to put in the pressure, put in the salt to the wound, and I feel like PR and Syra are trying to match that, and finally it's paid off. Double kill coming through out here, down on stairs. CYBERSHOKE still going in that direction.
Back to the scene of the crime, as I like to say. It's just PR who's here right now. So if they can get a kill on PR without anything being traded, yeah, that would certainly get them back into the round. Surely not though, right? Surely this is Mouz NXT's every single day of the week.
They just contact in, nothing, dry peeking. PR finds the third and saves the day out here, the round for Mouz NXT. Because if he were to fall down indeed, it would have been a quite tough retake. But they're just running away surely right now. No Taneki, Phenomen playing for the exit frags as they realize this round is really tough to deal with. And a big nade as well. Definitely gonna force them back now. There it is. Phenomen's gonna fall as well. If they don't find a single frag here, this is bad for CYBERSHOKE actually. Even though they have a lot of cash, everybody's gonna stay over. Flawless round coming through from Mouz NXT. And now they can get back into their own game as well. It's their own map pick, remember here, Hayes.
Exactly that. It had to happen then and there, and it does. But that's just the first of a few steps required here to get across the line, especially if it's going to be in regulation. They have to win out all 3 rounds left remaining. CYBERSHOKE need 2. They would be happy with overtime at the bare minimum, though. I'll tell you that much for free.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if it's possible. Because remember, CYBERSHOKE just need 1 lucky round and they managed to hit themselves on over 2 assured map point. And match point as well. It's round number 21. And a lot of util invested off the bat here for Mouz. They did have the full buy though, so they are allowed to do that. Levantino again goes for it, finally traded by Bermilov. That's his first kill in like 4 to 5 rounds, by the way, for Bermilov. TMB quick and ready to disband the push there for the ramp players as well. And now Stinix just needs to make a good stunt out here towards B, towards B, but no Tineki. Only man standing out here waiting for Fenomen to push. If he jumps, he's dead. PR checks him and finds him as well. It's double digits on the board here, Matt. 4 Mouz, and they're bringing it straight on back.
Oh, PR's just been mega in these past 2 rounds over towards the B bomb site, man. Locking it down in a big way. And that will be Mouz and NXT, as you say, getting themselves up to double digits and fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves here in the map on Vertigo. Their pick. They want to see Ancient. And I think we're going to get there, you know.
I think we might. It's not looking impossible. But yet still, Hero AK time to be coming through for Stinix out of all people, which is interesting. I think he had the most cash, but either way, he's going to try his luck down here towards B, and another beautiful flash and peek coming through from PR and A2. They've been holding down that B bomb site with an iron fist, ruling over it. And CYBERSHOKE, they've lost their main rifle, no one to pick it up either. They're trying to head on over in towards A. Ram players spotted, but not taken care of just yet. 1-for-1 trade, and the P250 is good for the IGL too. AWP spotted out Levantino as well, but the Tech-9 succeeds in catching him off, and this is already a good eco round, taking down 3 guns, but the cash is not a talking point anymore, as Mouz and NXT have more than enough to try to close this out. It's 11-11. Matt, whoever finds this next round is securing match point. Map point.
Yeah, that's a good point. If it's CYBERSHOKE, it is match point. So that is the situation we're faced with right now. They will have a full investment. It's going to be rifles across the board, but it doesn't look great in terms of util. Very light on Stinix in particular. Mouz and NXT have everything that they could hope for here. Can they get themselves up to map point? They've got some momentum. They've got some wind in their sails. Something they haven't had for a while here on Vertigo.
Oh, he's gonna do it again, isn't he? Oh, he's very close. No, Levantino fell down again. Stinix the next one up. PR is never gonna be stopped. This guy, 21-15. A couple of rounds ago, he barely had 16 kills, I think. 15. Notineki, Fenomen, Lovicus right now trying to deal with that beast. Finally put him to rest. But there's 4 more where that came from. Trying to gain up onto the site. They have to play this one slowly. They have to fake it out here so that Mouz think they're going to back away to A. But look at this. The rotation already came through. You've got 3 players holding down the B-bomb site here. Execute is there. Do they peek off of it? Of course they do. There's the flash and there's the kill as well. Second connected by Notineki. This is the way that CYBERSHOKE wanted to get back into this game. 2v3 and TMB still does it. Finds 2 and now all that's left is Bermilov, and he whiffs out the first shot. That's huge. Finds the second though, and a 1v1 remaining. Notineki versus Bermilov. A single USP to the head. Manages to connect on the kill and wins out the round. That is gonna be map point for Mouz NXT off the back of Bermilov. And look at that smile given to the webcam as well. Definitely deserves it.
What a sick round coming through from Bermilov there to finish it off in the 1 versus 2, man. I mean, he missed the first shot because the player just crouches underneath his scope, and I thought from there CYBERSHOKE probably just looked to try and get onto the sites and plant, but they give up another gunfight, and well, then we do see a capitalization coming through from Bermilov. Great round out of PR. I mean, he does slightly overextend there after he gets those first 2 kills initially. CYBERSHOKE nearly recover, but their efforts in vain, and now they have to force overtime.
Ooh, and it's looking tougher and tougher to do that, especially with this buy. PR is just not going to be stopped. Look at this guy go. He already finds another down to 3 HP, and he doesn't care. He's still alive. He's going to be looking in for just at least 1 kill more. But it doesn't matter. They're backed away. CYBERSHOKE lost the man advantage. They've left Levantino out here to try to fake into the B-bomb site. Big rotate as well. But they need to go into A right now to be able to actually capitalize on this. And if you got 2 players onto middle, this is going to be a bloodbath here, Matt.
He's so good for Mouz NXT to just finish off the job here. All of these rounds coming consecutively as well. CYBERSHOKE on the brink. It was 11-9. Leventino gets a good kill back, and oh my god, it actually looks like they're going to blow the door wide open on the round. All of a sudden, overtime comes into our minds once again. 3 versus 4. Oh, TMB's got the timing on Leventino. Leventino's just never expecting re-aggression from the CTs.
If he didn't kill him, he could have called out B at least for stairs clear. Everybody could have been there, could have taken a different position, and at least found the double. But either way, this is good as well. Makes it a 3-on-3.
He's alone on this B bomb side though. 15 seconds left. They know a push has to come through. And the moment he sees that Molotov, he has to call it out. Saw one, and now they know they have to rotate. That's TMB finding the double, even through the flash, and basically winning off this game because of it. 5 seconds, no time to plant. And that is the end here, Hayes. There you have yourselves 13-11. That Mouz somehow managed to climb their way back into. And onto the driving seat they go as we head on over to third map.
Oh, wow, what a recovery from Mouz NXT. It was looking like they were down and out at one point, but they come alive when it matters the most, and they will be able to finish the job in regulation. That's even more impressive, man. Once they get the ball rolling, it's impossible for CYBERSHOKE to stop them. We always knew Vertigo was going to be tough for CYBERSHOKE, and they do fall short. That means we're going to require a third, but before that, it's the big brain of Pop.
I do appreciate it, Hayes, as we're getting, you know, some replays here of what just happened, and what an insane second map to have here in this best of 3. I mean, we kind of had the similar to the same map. It was Mouz NXT to start off well, and CYBERSHOKE, surely they won the first buy round, but Mouz NXT, they were looking just so good on that T side, and they got a huge streak going up until CYBERSHOKE said, okay, let's start fighting back. And when they start fighting back, they're doing it well, right? Because they were, you know, slowly coming back into this one. Mouz NXT, they were able to shut them down a little bit, but not for long, as the first half did end up in a 7-5 lead for Mouz NXT, and he was looking good, right? Even after Mouz NXT win the CT side pistol, it was looking like they got it in the bag, and we're just gonna quickly get to see the third map. That wasn't the case though, because the fourth buy of CYBERSHOKE was the moment that put them back into this game. And it looked like, for a pretty long period of time, it looked like that half buy, or rather force buy eco win will be the one that gets them to the map win. But with all of the plays that we saw at a CYBERSHOKE, we saw that play from Phenomen in a 3v5 in round 19. He's able to get a triple kill and to completely overthrow Mouz NXT from that A site. All of a sudden, everything stops for them. Nothing works out anymore, and I think one of the main reasons why things were not really going for CYBERSHOKE, they were so focused on that B, on those B plays. They kept on going towards B, try and get into B, let's try and, you know, get the round here. But PR was there. PR was such a massive part of the play of Mouz NXT. He kept on getting multi-kills, and CYBERSHOKE, they were just throwing themselves at him for no really apparent reason, right? Most of the rounds that they got, or a majority of the rounds that they got, were on the A site, and they just completely abandoned it. I think it didn't work out for like a round or two, and they're like, okay, let's just try B. And then they went to B, PR shuts them down. They go again, PR shuts them down. For a third time, PR takes down 2. Okay, he is eliminated right after, but they still win the round. What are they gonna do in the 4th round? Go towards B again. And guess who's there? PR, waiting for them. So I don't know what happened there. I think we're just very, very much focused on those B plays, and didn't, or disregarded the fact that PR was such a cold-blooded killer on that site, and he kept shutting them down completely. And CYBERSHOKE, even though they were up 11-9 up until then, you know, and right after, nothing worked out anymore. They were completely dominated by Mouz NXT for the remainder of the rounds in regulation, and it ends as a 13-11 game for Mouz NXT. One that looked like CYBERSHOKE got in the bag, and it ends as a 2-0, is going to require a third map as well. Now, for that third map, you know, it is going to be Ancient, and it is looking pretty good for Mouz NXT in terms of win rate, but for CYBERSHOKE,
it's not a bad map at all. I mean, it is considerably better than Vertigo in that regard. They're on 50% win rate on Ancient, so it should make for a very, very interesting decider. But yeah, that's probably going to be about it with the highlights from Vertigo. We do have some more kills on the screen here, but it's in the second half, as you can see, it's the majority of the kills are just PR completely dominating CYBERSHOKE, and this is the moment where it all started going badly for CYBERSHOKE. They kept trying to push into the sites, but Mouz and NXT were ready for everything because they were finding the confidence because of what PR was doing and how he kept shutting them down. That's how they find their confidence, saying, you know, if he can take down 2 or 3 players every single round, why couldn't we just eliminate every single player from the side of CYBERSHOKE? So that's about it with Vertigo. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, it is the decider between Mouz and NXT and CYBERSHOKE to see who's gonna survive in the playoffs and who's gonna be eliminated. We'll be right back.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
And we are back, getting ready for the final map of the best of three. Hayes was saying something about predictions. I even forgot what my prediction is, but surely it didn't come to fruition because I went with a 2-0 and there's no 2-0s for us today, so...
2-0 Mouz NXT, Pop, I'll help you. I'll remind you of your prediction there.
Oh god, that was, yeah, I was very inspired with it. But, you know, we're gonna get to see the third map. Don't mind the predictions. It's only friendly, you know. It doesn't matter who wins or who loses. It's all about
There's
having
the one guy
fun.
who's out of contention. Atro and I are still in the race right now. But you're right, no true predictions. They mean nothing. Totally agree.
Yeah,
I
it's
need
fine. They're not
something,
real.
you know, I need a cushion to fall off on, and I hope
enough.
that's a good one. But
Listen,
yeah,
you're
no.
the host, mate. You're in control, so you get to say whatever you want, and we just have to follow.
Yeah.
So there we go.
There we go.
follow
So
the sheep.
then yeah, I have the most points. You guys lose. There it is. I said it
Damn.
as the host. Well, as I am the host, I do have to ask you guys here on Vertigo, CYBERSHOKE. We're so close to being able to close out this map, but in the end, Mouz NXT were able to pull it back. And you know, I was going on a tangent about PR just being the staple of the defense, but was only PR involved in all of that, or was it? I know it sounds weird. If I ask, was it a team effort? Because of course it was a team effort. But was PR the biggest playmaker, or was it something else in the defense of Mouz NXT? You guys think?
For me, we had a little bit of a talk about that in the pregame before we actually started this, which was that Natu was absolutely popping off on those flashes. I feel like he was a bit of an unsung hero there because in a lot of retakes, especially for PR, when he was managing to find all of those frags into the second half, it was off the back of Natu, flashing him in, allowing him to gain space, and always being ready to trade as well. Syra had a little bit of a bad game, but just in general, I feel like that duo of Natu and PR really stabilized the whole game there for Mouz.
Yeah, PR for me was the hero, absolutely. I mean, I can't believe how much impact he was actually able to achieve over towards the B-bomb side of the map there by himself as well. So many multi-kills. You could just see how confident he was. He would get a kill, he'd move forward, get another kill, move forward, eventually maybe get traded out, but always doing so much damage before he died. So yeah, PR was just fantastic on Vertigo, especially second half.
Yeah, no, I was looking over and he was on basically 0 KD. He was an 8-8 in the first half, but in the second one, he got up to 14-8, 1.71 rating. Just a very impressive performance there out of PR. And as now we're going to be looking over to Ancient.
And that's your anchor.
Yeah, as well. He was just a perfect anchor for that B site. And now for Ancient, 77% win rate for Mouz NXT, 50% for CYBERSHOKE, and Mouz NXT, they are looking very hard on this one. I mean, they got a very close shave against Fnatic, while as you look on the other side, and CYBERSHOKE, sure, they won against Young Ninjas, against Monty Gen, but they also played against Fnatic, and it was a pretty harsh loss for them. What do we think about this Ancient? Is CYBERSHOKE able to not only overcome Mouz NXT, but also overcome the fact that they were not able to close out Vertigo? What do you guys think?
Personally, I want to go on a little bit of a tangent, so Hayes, you can take this one away, and I think I'll have a bit more time after we get in game.
Well, that is, yeah, actually just going to be moving forward. Yeah, thank you, Pop. Once again,
cheers, mate.
We will see you on the flip side.
Good luck.
As we will be jumping into Ancients as the third and final map. Now, what do we expect here? CYBERSHOKE. I've still got them as the underdogs. I've still got them as the team who should struggle here. After I'm backing Mouz NXT. I'm sticking with my prediction. Well, I went with a 2-1 prediction for Mouz NXT.
Yeah.
How can I abandon that now?
I went with my 2-1 for CYBERSHOKE, so my prediction right now is still able to come to fruition, very much so. However, the city side is already being deterred by, well, Mouz NXT right now, just pushing on over into the B-bomb side, planning away that bomb. Stinix being able to probably find a frag. There we go, and a very nice tap coming through from Phenomen leaves us in a 3v2. One in from ramp, one in from behind on CCT, who hasn't shot a single shot yet. PR is definitely flanking this one away. Can he manage to find more than one here? As the last player onto ramp has been spotted out as well. TMB out, and now they're checking behind. Defuse goes through, and CYBERSHOKE win out the pistol.
Yeah, really
so
good decision making there. I like that Stinix actually just jumps and makes sure he's fully tucked in behind the pillar. Even though he knows there's a fight being taken ramp, he's trusting his teammates to get that kill, and then he knows he's got them, he's covered by them immediately afterwards, right? Had he been defusing like slightly out in the open, then yeah, that the player flanking around would have got that kill, right? So there we go. It is going to be CYBERSHOKE who open up with the pistol, despite Mouz NXT's successful entry kills.
Yeah, and this is something that I wanted to mention offline tangents. It was the fact that they still have Levantino on the side here, on the side of CYBERSHOKE, and he's been very aggressive. So this is actually going to be allowing them to not only be able to pull through in a lot of big manners here for their city side, but it's also going to be such a good advantage to have on that T side, right? Onto Ancient, it's become more of an even-sided map, much more so than before. And the T's are actually going to be rewarded if they have a good execute and they have a very aggressive entry flagger like Levantino. So I think that works out wonders, and right now we're just going to get to see the shutdown coming through out here for Mouz. They're going to be able to find one. Bermilov looking for more as well. Stinix taking damage, and a single bullet is life or death here for Stinix and Notineki of the Dig. So they have to be careful. But yeah, they have Levantino. They still have Phenomen going through strong. Lovicus and Notineki had good games up until now too. And for Mouz, I would say that they still have PR as a great anchor once they move into that CT side. A is going to be fully secured, I'm sure. And besides that, TMB hasn't been looking bad on the rifle either. I want to see a little bit more out of Bermilov actually, even though he's already pulled through quite a big amount here already for Mouz. I still think he can give even more. So yeah, those are kind of my expectations, and that was a crazy shot already to have, TMB. probably will be able to find the second one here as well, but Stinik doesn't go down, even though he's down to 21 HP. He still finds 2. Burmilov pushes him and doesn't connect on the Deagle, so that's Stinik's on a quad kill.
Oh my goodness, I was going to say, you were talking about players you wanted to see more out of. Stinix is one I wanted to see more out of, because on Vertigo, he just completely dropped off. We know he popped off on Anubis, right? He had some incredible rounds to help his team get across the line there, but on Vertigo, he just completely disappeared. And I was going to say, coming into Ancient, this is where I want to see him pitch up again, remind us what he's capable of, and that's a big round coming through from him. The fact that he stays alive there as well is very impressive, and well, it was always just an anti-eco for CYBERSHOKE, so it probably takes them a little bit more than what they would have liked to get across the line. It's now an investment from the T's, and they're just throwing themselves in towards mid right now. Sira, by himself initially, will get the double, but Levikas responds with 2 of his own.
Down mid, the pressure is still out here for CYBERSHOKE actually. Even though we do get to see this catwalk push coming through from PR, it's gonna get spotted by Lovikas, shuts him down, and 3v2 ensues. Bomb wants to go to the other side of the map, A completely open right now, and CYBERSHOKE, surely they realize, right? Natu, nor the bomb, nowhere to be seen. And if Lovikas actually peeks out here through middle, this is gonna be huge. Could find the bomb, can end off the round if he takes down Burmilov. Timing's everything. Natu, I like the space he's taking. This is good. But he still has to check for the bomb, and that is going to be Burmilov losing it away. Rotates immediately coming through, and now Natu is put on the spot. 1v3, and the bomb is so far away. Almost impossible scenario here for Natu.
Yeah, Levikas, well, a magician in this round here.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just the one who had able to save the day initially with his double kill, and then he shuts down the aggression from Ledge, gets himself a 4th. Surely no way back into this, like you say. Time ticking away for Natu. The bomb is in full control of the CT side. It's not even about trying to get a plant at this point. It's just about looking for the kills. And Levantino's kind of left Levikas slightly here, and oh, he's actually bypassed Levikas, and he's seen him on the jiggle. Continues to creep his way forward. The problem is the time. Even if he does, and he will get this kill on Levikas.
Get the knife,
he needs
get
to
the
try and
knife.
figure out where Levantino is. No, because he doesn't have the time to go for the knife. And that's exactly why Levantino is just headed for the hills. Good decision.
Doesn't have the time to go for the AA play either. Runs out of time anyways. If he had the knife there, more cash in the bank, could have dropped away an extra weapon, and that would have been it.
Yeah, but he's thinking he's thinking not long term like you are. He's thinking about, how can I win the round here? You know, what if Levantino was in the corner A main? Then
yeah,
it does
true,
get the
true.
gunfight,
You are
you know?
correct. Yeah. Makes much more sense. I was only thinking, again, it's because we have this foresight of being able to see where the players are. We have the X-rays. He was thinking he could find him into Temple, shut him down into main there really quickly, but yeah, couldn't get to see him. And Levantino played it right there as well, right? The moment you see that timer go below 10 seconds, you start running, booking it for the hills, right? So yeah, makes a bunch more sense than what I was thinking. Either way, I still think he could have gone in for the knife here. An extra weapon into the round definitely would have been nice, but there we go. 4-0. Done and dusted.
Could be. It's just about how many kills Mouz NXT can get before that.
He even sprayed out of this.
Oh wow, that is ridiculous. Levantino coming alive here, 4-2 right now, and he's got the AWP. He loves a gunfight. He just never shies away from a gunfight, does Levantino. One of the most aggressive ankles you'll watch at this level.
Now, Syra picks up the AK. And the Deagle looks in for his next victim. However, he's gonna find himself to be a victim. As Lovikas comes around. There it is.
You must be feeling pretty good off the back of the start here. Your prediction is looking
Yeah.
healthy. And think about how Mouz NXT had those fantastic entry kills initially to get into the B bomb site and the pistol, and then it fell apart after that. Could be a completely different start to the half here if they just finished off that that pistol. Now they're still in pursuit of their first round.
Okay. Well, AWP again in the hands of Burmilov. Could be a change up. Lovikas moves in here for a better position on middle. And he did have no Tineki right behind him. They find the frag onto Syra. And again, B is going to be attempted here by Mouz. Nothing's really worked on the extremities. They haven't tried to take mid control yet. And for a good reason. I mean, And right now, still, even on the extremities, they're getting absolutely battered and bruised. Nade could be connecting onto Natu. There it is, dead on pinpoint precision. And all that's left is Burmilov.
Yeah, this is obviously mission impossible for him. The bomb dropped in full control of the CT side. I think he might just try head for the heals and save his AWP, but Notaneki's already considering that. He's already in the back lines here, looking to deny exactly that. Ult coming through from the CT side here.
Thing is, he just needs to save here. Could bucket for the hills, but he doesn't know if he's being flanked or not. And actually going in to try to take out these guns is ambitious, but he also realizes the position he's set in. So, can't really save as much as he'd like to. He has to go in to try to trade out a couple of kills, and at the end of the day, he was always going to fall.
What a shot there from Levikas, mate. Just takes his head clean off his shoulders.
Oh yeah.
Mouz NXT, what they're thinking there is after they take that fight in towards mid initially, they see that there's two CYBERSHOKE players who are committed deep. They're thinking, okay, let's just try and make a move into B here. There's probably only one player B, right, on the site itself. Try isolate and overwhelm, but it doesn't work out according to plan. They get stopped at the top of ramp and rotations come through, they just get picked apart. So now they're going to have to eco. And CYBERSHOKE should guarantee themselves a level scoreline going into the second half at the bare minimum here. That in the least amount of rounds possible to get to that point as well. So they've had a wonderful start here to this decider.
They have indeed. Okay. Well, Mouz, how comfortable was TMB before calling on Ancient? Because Ancient didn't change at all ever since his last stunt in a professional team. And I'm sure he's still been, like, actually calling even in pugs and stuff like that. Oh.
You know, in Copenhagen Wolves and Treasy, this definitely would have been a map they were playing, so I certainly expect him to be highly proficient at calling on this map and very experienced and used to it. Yeah, should be a strength of his.
Okay. Well, we definitely know he can shoot on it. We've already seen it. TMB finds two off the bat here into the Seco immediately. Flash comes over, Lovikus still checks into ramp, and now this is good actually for Mouz as they're able to get a little bit of space down towards cave. Lovikus, don't think he expects this coming through from TMB. A2 also holding down the line, this is great. The Frenchman finds himself off to another frag. And look at the limited HP you've gotten to A2 and Burmilov, however, Phenomen is on the AWP. So he can't really deny this easily. I like the fact he's holding in with that nade. He should be able to get Burmilov here as well, and he does before the bomb is planted, actually. AK in the hands of the IGL as well. It's up to Natu now to try to plant it. We'll be able to do so. Smoke and flash coming through. Oh, actually, that wasn't a smoke. Oh my goodness! Lightning God reaction speeds coming through from Notineki as he finds two here and wins off the round. That was a flick and a half.
Yeah, Natu just looked like he wasn't considering the fact that someone could be towards shorts at all there when he's falling off the pillar. He's just like crossing towards ramp, focused on the long player. So I guess he was just, you know, tunnel visioned at that point, and unfortunately he crosses for, you know, crosses the traffic, or crosses the road without checking for traffic, and he gets run over. And Notaneki inflicts the same treatment on TMB, who also swings onto the Ukrainian rifler. So there you have it. It is going to be a clean 6-0 start. Mouz NXT have got money to buy here, but they're running out of time to get off the runway. Need to get this campaign off the track, man. Off the tarmac.
Oh yeah. And they're... Right now, CYBERSHOKE are definitely calling in ambulances for Mouz NXT. Let's just see if they can bring back the life support or not into this Ancient. And that's a big nade onto Syra as well. Down to 15. Was that a leg shot actually? I think it was. Doesn't matter now. He's dead anyways. 4v5, TMB. That's an interesting spot for the info gap, but doesn't see anything there. And B, surprisingly open right now. Levantino, the only one holding and anchoring, and that is why Phenomen finds Burmilov, spotted out the bomb as well. But they back away. Look at this 4-man crunch down on middle, just for the bomb. They've let it pass. They're going down to the B bomb side, and now they're going to be playing retake. Levantino, he's into the position, gone Molotov'd off, smoked off as well. I don't think he cares. He's just moving through it. Look at this man go. He's into the side. He's always actually managed to find one with the help of Notineki there. They denied the bomb plant, and now it's all up to Natu. Where did that AK come from? We don't know. But now, Natu dead. 7 in a row here for CYBERSHOKE on the decider.
Pressure coming through from every angle onto Natu there. They were pushing from cave, ramp, long, and short, and he was in the middle of the lot of them. CYBERSHOKE just starting the round really well there, finding their kills initially. You know, locking down middle with numbers. They just took mid with force there. And then they commit to the flank quickly as well. So Mouz and NXT, I mean, they never even get the bomb plant. They realized that they had space towards B, but they were never really able to do much with it. Just haven't pitched up here on the decider at all, have Mouz and NXT. They were invited to the stage of the competition, and they're on the brink of being eliminated on their first outing.
Oh, round number 8 here. Mouz. Vermilov has to invest here, right? There you go. Could have been like a Deagle eco coming through for him, trying to save into the AWP. But at this point, it's 7-0. You have to put something on the board, otherwise it's bad. It's already looking quite bad for the Academy side. PR trying to gain up space out here into Jaguar. And this is just going to be the cold coming through from Stinix. They're playing this one slowly. Again, Mouz. It might be the way that TMB just trying to call this, trying to get an idea of how to go up against what CYBERSHOKE are putting down on the table. But call out attack little pause if you don't know what's going on, man. You've got 3 of them. We haven't seen a single one come through from the Academy. Tobis can definitely help.
Yeah, but it's his responsibility to ask them to call for a pause, right? Sure that they could also do it of their own accord, but either way, focusing up on the round here, Mouz and NXT have to find a way to make this one work. The rot is already setting in. It's about trying to limit the amount of damage it does here. And towards A, they go. Flash through the smoke is really good. Notineki, oh, I thought he was going to regain his vision in time. He just commits to the spray there. Doesn't get much at all. A little bit of damage, sure. But there is a response out of the CT side. A resurgence in the round. Mouz and NXT, they just can't catch a break, man.
Lavicus still thinks there's something in towards B right now. He's the solo anchor. Bermilov's going to plant away that bomb, and now he's allowed to rotate, actually check down on CT and try to take down the player that was spamming him. But right now, it's still going to be the 3v3, and look on down to this. Bermilov anticipated the push coming down from Temple. Stinix still alive, however, waits for his teammate to actually help him out, and Bermilov is a godsend right now for Mouz. Finally, manages to shut one down more. And even though he's down to 11, it is going to be Stinix to fall as well. Lavicus manages to trade one out, does have a defuse kit and a flash as well, but needs to take down 2 kills right now, and it's way too tough to deal with right here. He's going to be going in for it. PR spotted. The flash is there, and that's the round. There it is. 7-1. Finally, something they forced into, and Mouz get it.
Funny enough, that's the first time we've actually seen Mouz decide to go into the A-bomb side with numbers. First time they've done that, if I'm not mistaken, and it's the first round that they're going to win here as well. Worked out nicely. That flash through the smoke was the key to unlock the bomb side itself. They get that frag on Notineki, and then from there they're able to just use the numbers to trade their way throughout the rest of the round. The double player setup in Donut was perfect to close out the post plant. I think Notineki was just way too worried about somebody being on the flank. Oh, excuse me, Lavicus rather. Way too concerned about somebody coming through B, because they'd already been pressured red room by Natu, and I was thinking he should probably realize that Natu is actually the
whoa, Venoman.
Right? Either way.
Yeah, Natu is the lurker, but he's also the support player half the times, and Venoman is insane. Not only in the last round, he went in ultra aggro, opened up smokes and found kills. Now he goes in through a full Molotov, in from Catwalk, and manages to not find 1, but 2. This is amazing for Venoman. Syra, he had a big position as well out here. He lurked around into Temple, found Venoman, sure took him down. You don't have the Opper anymore into the ranks of CYBERSHOKE, but it's still going to be the 4v3. And they're back to A with the numbers advantages you were mentioning. Perhaps this round could work as well, but CYBERSHOKE are a bit better prepared for this round.
Yeah, they are. They've got the advantage, they've got the flank. They know exactly what's going on here right now. At least Mouz NXT, I think they can find a plant. Oh, Levikas, he doesn't actually go for the spam here. Oh, not Taneki. Nate, oh, that is the jewel. That should be the jewel that defines the outcome of the round here. I don't see how Sira and Bermilov can lock this down from being stuck in the bomb site and pressure mounting from every possible angle. They have to try and fight their way through, and that's exactly what they do.
They double peek down into Donut. It was a double 2v2 and they managed to win it out perfectly. Now they're winning on down. One from CT, one coming in from the flank, and it is going to be the timer running away with it as well. You don't have a smoke, but you do have a defuse kit, and now not even that anymore. So there's the round coming through. 2v4. Mouz NXT managed to hold on for dear life. And when you thought it wouldn't be possible to do it, that is exactly when they pull through with the round.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that was just really good composure there coming through from the two of them. As you say, working in conjunction to double peak Donut. They both win their respective duels, and then they both get a kill to round out the round from there. And that will be Mouz NXT coming alive here. In the 11th hour, just in time. They win this here 7-3, no money for the CT side 7-4. And we've completely forgotten what a strong start was for CYBERSHOKE at that point. And, oh, Sierra so close to doubling down on the entry.
Still Phenomen on the op though. Be ready. Sure, this is a force buy, but it can still get very, very deadly. Levantino, he's looking smug. He's looking like he's ready for this. No one down onto Jaguar, however. Stinik's already here. Onto the B-bomb site. You've got the bomb all ready to be planted by Nate2. And PR has a free kill out here onto Notineki for sure. Here comes the flash. Well, that was a smoke. Doesn't even matter. Still peeks on with it. Levantino loves that spray, man. Oh, and TMB spotted, taken down. I love the fact that all of CYBERSHOKE, every single one of these players are so snappy with their aim, right? They have their crosshairs in the middle of the site. They can instantly snap on down and find like 2 headshots in a burst. It's satisfying. It works. But it's 7-3 here, and Mouz, they found their rhythm.
They absolutely have, and like I said, it was still within time. You know, if they'd lost that round at the 8th round, that was the round that really kept them in it. And from there, they've been able to build themselves forward. A good 3-round streak coming through, and, well, a couple guns will be saved by the CT side, but I don't expect them to invest here, so there should be a 4th added to that tally. And even if they only get 4, they'd still back themselves, right? Because they were losing 7-0 at that point. All of a sudden, relatively speaking, 8-4 is a great halftime scoreline.
Oh yeah.
If all CYBERSHOKE get is 7 going into that second half, I think they'll feel a little bit aggrieved that they didn't get more.
Oh, 100%. And then it's CT side, Mouz NXT, right? Going into Ancient. This is not a map they hate. Remember, this is a map they're very favored on. 77% win rate coming through for Mouz. Sure, they don't have their usual Crizin making the shots, but Levantino doesn't spot out Vermilov in time. However, he finds them both as he runs in through double doors. Syra manages to trade, but does he think that was it? No, he sees Lavikus on the kill feed, so he must know that there is a rat in the rankings right now for CYBERSHOKE. That was huge, but it immediately traded. Levantino spotted. They know about him. And he's moving in through the smoke. Wow, okay. At what point does the aggression become too much? You know? But here we are. 2v2. And Phenomen, he's been a beast so far. 14-3. Only died 3 times. The 3 times they lost a round. If he dies here as well, it's a bad omen, but he's not going to be doing that. No, sir! He is not going to be falling. Look at him! And he knows what he's doing. There you have yourselves the 8th round on the board for CYBERSHOKE, and this man is a beast.
Yeah, like you highlight, he's gotten a heck of a lot of kills so far here in this first half, but those 2 arguably the most important. It's just ridiculous out of him. The wide swing there, because he knows there's that player in the corner and he can just force the fight. And he knows, as an AWPer, if I hit the shot, I'm always going to win that gunfight. Just backs himself. Supreme confidence. Kill comes through and he finishes off the job immediately afterwards. And now, I think, regardless, 8-4, or whether or not CYBERSHOKE do win this next round doesn't really change how much they feel about their return here, right? They're still going to be very happy with this first half.
Now, this could still be an 8-4, however, I do believe in the 9-3. We've seen it before all day today. And look at PR go. He's running for it. He's gunning for the kill, and he's found it too. Down onto the B-bomb side they go, but it's only the flanker. So now they haven't forced out enough manpower to necessitate for the full round call. And now they've spotted out the bomb towards A as well, I think. It is going to be up to Phenomen again to try to deny him from Temple. He doesn't get a single one, but it's going to be Notineki coming right back around, finding the double, looking for the third. Notineki saving the day once again here for CYBERSHOKE. And it's just a continuation of what was happening at the beginning of this ancient. CYBERSHOKE managed to find themselves over to the double beat. And it's 9-3. They need 4 more here, Matt. And it's over. It's done.
Masterclass, really. Only way to describe it. You had a CYBERSHOKE in complete control throughout the first 7 rounds, and they win the last 2 just to put the cherries on the top. And that means they're just 4 rounds away from getting themselves into the quarterfinal. That would be the deepest run we've seen from them so far in a CCT Season 2 competition.
Oh yeah.
And if they are able to get through to that quarterfinal, they'll play the winner between 3D Max and Sinners. So that's going to be a very tough game. I expect 3D Max to win that series. They're certainly one of the favorites here to go all the way, is the French team.
Well, we also expected Mouz and NXT to be able to win this one, right? And they got very close to losing it in 2-0 fashion too. So now they need a huge comeback, even bigger than the one before, to be able to pull this off. And it's already just the tap of the bomb and running away apparently. Okay.
There's no way they go A here. That would be the craziest thing ever. They pulled all rotations. Everybody from Mouz and NXT is on that B-bomb site right now, and they've just realized what's going on. I've never seen a team actually like get as far as planting the bomb and then decide to pivot to the opposite site. And they've gotten there in time. It was a perfect call.
And they had that idea from the beginning of the round. You saw how he went in, he tapped it, and he immediately ran out. Wow. What a call here from TMB. Not from TMB, here from... Who is the ideal? From CYBERSHOKE in general. Notineki finds another one, looking down to the side. It's going to be a 3v3, and that's Phenomen still going. The Doom cross there right now, pulling in clutch. TMB finds Stinix. It's a 2v1 still. The Glock is coming in to try to save the day, and he needs to deny PR, but now he stems away from it. And does he have the time to defuse? I think he might. And yes, he does.
Good decision making there from PR to actually just get off the defuse and help his teammates in the gunfight, because he could hear the push was coming through and he could just hear TMB missing those shots. So he's like, let me just get off this defuse right now, help him with the gunfight, and then we can finish it off. So yeah, good little play being made in the heat of the moment there from PR, and Mouz NXT win that vital pistol round. It's an impressive retake considering what a quick switch up it was there from the T side, but Mouz NXT are able to keep the round somewhat under control.
Yeah, I really like that. It's experimental for sure, but it almost worked, so you gotta give it up to them. Right now for CYBERSHOKE, I still have no idea who the IGL kind of is, even though I've seen so many games of them. Because Wikipedia doesn't tell me, and no one else has told me, so I'm just gonna be presuming off the amount of time that they've been on the team that it should be probably Lovicus. Well, actually, Phenomen is technically the oldest player out here in the team, with 1 year and a month on CYBERSHOKE.
I'm not actually entirely sure who it is, to be completely honest with you. It's a good question.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would wager Stinix.
I mean, I would too. I would too, but I've seen Stinix... I don't know, actually. That's interesting. Because Levantino is usually the anchor, right? And as an IGL...
He joined them most recently. He's never played in any pro teams, so I highly doubt he's the IGL.
No. I'm not saying that Levantino's the IGL, because usually he's entry fragging too. I'm just saying it's probably not him. Probably not Notineki, since his experience also isn't the greatest. I would wager for Phenomen or Stinix, yeah. we could be running into an
I
op
don't think
IGL
it's
here as
Venom.
well.
You don't see him talking much in the middle of the round when he's AWPing. It looks like he's normally pretty focused on his AWP itself. So yeah, it could be interesting to see. I think we've kind of boiled it down there. It has to be one of the two systems. Because either way, let's see. As we focus up in the second round of the first half, Leventina is going to end up on top of TMB. He could find a second. That would be the end of the round for the CT side if he does, but Bermilov will hold his own. Problem is, there's still a job to be done. CYBERSHOKE have shifted into this vacant A bomb site. And they should be able to find a plant here as well. It's not the safest plant, and Fenneman, oh, he has to get a move on to just try and keep his teammates alive, and he will find the frag on PR in time, and now they could go B if they wanted.
They could. Don't think that call is going to get made twice in a row, though. They saw it didn't work out the first time, and now they're playing it safe right now. Diffuse kit onto an A2, however, there's no smoke out here, so they have to go in blindly. They have to take out all of these frags, or have a player actually manage to step back and peel away here. Double peek into CT, and Bermilov still checks. Timing is everything. Stinix almost finds the frag. Nate goes in for the defuse, and actually he's gone away from it. The flash was there, and the timing is perfect. No Tineki finds Bermilov as well. Only the MP9 left to hold here. Only the one to save, and that is going to be the round here for CYBERSHOKE in the double digits, as the double peek is perfect from No Tineki and Fenneman. And now they need only 3 more.
That was so well played between the two of them, just pinging contact off of one another back and forth, but not overcommitting to the gunfights either. Really well timed peek from Notsuneki coming through from Temple, and just gets the kill with the player's back turned. Very good communication and good coordination. 10-4, oh man, it's one thing losing the pistol, but if you win the pistol and then lose the 4 straight afterwards, you don't get that extra count of round loss bonus, and it means your force fire looks like this. Pistols and the scouts to try and stay in this game. If they lose it's 11-4 and they have no money.
Oof, and a big nade as well, right down to the stack of players. The Molotovs are perfect, and CYBERSHOKE can have all the information they need. They're still going for it. Leventino will be taken down here by the nade, or maybe not. Okay, TMB better off to run away. As the Deke is making his way through out here to Ram. Can he find a kill? Not just yet. No, Fenneman's gonna find him 100%. Yeah, this was making a lot of sense. Someone in chat says Stinix was calling in Forze, so it would make sense to have him there. So we boiled it down well, Hayes. We did it, man. Let's get it. Yeah, there we go. Detective work works out, and now I think the well, the shooting department as well is going to be in good hands for CYBERSHOKE. As it's 11-4, the Eco only managed to save away the Scout and the MAC-10, but what's more important here is the armors. Either way, don't think this is going to be doing a lot for round number 16, is it? For Mouz.
I mean, they're certainly going to eco in the next round. It's going to give them a little bit of firepower. They'll probably just stack up with everybody together and see if these three players can maybe inflict some damage. But I just can't believe how much mutual damage and spam damage was inflicted by CYBERSHOKE at the start of the round. Certainly made their lives a lot easier. They've got a very active T side about them right now. And they're just 2 rounds away from finishing off the job.
Well, now, PR, TMB, not really able to get anything into this round. They will be stacking probably, as you were mentioning. But I want to see a full-on Astrala stack. I want to see the full-on gamble. And I don't think we'll get that. No, not in this round. Syra, trying out his luck with that MAC-10, forced to stay back behind because of the smoke. The scout on Bermilov attempted to peek in aggressively down on Jaguar. Doesn't get anything to work with. And yeah, this is going to be another A-side hit. Oh.
ER's here, and he's got a hell of a job to do. 5-7 in position, unfortunately just not going to be able to come out on top of its duel with the MAC-10. And that will be CYBERSHOKE basically locking in the rounds. It's about polishing it off from here and letting the SMGs reign supreme. Leventino will definitely die. They know he's in this corner. Oh, he nearly even finds a 3rd kill there.
There we go, just trying to fly by, doesn't really work out. Bermilov connects on a shot, sure. But you need more where that came from to make the round excusable here. But yeah. 12-4 here, Matt, and they are 1 away from ending this best of 3 off. It took a bit, especially down towards that second map, but now they're going to be able to finish off what they started.
Result, man. CYBERSHOKE just looking completely unshaken here, especially considering how tough Vertigo was for them, you know, and they let that map slip through their fingers. They were up 11-9. They didn't win another round from there. They lose the map 13-11. Come into Ancient, thought, oh, maybe, you know, where they're going to be mentally a bit frustrated, maybe tilted, who knows. It rattled, but evidently not, man. They've just come up the gate swinging. All the individuals have looked fantastic, and they've now got 8 opportunities. They've got 8 opportunities to try and close this one out. 8 map and series points. Doesn't get easier than this, Astro, but those are some famous last words.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Oh, there you go. Phenomen continues to show off his stunts. And this is Bermilov as well, going on down by the haywire there on middle. 3v2. And we could be looking at the end of the reigns here for Mouz NXT. They're coming into this one as favorites, you know, but at the end of the day, it's CYBERSHOKE being able to be on a great form here for the day and showing off what they're made of. PR still last man standing, though 1v2. Could try his luck. Well, I mean, he has to.
Not just try his luck, he has to find a way to win the round. He was incredible on Vertigo, but unfortunately just hasn't been able to bring that same sort of form here to the decider. Of course, completely different circumstances anchoring the B-bomb side. CYBERSHOKE went there a lot in that previous map. This time, gunfights have been hard to come by and even harder to win for PR. Doesn't have a nade to finish off what he started. Phenomen has been forced off. He's got a teammate here in Cave, and actually will be isolated by PR, but he doesn't expect Phenomen to have crossed that deep, and it will be CYBERSHOKE who close things out here on Ancient. What a performance, man. They completely devastate Mouz NXT on the decider. 13-4. That is a victory to be proud of and a win that carries them into the quarterfinals.
Indeed it does, and you got to see it then and there as well. CYBERSHOKE were in the boot camp, so they're looking to be trying to show themselves off as much as they can, try to get to the higher and higher seeds out here for the CCT, and that's exactly what they'll be doing moving into the quarterfinals. But Pop, join us on this one. Tell us what you thought of this map as well, and of the overall best of 3 here.
Well, to be completely honest, this final map was very impressive from CYBERSHOKE, considering the previous map was not really looking all that good in the end. You know, they kind of choked it out, but in this one they just came out of the door swinging. Mouz NXT couldn't really do anything about the CT side for basically the whole first half, right? Like at one point it started working out. They got, you know, 3 rounds on the board, but that's all they got in that first half. It was CYBERSHOKE to just come back into it, and it just felt like they were adjusting to every single thing. This is something that we talked about in, I think, the first map as well. CYBERSHOKE were very good at adjusting to what Mouz NXT were presenting. They were sending multiple players, like in that round where they, I think it was round 7, where they sent 4 players towards mid just to deal with the aggressiveness of Mouz NXT. And sure, once again, Mouz NXT got some rounds on the board. It wasn't easy to go those either, but at least they had some breathing room. And a wonderful 3k out of Phenomen in round 11 just to stop the streak there and to make it as a 9-3. Now going back to the second half, that pistol round was very impressive as well. It's the first time I see a strategy like that, and it was completely unexpected, but it almost worked out. It didn't go through though, and it was Mouz NXT to win the pistol round, but right after CYBERSHOKE, they win the force buy, and well, they get the rounds right after. They had a very good strategy for the T side as well, so not really a lot to say about this one. It was just CYBERSHOKE played really well, and Mouz NXT couldn't respond to it. As for the whole best of 3, it is still very impressive to the fact that CYBERSHOKE started off the first and the second map by being behind, and then they started coming back. But in this one, they just completely dominated Mouz NXT, considering this is a very good map, technically the best map if you only look at the win rate. For Mouz NXT, it is not a good showing out of them, and it's back to the drawing board. But for CYBERSHOKE, I don't want to say this is you know, not surprising. It is a little surprising, but at the same time, they're looking better and better, and of course that bootcamp is going to help them out in in their road to get even better than this, and you know, they move into the quarterfinals. They're not going to have an easier opponent. Arguably, it's going to be either 3D Max or Sinners, probably a harder opponent, but that's how you get better.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Mouz NXT coming into this one, again, I'm surprised they were able to hold their own on that second map just because of the fact that TMB has had, what, a day's notice of having to substitute in with a completely different team, and the individuals themselves were still actually able to, like, pull through. So I think they did a good job overall. They held it up until map number 3, and they broke down here on arguably their best map, yes, but you know what, CYBERSHOKE also deserved it. They were absolutely insane when it came down to the strats, when it came down to the individuals. So I enjoyed the game that I got to see out here into this one, and overall I'm going to be looking out for more. I think that 3D Max game versus Sinners game is also going to be very interesting because it's going to be deciding if CYBERSHOKE made their deepest run yet into the CCT or not. But yeah, until then, I mean, Hayes, you also must have a couple of opinions about the whole game. We got to cast it, so...
Well, I've been giving my opinions about the entire series, haven't I? I mean, it's not like I've got any in the back pocket there that I haven't showed just yet. I've yeah, said what I thought so far. CYBERSHOKE, fantastic in that deciding map. I was just very impressed by the mental fortitude they showed coming off the second map, the way things fell apart there after they were leading 11-9, lost 13-11, and then they just came out on Ancients as if nothing had happened prior to that. So yeah, always impressed by what I've seen out of this team, and once again they've brought a decent level. So how far can they take it? It's a good question. If they have to play 3D Max next in the quarter, I think they'll really struggle to get past them.
Oh yeah, 3D Max is a hard team to win against. Now, I am curious if we do have the MVP being ready to be pulled up. I do know we do. Let's see the MVP then. I do have a feeling that I know who he is. He was very, very good, and well,
like, who do you think it is? Who do you think it is? Before we get to see it,
I think it's Phenomen. Yeah, there we go. Maybe it's us. Maybe we were the MVPs.
We were the MVPs all along.
But yeah, no,
you guys watching were the MVPs.
Absolutely superb performance out of Phenomen. I mean, he was 60 and 29 at the end of the best of 3, 1.52 rating.
Oh
just absolutely insane performance. Not like he was hitting a lot of shots. He was doing so good. The multi-kills were his. Very, very nicely done out of Phenomen here. There's still one more best of 3 to go through today. Of course, it should have been 2, but Bait were having another game that they had to play, so they had to forfeit their game. But Gamer Legion taking on a Royal Young Blood, that will happen in about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it's gonna be a little bit of an extended break here, but yeah, it was a couple of fun games. Any closing thoughts, guys, before we go to the break?
Phenomen and PR are insane. Respectively, individually, they were amazing. So yeah, hats off.
Always a pleasure, and same time, same place tomorrow. So looking forward to it.
Well, the same time, same place for you guys. I'm not gonna be here with you, so that's a little bit sad. But we will take a break with tears bowling out of our eyes, and we'll see you after the break.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases, upgrade dropped skins, and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
Alrighty, welcome on back to CCT, folks. I'm Degade, and I will be joining you guys with two handsome men that are on either side of me. That's Zola, CMD. I'll be going ahead and bringing us through today's matches, as we have two more to go, with Gamer Legion and Aurora Youngbloods up first.
Straight away, I'm taken aback by the handsome. I feel like you're definitely the best looking of the three of us, Degade. But either way, yeah, I'm excited for this final game. Obviously, you know, we're going to see another quarterfinalist. So, look, you know, it's going to be big final day of CS here in the CCT.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm looking forward to it. I think this is sort of the beginning of the point where the playoffs really shapes up for me, where we're starting to get a bit of a look in who's progressing. We can start to make a bit more predictions, get a bit of a better idea of where things are going to look. This is my absolute favorite part. I'm hyped for this quarterfinal, and I think it's going to be an absolute thriller.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely should be. Of course, only one survives from each of these matches as we do progress forward. These players are all trying to make their way into the semifinals, or the quarterfinals rather, and it is going to be a bit of a brawl to say the least. Of course, Gamer Legion, Aurora Youngbloods coming up first. We'll go ahead and start to take a look at these rosters here in a few moments, but you guys can see what the playoffs are starting to really progress out to be. Of course, Bait did do a forfeit there just a little bit ago against Endpoint. That does mean Endpoint will be progressing to face off against Incilio, who just won out 2-1 against Permita. Of course, we did see CYBERSHOKE beat out the team of Mouz next, doing it 2-1 as well, and they'll be playing the winner of 3D Max and Sinners.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the fact we've already got kind of a quarterfinal matchup is kind of crazy to see. I think I think Endpoint, I think it's safe to say, I don't want to say they got lucky, but Bait probably looking like one of the strongest teams here in the playoffs. So I think the fact that there was that kind of scheduling mishap or whatever happened, I think Endpoint, now they've got a good chance. I think they're going to be facing off against a much weaker team. So Endpoint, we could see them get semi-finals. I'm excited for that. But yeah, obviously, final game of the day, Aurora, Gamer Legion. I'm looking forward to it. But you mentioned the rosters, Doug. We could bring them up. We could have a little look. But anyone that you want to point out the game?
I mean, for this Aurora Youngblood squad, I mean, there's got to be one obvious player to watch out for. That's going to be Grix. He has been looking absolutely fantastic over the past couple of months, currently sitting at a 2.0 rating of 1.20, impact to 1.27. So, I mean, definitely when it comes to high-tension firepower, it's got to be him to go ahead and bring out this for his squad.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he is the sort of staple of this roster's firepower and brings a lot of the heat when it does come to it. I'll be honest, I've been really enjoying watching Vilby actually quite a lot. I think he has a lot of impact where he might lack a little bit in terms of the fragging power. That might push him a little bit further up in the leaderboard. But, I mean, I've even said a few times, we've watched a decent amount of this Aurora Youngblood side, and I think I've even gone quoting and said Vilby's probably the best pistol player in the world right now, which might be a bit outrageous, and probably is, to be fair. But I would definitely say he's probably one of the best pistol players I've seen, at least in the CCT. He's been immense on that. I want us to try to keep an eye out for those moments, because it feels like that's the way he does his best work. It feels like he just win Aurora a pistol round out of nowhere, so keep an eye out for him.
Yeah, no, definitely do. Of course, we do need to look at the opposite end of the spectrum. The Gamer Legion squad that's coming into this as well. Currently ranked 35 in the world, just trying to break that top 30 here in the next couple of weeks. But it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to do this, because, I mean, this is going to be a good matchup. We're going to be looking at most likely Sen to be that top dog there for their squad, so they can get a nice little rating of 1.15 along with an impact of 1.06. He's definitely able to do it consistently. But the question is, will he be able to go ahead and use that performance to try and give himself a bit of leverage there against Aurora?
Yeah, I think when you look at this Gamer Legion roster, they're still trying to find their footing. You know, you talk about the main core. It's only been 4 months since they've been playing together. They've recently just brought in ZTR as well. So I think when you look at the Gamer Legion roster, okay, yeah, there's big players. I feel like you're going to look at Slend. Flamus and Andu as well have been pretty good too. But I think there's still that kind of lack of synergy that this roster is going to be showing. Like, I know they're in a really good spot when it comes to their world rankings. They're currently 35th. And it's just a question of, look, maybe in 2 months' time, maybe in 3 months' time, when it's been over, you know, half a year for the main team and ZTR's been there for 4 or 5 months, that's when we're going to be looking to see where this roster's peak really can be, because it's early doors for this team. And when you look at some of the results they've had fairly recently, they've been okay. Yeah, they've lost both their games, but they took a map against Vitality. They went OT against Vitality. We could have seen a Gamer Legion 2-0 against Vitality, which is pretty ridiculous when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen ZTR, interestingly, in this team for about a month and a half now. But he's only played 5 HLTV maps with this roster, and I feel like this might skew a little ideas that we have of what this roster can achieve a bit. But you've got to think, those 5 maps are against Vitality, they're against Falcons. These are difficult teams to try to play against. Getting even a map on Vitality is a pretty successful story for this Gamer Legion roster with ZTR in it. So it's like, I look at it and say, sure, you look at his rating and say, oh, it's not great. You look at the last month or so and say, oh, it's not great, just losses. But when you really put it into perspective, it's some pretty solid results. Even being at an event like that is a very good stepping stone for Gamer Legion to sort of progress on as this team. I do think because we have actually seen this roster for a month and a half sort of be this full 5, I do think there's probably a lot more in the background that we haven't actually seen directly being in place. I'm hoping that we're seeing the Game Legion that we did see when Snacks was still on the roster, because I know they can achieve it. The individuals certainly do have it, and hopefully this like-for-like player swap will allow Game Legion to continue moving forward, really.
Yeah, no, certainly. It'll be interesting to see how they do coming up into this matchup. Of course, with this matchup in perspective, it's time to take a look at the Veto. See what these picks and bans have come out to be, because, I mean, that can determine quite a bit. And as the bans start to come on through, what do you guys expect to see?
Well, look, I think Gamer Legion, they could quite comfortably pick Anubis. They take it against Vitality. I think that's a result that many teams are going to be confident with. When you look at their 2 most recent series, it has been the generic pick for them to take Anubis. Obviously, Anubis is not like a weak map for Aurora either, so maybe Gamer Legion could, you know, they could steer away from it. You look at, yeah, they're going to be picking Vertigo. It's a weak map for Aurora. You understand it. The Dusty pick from Aurora as well. It makes sense. It's their best map. It's Gamer Legion's weakest. But it just means we could see Aurora ban. They could ban. Oh, I was going to say they could ban Anubis, but they have in fact decided to ban Mirage, which is a major question here. Because Aurora, one of their strongest maps is Mirage. It's a very well played one, and it's one of the weaker maps for Gamer Legion. Their second worst, in fact. So I think if it goes to a 3rd map and we see Gamer Legion take it, that's where I'm going to have to bring up. Maybe some fumbles have come through here from the Aurora camp and the Vetos.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting in terms of the Vetos, and I definitely do think they do look pretty positive for Gamer Legion. I will be honest, though, I do think Gamer Legion are a step above this Aurora Youngblood roster, and I think that's probably fair to say, and most people will probably tend to agree, and I don't think the maps specifically are going to impact Gamer Legion too much in terms of what they're actually facing. I do think it is important for Aurora Youngblood, though, and you're obviously questioning the why is Anubis potentially not banned instead of Mirage? Potentially, this is a bit of a gamble from Aurora Youngblood. Potentially, they are saying, all right, we've worked on our Anubis a bit more recently. We've looked at some stuff. Maybe we can punish them somehow. Maybe it's a bit more if we can look for an avenue rather than trying to punish our opponents, where chances are a lot of the teams that we have seen Gamer Legion play against the Mirage have been a step above not only Aurora, but arguably above Gamer Legion as well. So you could kind of say is reasonably understandable as to why they might have had some hits from Ross. But I do think it's interesting in terms of the map pool. I do think it does look pretty solid for Gamer Legion, but Aurora, we know how good they have been on a map like Dust.
Yeah, no, Dust 2 is going to be make or break for Aurora. They're going to need to look pretty good there on that map, along with either Anubis or Vertigo to pull this off. I mean, if they take Vertigo, if they somehow squeeze out that first map their way, I mean, this could very easily be 2-0 Aurora Youngbloods. That would be in the cards at that point. But to make that happen, it's just going to be such an uphill battle for them. I mean, Vertigo, it's a fairly weak map for themselves. They haven't been able to really perform, losing out to Young Ninjas a number of times, Revenants, losing to Zero Tenacity. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, it might not be the map that they are the most comfortable on just yet. They're still trying to figure it out, figuring out what the kinks are that their game plans just aren't working. And, I mean, maybe they've been at the drawing board to go ahead and figure that out. But, of course, we'll find that out here and now. It's that time. We're heading into Vertigo. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, look, I think Vertigo is going to be a really interesting one. I think when you look at it, okay, yeah, Aurora, they could take it in 2, but you look at their recent results, it's single-digit rounds. Okay, yeah, they had a close loss against, I believe it was 9 in overtime, but when you look at the other results, it's a 13-3 loss to Young Ninjas, the most recent loss. That was this morning, in fact. So I think it has to be said, Charlie, Aurora aren't going to be coming into Vertigo with much confidence, and maybe it's too kind of for me to say, but I think Gamer Legion take map 1, and I think it's going to be very one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, only time will truly tell what will happen between these two rosters, as we are going to go into a small technical pause at the start of map number 1. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting in terms of what we do see here. I think what the Gage said about if Aurora managed to take Vertigo, that's where I think our outlook on this game completely changes. That's where it will go from, potentially Gamer Legion have a decent chance to take this 2-0 to surely Aurora can't cause not only an upset like this, but an upset in this fashion.
Yeah.
And that's where it'd be a huge statement, wouldn't it?
Well, Charlie, you said ZTR's been on the roster for about a month and a half, right? And there hasn't been that many maps played. It's clear that Gamer Legion, they haven't really actually, when you look at it, Vertigo, they haven't actually played that much of it in the last couple of months. 4 maps in the last 3 months? That's not much. So it kind of creates quite an interesting question here, because okay, yeah, Aurora, the win rate's not great, but just based on sample size, they have over double the maps played here on Verti.
I mean, it says a lot, doesn't it? The ZTR's been on this roster for about a month and a half, and only 2 series have been played.
Yeah, nuts.
That is pretty crazy to say, but obviously it does give a month and a half for Gamer Legion to fully integrate ZTR into the roster. Sort of iron out any of these cracks or anything. So yeah, there's definitely a good chance that we will see the Game Legion that we used to, but I'll have to find out here. Blue White holding an aggressive angle and can't find anything, not anticipating the 4-man swing from Game Legion as they look to pile on the pressure towards the B-bomb site. More players have been spotted. Flammus with a double, can't get the triple as Vilby's pistol only able to yield 1.
Yeah, it's such a tough pistol round there. Blue White's angle is brilliant, but if you're playing maybe on a rifle round, where you might see kind of a late lurk trying to create space towards B, it's against pistols. If they come to, they're not just going to send 1 player towards B. Blue White's going to go down there. Best case scenario, Charlie, I think he gets 1. And I think CT pistol, you don't really want to be in scenarios where you can be giving up those picks. But Gamer Legion, they don't give up many, as Flammus the only to fall in that pistol. But a very, very strong start here for Gamer Legion. Important pistol. And as you mentioned, Charlie, Vilby only able to get 1 on the score sheet. So, sadly, not the kind of prolific pistolier that we
wasn't left in the best situation, though, was he?
No, definitely not. No, not.
So I'm still the firm believer that he did no wrong on that pistol.
Yeah, T-side pistol. That's where Vilby he can kind of set the tempo.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that is the case.
Randu gonna be taking contact. Oh, I like this. 1 kill reposition, but sadly doesn't get himself the 3rd. We'll go down. That is a Galil that can be wielded, but Volt on the front foot here. We'll find Blixie. Unarmored, but McHughes will find. And already, Charlie, they've found 2 picks. We're expecting maybe the MAC-10 to look to try and hunt. With it being Grix, Charlie, I think we both know he's going to want to find a pick here. Oh, get some money, yeah. Try and get the AWP out as quick as possible. We'll need to get 2, but the shadow spotted. Slender Nose and Grix gonna fall. Don't know if you saw, but the smoke falling through the cracks of the metal bridge there. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it should be a reasonably easy clean out here, as I can't imagine anyone else going down elsewhere. But I mean, it's not too bad in Antique, or not too bad in Eco, really, at the end of the day for Aurora.
Charlie, I want to bring up, obviously, we've got ZTR filling the shoes of Snacks, right?
Yeah.
I want to hear your opinion on kind of how you think that's going to work when it comes to Gamer Legion's future, because I feel like Snacks, when he first kind of moved to Gamer Legion and had the time on Gamer Legion, I was actually quite excited. It seemed like, you know, Gamer Legion was probably the right team. It was a good kind of building blocks for Snacks to kind of make his roster. But the fact he's gone now, surely there's going to be some differences, because obviously when you have roster changes, you're always going to talk about kind of a bit of a reverse honeymoon where these teams are struggling to merge. With a new in-game leader, surely there's going to be some difficulties here.
I mean, there always will be. I mean, the easiest difference is between the two players is Snacks' experience is far surpasses anyone on this roster, not just ZTR. I mean, ZTR is a lot more of a younger talent that they are going to be probably trying to get the best out alongside people like Flammus and Slend and stuff like that. Whereas obviously Snacks coming towards the end of its career. So a very, very different type of player that they picked up, but one that certainly could still produce the goods. And what we've seen out of him, what little we've seen out of him, there's been some positive signs in there, but not too many positive signs in this round, are there, Fred?
No, it's just a classic blue-white double. I feel like we talk about blue-white being a player that maybe goes a little bit under the radar because he's kind of usually getting overshadowed by the likes of Grix, maybe Blixie as well, but blue-white, I think recently he's had some good performances, but it's always just a great anchor when it comes to these bomb sites, and that's something that is just so valuable that teams don't really recognize, and kind of sometimes it's a stat that goes very much overlooked.
I mean, when he has a good game, I think it's hard for us to not talk about him, isn't it? It feels like he's the only name on our lips when he's having an excellent game. But like you said, a lot of times there's a lot of names that can overshadow him slightly, but so far, brilliant round.
Just want to point out, Charlie, if you look on the camera, what is happening with Voltaire? I think we all know it's a fan, but he's got some magical hair.
It's like it's like those adverts, like a perfume advert.
Oh, okay.
Where you've got some of the hair blowing. I think he's doing that for us.
Oh, is it?
I think he's doing it for us, the fans at home. Bit of style to it, bit of class.
Any production here, and you got to clip that. You whack it over some kind of nice chilled, maybe some jazz music. And then just like CCT fades in, and that'll be the advert for CCT.
CCT. Dior. Like that, by Volt.
CCT.
That's it. I wonder if we could see Gamer Legion maybe get a bit of a sponsorship there, but who knows? Who knows? No, by Dior or something.
Oh, okay.
Or whatever company makes those.
Talk about a non-endemic sponsor.
Bit of a DC once again, but
yeah, look, it's online Counter-Strike. You know, we see it all the time.
I don't think we'd get the most out of the game if we didn't have a bit of a DC.
Well, it gives us this kind of time to talk about Volt's new...
Volt's prospects.
Yeah, exactly.
In the perfume industry.
In the modelling world, yeah.
I reckon we can get something to work.
If he needs an advertising agent...
you know to go. Certainly got the... I mean, not only does he have the look, he's got the talent as well.
I think we need to stop this topic. Back into the action, though.
So yes, forgot we're watching this. Anyway.
Yeah.
Felt like we're going to have to deliberately not mention Volt for a while. Hopefully he doesn't have a big round. But yeah, back in the action. Flammus rejoined the server in Gamer Legion. Of course, still in the lead, and we will have an investment. Obviously, though, Fred, we can see a decent few limitations.
Well, yeah, it's what, Andy on a P250? No head on.
util. I mean, look at the util.
Yeah, it's pretty poor. It's kind of looking like something you might see in a Premier game.
It's difficult for Vertigo, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
A map where you can't... It kind of just says you can't fight for ramp early. You've kind of got to keep your util for this late game, but you've got kind of got to gamble or hope that space is given to you for free by Aurora, so you can at least use the utility for the late game. We can see they haven't done that specifically, so we've only got a smoke grenade and a molly remaining. We don't have a heap of util left for Gamer Legion to look to execute a site with, but in theory it's enough to make it work. But with Slen being tagged down to 31 HP, with the limited util, it's going to be even more difficult.
Heading towards A is so tough here as well. I'd kind of like to see them just make a contact B play. There's just so many angles now you need to worry about on the A bomb site, and I think this is something that Gamer Legion are going to struggle with. But look, oh, they will find Vilby as he makes his way through. Great trade there from Andu as well. And Flammer's finding Grix. Who cares about util? They got the rifles, and Flammer's doubles down as well. Nice recovery there from Gamer Legion. What I wanted to say, Charlie, is when you see rounds where you've got Ts with AEKs lacking of utility, you kind of hope, okay, well, at least they've got the AWP to maybe find an opener. At least they've kind of got, you know, a real strategy in mind. Yeah. But it seemed like Gamer Legion, they were kind of tossing and turning between what they really wanted to achieve there. We saw a couple players in middle. They make their way down towards ramp. Obviously, the contact play does come in towards A. Aurora got 3 players on the bomb site. Gamer Legion should have never won that one, but it was just a swing there from Vilby. He was just out in the open, and then a good trade on to Blixie as well. And I think Aurora, it's a devastating moment for them, because realistically, Charlie, they probably should have, you know, leveled things up, maybe taken the lead off the back of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those situations where it feels really brutal when you're up against it, but Gamer Legion played it as well as they could have. They had everyone get as close to that second ramp as possible, threw out the utility, and just burst as a pack. They didn't throw the util, then wait a couple of seconds, let the CTs prepare. They were as quick as they could have been without any flashbangs. So, yeah, well played to them for taking the round. And Volt, he's already found one. Not able to get the second, but gets information on it at least.
Yeah, the problem is Blue White being here, it's just such an unknown factor. And the fact he can get one, oh, should be able to get the trade as well. Takes down Flammers. Volt falls in middle as well. And Gamer Legion seem very disjointed here. They had the util to work with, and ZTR's got to go huge. He gets the first and the second. Great headshot there onto Blue White. Gonna drop the smoke surely to fall, and Blixie will find before the smoke goes down. And we got a fast fight coming through from Vilby as well, Charlie. Slent, tapper of the bomb, but obviously with the flank coming through, we know that Blixie doesn't want to kind of progress. There's no need for him to push in. I think they're just going to allow the plant here, and with no contact being made from CT, Slen can kind of piece together this puzzle. We're seeing him have a little bit of a look towards B main. I love the decision from Vilby though. Yeah, simple stuff. Slen never going to be prepared for that. And Aurora, a successful retake, but it's a great mid-round. The fact that we see Blue White get 2 on the MP9 net, and obviously with Volt falling in middle, we just see it fall apart for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, like you said, good effort from ZTR. I really do like how Aurora Youngblood played that there. They know that, okay, he's definitely somewhere towards this bomb site, but Slend could take any fight he wants. He could look to catch one of us off with a fake plant. There's a lot of boxes and cover that he can play around to isolate these duels. So they just play passive in case he holds to look for a sort of exit out of the bomb site, wait for the bomb to go down, know that guaranteed he is going to be on this bomb site. He's going to be trapped. Now let's start to close in on him.
I do like as well that Vilby didn't go up the stairs. He decides to peek from kind of the railing. It's an angle that you're very, very going to be overlooking when you're in that kind of 1v2 post plant. Slen just doesn't have the time to check that. He's got to clear towards B main and have a kind of a quick spin around because he knows CTs could be pushing. So just the fact he was in that 1v2, liberties have to be taken. But once again, Charlie, it's a weak investment. Bit of a force buy war here, of which 3 rifles and 2 Deagles facing off against the AWP and 4 rifles. That's the difference.
Yeah, and already with the early kill going the way of Blixie, he wants more. Isn't done yet. Flashbang's good, but Volt does eventually get the trade, but it's at the cost of 2 of his teammates' lives.
Yeah, I think Blixie as well. Just as an individual play there, not only does it give information to Aurora, yeah, they're still hanging around here towards A ramp, but also it's the fact that he can just remove another one of the Gamer Legion players. Because when you don't have the utility, going in contact, you can easily just lose a player and go into that, you know, even more disadvantaged scenario. And the fact he's brought it so much lower. But this is the problems we're going to be seeing. Already a bit of a gamble here, but Volt finding McHughes. A lot of work on Blue White, but Grix making his way through, and the T's are really going to struggle. Simple shot for Grix. Blue White's reposition. Vault now. 1 versus 2. Ace needed. 22 seconds on the clock. Oh, he spots the Orb of Grix now. They'll be shortly going to find him, though. Nice work from Vilby. Does get a little bit scary there for Aurora, but... Ooh, no Orb saved.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, Volt, excellent route from him. So close to getting that ace clutch. 1 versus 3 as well. Just wasn't aware of how deep Vilby really was. I mean, Fred, you mentioned about a bit of a gamble. The gamble actually called from as soon as we saw the Gamer Legion players back away. Because we saw the ramp be reclaimed by the CTs. They weren't afraid to refight that. You had Vilby pushing with Grix getting posted up. As soon as Grix is there, Vilby leaves. The rest of the players look towards B and mid. So they're so quick to rotate towards that B site as soon as the initial contact's made.
Yeah, I'm really liking how Aurora are playing so far. And I think realistically, Charlie, we know that both teams heavily favour, you know, their individual map selections and their opponents are pretty weak on them. But so far, things are looking pretty good for Aurora. I think if they can continue, this is where Gamer Legion really needs a question. Look, guys, this is our map selection. Why are things not working out well? And it also begs the question of, we just beat Vitality on Anubis. Why are we scared to play against Aurora?
Plenty of time left on this map to sort of recover. But we do probably need to see a few better signs sooner rather than later. I mean, statistically, Fred, as well, we have actually seen a better T side than a CT for Game Legion as well.
Yeah. Something to think about, something to wonder. Also, they haven't played Vertigo under this new roster, or you know, under the ZTR change. So that's kind of another interesting point to note.
Yeah, I think the T-side is going to be the most interesting portion of this series so far, because that will be, in theory, where the most changes will occur between Snacks and ZTR, or at least the most noticeable ones.
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be interesting to see the sort of difference in calling between the two in-game leaders.
Bit of a pivot here from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, Blixie's still very aggressive towards his ramp, actually.
Good decision to back away. Booby is still close here, just peeking from Crane. Once again, Game Legion, their slow approach here, just keeping the CTs guessing. And Vilby out in the open, gonna get found. Nice from Flammus there, gives them the advantage, and with the space taken here from Andu, they can head their way back towards B, and that's why Blue-White, he's decided to have a little bit more of a look. It is still gonna be this A play though. It's just all about what Andu can do here on the B bomb site. Oh, great from Grix though. Flammus will find a 3-on-3 still, but with Blixie taking down one, makes things a bit difficult. And the smoke down, the bomb can. Oh, it's been denied, and Andu, all that remains, the late lurk towards B, although finds the kill. Sadly, round goes the way of Aurora. It's just going to be the half buy here around this saved AK, but Aurora set to find 6 here, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue there is that Gamer Legion didn't really accommodate for Andu's lurk. It became more of a flank than an actual lurk, which is fine, but you need to ensure you can survive on the bomb site if that's going to be the case. It felt like the lurk definitely would have been the better call. If after Flammus found that initial kill, they just went silent, you saw players rotating back and forth continuously between that A and B bomb site without any actual goal, and they only made their way back towards the A bomb site when more and more contact was being made. If they went fully silent, allowed Andu to sort of get a kill on someone rotating towards B or something, then you might have a few more question marks in the Aurora players' heads. Wait, are they definitely going towards A?
Yeah, 100%.
Is this now just presence being made? It felt a bit awkward for Andu to really find anything.
It was also the fact that Grix was able to get 2 on the AK there. Obviously, he does eventually get traded, but that's what just kind of spirals the round out of control there for Gamer Legion. Plenty of players here towards B from Gamer Legion. Bit of a B default. Just leaving Flammus to defend towards ramp, and Volt jiggling in mid with a P250. Good position here for Mouz though. Steps are going to be heard. Blue White's going to rotate in, but that's the AK fallen, Charlie. Things go from bad to worse here for Gamer Legion. Nice from Mouz. Gets himself his second, and now Volt and Flammus, all that remain.
Potentially going to boost someone up.
Don't think it matters. Grix will spot it. Ooh, and there we go.
Yeah, I mean, like, you've got to think of it at best. We're seeing Flammus on 1. There's just so many players around that it feels like a trade would be imminent. No weapon would be able to be retrieved, or at least not easily. So it feels like even if we do see a kill go through, we've got to see a lot more than just that.
Already, though, Aurora have had a good CT side. You know, you look at the money, they're going to be getting a buy in the next regardless of outcome. So even if Gamer Legion win this and things get a bit costly, it comes down to the 1vx's, the 2vx's. Aurora will be against weaker weapons in the next. Ooh, I like this from Mouz. Nade in hand. If anyone towards B, Mouz can just send it through and a big chunk of damage. Volt flashing himself in. Oh, and Grix timed to perfection, and now the nades come through for Andu. Oh, Andu gets 2. Incredible stuff here. Rips open the B bomb site defenses. Still prepared for this AWP of Grix, but he's just going to drop the smoke. Nade dealing a little bit more damage, sending himself in with this flash, pushing through the smoke. ZTR needing to help him out. Great find from ZTR, and this is where Blixie and Grix could just decide to save. Blixie so far out of this one, but it's all dependent on what Grix can find. With that kill, if he can secure a second, this is where they could potentially argue going for it. Oh, so close from Grix. Sadly, just not enough.
Slend almost as he gets both of them, but Blixie in the meantime.
It's a 1-on-1. Regardless of what happens in this clutch, Aurora, they've got to take this as a victory. Because they, you know, the money for, obviously for Gamer Legion is going to be so poor in the next. We're going to be seeing Galil's, Mac 10s. Although Flammus gets the kill, he can save the AWP in fact. But the finances are going to be so poor here.
Yeah, we've seen a few limitations in terms of lack of AWPs being saved. So we're still yet to see the first AWP out for Gamer Legion.
It's going to be Galil's and Mac 10s, Charlie. ZTR. He's gone for the Kevlar and AK. There's 4 M4s in play. Don't think he's too bothered. Flammus wanting to send himself in, but the AWP shot chips him so heavily away. And look at the utility already for Gamer Legion, Charlie. They've only got 9 pieces, or 10, sorry, to work with.
Volt does get set up, a trade not even actually needed. Volt somehow survives, but look how low some of these players are.
One nade can take all 3 of them out. Quite luckily for Gamer Legion, no HEs are remaining for Aurora. The problem is, Charlie, Gamer Legion actually don't have any control. So they're going to have to retake towards ramp. Probably slow take towards A site. And this is where Blixie needs to be a bit cautious. Oh, blue-white. Taking a bit of a gamble. Blixie now, his goal is just a delay. We've got blue-white in the back lines. He's going to send the smoke. Create some presence and caution, but it's so easy. We have got Vilby very deep here towards T-Spawn. This could be the go call to head their way towards B. These steps are going to be heard. It's a 3-on-3. We do have Grix defending with the AWP, and if goes overlooked, this could be so simple here for Grix. They can peek before the smoke, and there it is. He finds one for free. Important trade from Andu. Andu doubles down. We've seen many moments like this where Andu is able to find 2 for the price of 1. It's been brilliant.
All on Blixie, who is not being cleared, not being checked, and does get found. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the most interesting part of that round for me was the blue-white flank. It actually feels like Blixie did too good a job at holding them off that they opted, okay, let's leave towards A then. There's no point in going here. And at that point, blue-white's starting to emerge, but when people are all starting to turn to go back towards B, he's just peeking into too many.
Yeah, yeah. I think if Blixie just holds on to his smoke, we look at a very different outcome there. But the deep molly, smoke coming through, Game Legion want nothing to do with it.
See, I wouldn't mind it if Blixie honestly throwing no util and just running back.
Yeah.
Making the steps and that being hopefully enough in theory. But much better start to what we've seen here from Game Legion than we have seen in a long time.
Yeah, 6-6. Has to be. We've got a 5-7 and an MP9, and they're both on the B-bomb site. And Andu, we've spoken about his doubles before, and we're going to be seeing one again. Only 17 damage taken there from Andu while facing off against 2. But Game Legion, it's good resurgence, good recovery, and it gives them a strong chance here to take Vertigo, doesn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, I mean, it gives them the opportunity again. This game could have very easily slipped away if they didn't get these last couple of rounds that they ended up managing. Because it was a 6-3 scoreline actually at one point. So it was 3 rounds in a row that we did see from the T's. But I mean, switching over to the CT side now, Game Legion, like we said, I mean, statistically in the last 3 months, but I mean, there's not the biggest of sample sizes. If they can win the pistol, they've certainly got a good chance to take this map. And we do know that Aurora have had limitations on Vertigo in the past, and the T side can often emphasize that.
Yeah, they are going to be bombing their way up towards A here. They've taken contact but gone silent. I don't mind this here from Aurora. Heavy stack here towards middle and B. Util coming over the top now. A lot of weight here on Flammus' shoulders. Ooh, Flammus finds one through the smoke. That's a vital kill. Aurora, they've taken control towards Heaven here, using the catwalk to do so. Oh, and they're going to be wrapping CT. Oh, Andu's so well prepared for this. They'll be still on the back of the bomb site, can find one. No second. Oh, it's great from Andu. We'll find his third, searching for the fourth, but not easy. 1 versus 3 for Blue White. It's going to be the stick of the bomb, but the kit is enough. Also take down ZTR instead. Blue White will get 4. Round is lost though, but with the 4 kills coming through, Blue White can get an AK and armor. Surely we see an investment here.
He's already got armor technically. There was actually a pretty good world that he could have just taken the hit and said, I won't buy head armor and get utility instead, which I actually would have quite liked. I mean, either way, like you said, a lot of damage dealt, a pretty solid, probably the best way you can lose a round.
Yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate that Blue White kind of went for the player on top of the boxes instead of ZTR defusing, but head
wouldn't
down
need
is
to
not
be
the
instant
easiest.
anyway, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I do like the initial idea of that pistol there from Aurora, but the pushing towards CT, I don't think you need 2-3 players doing that, but big from Blue White finally shows his all-important AK. And Slen now needs to scurry his way back because the safety's off on Blue White's weapon and we're seeing it here. Second kill found of the round, and now this is where Game Legion are going to question, look, do we just save? It's a 2-on-4. They've got rifles. We can try and give this one a go, but we know we're going to have to buy in the next. Obviously, Volt and Andu could both drop over MP9s if they decide to save. So, giving this one a go, I think, is a very poor decision. If Game Legion opt for it, this is where things could spiral even further. But, obviously, that's their decision. Ooh, Blue White. With Andu falling, it makes the investment in the next that much weaker.
Blue White with 3 great kills there with the AK. The one on Slend felt like that confirmed the round.
Yeah, such a real kind of weird off angle there from Slend. That's the last place you're going to be expecting that solo A defender to be playing from. But, ooh, Volt, he's got the kit, he had the smoke, but he was spotted. And now Volt have to try and battle his way out. Can stick here towards Heaven, but I think he realises that he could be getting pushed at any moment. We'll just back away now.
I mean, I love the idea from Volt to go for something like that.
Oh, 100%.
But really strong response there. We mentioned how good the pistol round actually was despite the loss for Aurora. And then the ability to bounce back that one-sidedly is an impressive showing.
But this is the force here from Gamer Legion. A loss should allow Aurora to find 9, and that's where it kind of breaches into scary territory, doesn't it, Charlie?
Yeah, that's where it feels like you are one too many mistakes away from losing your own map pick. But we've got the bite, like you said, but it does look significantly worse than Aurora's did. That bomb plant and that kill reward really paid off in dividends for the T's, but a lot of bodies outside B here as Andu slowly creeps his way towards danger.
See, the thing is, if you're Aurora, you should just go in contact. You send in a couple mollies, maybe some flashes, but you don't really want to give the smokes for the CTs to hide behind. Andu emerges, only for one though. And now, speaking of CTs hiding behind smokes, we've got Volt here with an MP9. Nice deep shot from Flammer. Slend as well chiming in. 2 versus 4 now, making a 1 versus 4. It's all on Grix, and Volt finds him aerial. Simple stuff. The CTs make it look easy, and a B gamble. The Gamer Legion, a call they're going to be thanking for quite some time, because could save their success here on Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, it really made it look like the buys are flipped, really. The Gamer Legion were the ones with the stronger weapons. Really brilliant shots.
We know what the Deagles can provide, don't we, Charlie? I think that was a perfect kind of example of what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, instant headshots out from the Deagle. Volt with a nice double with the MP9 as well. And a better looking buy from the CTs at least. But obviously, we're in a bit of a force by war. So Aurora have an investment of their own. ZTR made noise here towards gaps. So might not want to peek any wider than he already has. Going to be dropping the nade and a flash alongside it. Grix able to get out of dodge, but not before finding ZTR, in fact.
Yeah, it seemed like the Gamer Legion team, the individuals really stepped up in that round. I think it's one of which that, okay, yeah, we had a great double there from Volt, but it's just the fact that, you know, time and time again, Charlie, we see these Deagle rounds where just shots aren't connecting. You know, it's a bit of a tough one. And speaking of rounds, they're going to be a bit of a tough one. This retake towards B is not going to be easy. Andu playing from so deep here, giving up the B bomb site. Gamer Legion so heavily gambling towards A. Obviously, it was a gamble call that gave them victory in the last, but in this one, things become very difficult. Just a smoke and a flashbang. They've got 2 players with defuse kits. That is Volt and Flammus. But it's a 4-on-5 retake. And to be honest, Charlie, I think a save is a good call.
Yeah, I think with that smoke grenade being dropped, that final one there from the T's, that has been the final nail in the coffin to confirm it. And they're not going to give it an attempt.
Well, look, they're going to have 4 rifles in the next. Should be a 5th as well. I believe Sling can drop one across. But worse to FAMAS. So, we love a force buy though, don't we, Charlie?
Always is entertaining. With a force buy war like this, it makes it even more so. But with the 4 players saving, the buy's going to be, once again, pretty solid for Gamer Legion.
I would actually like to see Slend just drop an M4 here. Has gone for the FAMAS. The problem with these force
near
buys,
enough
Charlie,
full util on everyone.
Yeah, it's not bad, but the problem with these force buys, Charlie, is we're always going to see kind of scenarios where AWP is going to be struggling to get out. It might be, you know, a good 3-4 rounds until we see one.
Yeah, that definitely can be the case, but I mean, once he gets a couple of kills with the Mag-10, maybe might see it a little bit sooner.
Well, look, I think if Aurora are the ones to win this, that's where we could see Grix on the AWP sooner rather than later, but... You know, Gamer Legion, they've gone for the save for a reason. Volt, nice off angle, elevated up, can find Vilby. Steps of McHughes have been heard. And I think there could be a flashbang coming through at any moment, and it will be. McHughes now backing away, and Volt looking to be on the front foot. But once again, Charlie, it's another round with Gamer Legion. B bomb site was left open for a little bit. Andu will respond with a Molotov. The knowledge T's could be up here. Oh, McHughes. Sprained ankle falling from that ladder.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something. But it's a very good looking start from the CTs.
Yeah, definitely. I like ZTR's position as well. Do have a molly on McHughes, and it does look like they're going to send it now. ZTR just going to smoke the Molotov. Oh, he spotted a player first, though. Great from ZTR to go 1-for-1 there. It's just going to delay the T's. With the minimal util at time, not all too kind of on their side. This is where things can look a little... What?
What?
Blixie at range, 2 bullets with a Mac. They know the knowledge. They've got it for McHugh's position. And Gamer Legion they will find, and the save of the last. A success story, it has to be said. And the Force Buy war continues.
Yeah, I mean, they really should. The issue is for Aurora, their money's actually so good, apart from Grix, that they can just eco. It basically states... So I'm not surprised they're calling a pause here, just to fully discuss what they want to do. Because Grix is the only player you can't actually buy if they go for an eco, whereas everyone else can, and get a pretty good buyout for it. I think they can get an AWP out as well, if they wanted. But yeah, they are going to go for the investment.
Yeah, something I actually would like to see is Grix has just got himself a Glock, a smoke, and a molly. Maybe he's hoping that someone like Blixie will drop over maybe a PT-50 or a Deagle. But something I actually would like to see is Grix just buys nothing. Keeps 1.5k in the bank, just goes in as the entry, allows one of these AKs to trade him, and then it means that we can see an AWP in the next gun round. Don't get me wrong, Charlie. Grix has obviously shown moments with the rifles, with the pistols, but I think we know kind of the elevated nature of his individual gameplay when the AWP's in hand.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is a substantial difference between the two, but this is a pretty good look around from the T's. They caught off a lot of these CTs by being this deep. ZTR falls as well.
I think Anu and Volt have got to give this one a go. Just the fact they've got a lot of util. ZTR will be able to give the info. Look, my nades hit at least 3 of them, but with Blixie finding Volt. And I think that kill makes a little bit more sense. Blixie with an AK at range. I'm still kind of mind-boggled at the Mac 10 2 bullet in there, but...
I mean, we are going to be seeing a buy again from Gamer Legion, very likely. As this has been quite a back and forth affair here. It's been I mean, yeah, no team's been able to string rounds together for 6 rounds so far. 7 rounds, actually, after this one, which has been quite nice.
The thing is, Charlie, the Force Buy war is brilliant. It's always exciting. It's weak weapons versus weak weapons. But the problem is, now it's no longer kind of the early game or the mid game anymore. We're getting kind of to the final stages. And we know that if you're the team to lose the 2 rounds in a row, you kind of give up 3. So, Anu has to survive. He's going to get peaked. Oh, and this now begs the question, what are they going to do? Flamus won't be able to buy next, but everyone else can. I think Gamer Legion, they go for the eco. They have to, don't they, Charlie?
I mean, it is awkward. I suppose the few saving graces is there can be an AWP out for Gamer Legion. Util is only going to really affect Andu. So we are going to actually see the eco. Slend investing in that nade will basically confirm the AWP can't come out unless they want a glass cannon it.
Yeah, it's just a 1.9, isn't it?
Yeah. So with that nade, it has actually had quite a bit of impact. ZTR would have been better to purchase that if they wanted it. But I mean, you look back to the previous round, the only difference really is players just not being aware enough of that close right position towards ramp. Just players being able to shift up. A lot of damage has actually been dealt here. And they have found Blixie as well. Blue-white obviously not particularly healthy. The biggest issue for Gamer Legion in this round is how much util Aurora Youngblood do have for this post plant.
You also look at McHugh's position. He's so deep here. Should be able to find at least one. I think it'll be soon to realise that they're going to be coming through down ramp.
That might mean Flames can catch him off though.
Yeah, potentially. Straight away though, Charlie, it's clear that Gamer Legion are just going to be saving here. For Flamus, it's a weapon. For Andu, it's full utility. But Flamus has fallen now, and this is where things become a little bit difficult. And as we mentioned before, with that HE grenade invested from Slend, we won't see an AWP unless if he can finally, you know, get a kill, but I doubt we're going to see it. An attempt from Andu. Ooh, dropped McHugh's down to 9 HP. So tough, that.
He's brought down to 1 HP. I was going to say, is he going down to that bomb?
Yeah, Vertigo's always a weird map. It's not as comfortable as Anubis. It's not as dangerous as Ancient and Inferno. It's kind of like in the middle where you got to be scared of the bomb, but not too much.
So we're seeing the buyout for Game Allegiant once again, but obviously with the eco, that is Game Allegiant conceding quite a bit to Aurora, actually.
Well, look, Charlie, you look at the kills, you know, ZTR, Volt, Flammer, Slend, all around that kind of 9-10 kill mark. Andu, 20 and 12. We just need someone else stepping up. Yeah, for Aurora, there's 3 players all putting up numbers. It's Grix, it's Blue White, it's Blixie. It's the players we pointed out right at the start of the series, and they are showing a lot of success here. We've got Grix on the AWP now, Charlie. We speak about kind of the impact that he can have, and that's going to be the difference maker here in round number 20.
Might be wrong here, Fred, but Slend had an AWP once this game.
Yeah, just the one.
He's had it once. I didn't even think he had it once.
Yeah, it's been a really tough one for Slend.
Yeah, I mean, either way, he's had it next to no times, and it's always going to be an issue when your AWPer isn't able to get on an AWP.
Obviously, we know nearly every AWPer, they're going to be a bit of a hybrid player. They're going to be able to use the rifle, but yeah, it's been really tough hit. But that's what the Force by Wars can kind of show.
I mean, the issue is you're not on the team to use a rifle. You're not on the team to be like, oh, I can do this. You're on the team to use your gun.
Yeah, the AWP.
And the issue is not being able to do so is definitely going to hinder individually as well as the game plan for Game Allegiant. But Andrew at least finds one. 4 players now pushing in. Andrew, what can he do? Find nothing. A lot of damage to Blixie, but that opens up the B-bomb site. Volt, the nearest rotation. No util to stop this.
Ooh, Volt kind of needed to double down that. Molly coming through, but Grix posted up, and it's just so simple. Oh, I kind of expected Grix to get third there. Oh, another miss shot from Grix. What?
Final 2 was so low as well.
Yeah. Things got very scary. But Charlie, I think in that moment, it's what, a 3 versus 4 retake, low utility. I don't believe there was a diffuse kit. Game Legion should have just saved, shouldn't they?
Honestly, it feels like they're starting to get maybe a little bit worn out by these saves, these force buys, the back and forth nature of this one. I think they're probably in a position, I wouldn't be surprised if they're thinking, we're the better team here. Why not just show it? But it's obviously a lot more difficult than that, but I feel like this game's gone completely away from their game plan coming into this one, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're being a bit flustered and aggravated because of that.
Well, look, it's going to have to be 3 rounds on the bounce, going under the assumption that Aurora will take this. And Charlie, this is where Aurora, they've kind of teed themselves up pretty perfectly to close it out in 2. I thought Vertigo would be a very one-sided affair, but as we said, it's, you know, it's a limited sample size with the new in-game leader. And obviously, we know that there'll be a lot of kind of scrims being played, a lot of setups, but when it comes to... There's such a difference between a scrim and an HLTV official, isn't there?
Yeah, big difference. I mean, this really could just be the beginning of the end, though, and that's the scary thing. I mean, the gate's out. Imagine if we see Aurora win Vertigo, what that will do to all of our perspectives and everything.
Yeah.
He's spot on with that.
Oh,
I mean, we know how good Aurora's dust is.
Oh, bomb plans are found. Nice from ZTR, that. Sad thing is, rotation is just going to be so slow. The fact they've taken so long here, though, is going to force Blue-White to hold behind. A flank should be the only question on Game Legion's mind right now. Blixie, soon to be peaking. Just holds his lines, in fact. Nothing really to lose. We have a smoke and a defuse kit here from Vol. Oh, and Vol gives it a go. Another chance here for Flammers. Oh, he's trying to find the kit in the smoke, but he can't. Well, that's at least...
One bullet will find McHughes, I suppose, and I mean, in theory, keeps a lot of people interested.
Yeah, a lot of damage. The thing is, though, Charlie, Game Legion, they need 3 rounds on the bounce. we mentioned kind of the back and forth nature of the Force by War and kind of the real worries that it could pose for Gamer Legion, and we're in that scenario now.
I mean, that good damage only has any relevance if they win this round.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, that's what they're playing for. They're assuming they're going to be able to take it to OT. Damage will be a bit of a helpful factor with the finances for Gamer Legion pretty weak in the Aurora team. Got some money to fall back on, but I think we both know how much stronger it would have been. Ooh, nice utility combo there. Vilby getting heavily chipped away at. Oh, Andrew dropped another molly and a smoke. He'd love an extra HE though.
Blocked molly is going to be rough. Blixie might have picked up the pieces of where that molly missed. Has delayed things ever so slightly. Might not make a difference though as Blue-White finds the first.
Yeah, center of the bomb site here, and this is Blue-White's bread and butter. Should have been able to find one there, in fact, and Flammer spots out one, takes down Blue-White. Low HPs on both sides, and the nade chipping Bottom's ETR even further, but Volt not shining away as he gets two. Grix's orb can hit heavy, and it's all now on Grix. 1 versus 3. 50 seconds on the clock. He's just hoping for something. Waiting to spot anything, but Slend finally, big green in hand, and kill on the board in Gamer Legion. Such a vital round for them, but Volt, the double there is everything.
Yeah, that actually feels like a really big misstep for Aurora. That's probably one of the best chances they're going to have to win the game. Everything felt super teed up for them. Chipped 2 players really low, ZTR and Volt. Oh, very little health to play with. Volt's able to swing on out, find 2 after being like 1 bullet from death. That should not be happening. And they are going to be pressing the issue. I mean, it's nice that they find Andu early. They have been chipped away at, and it's Volt left to pick up the pieces. Rotations have come alongside him.
This is so unnecessary, though. You look at the money for players like McHughes, like Vilby. They're going to struggle to get a strong investment in the next. This is such a poor decision.
I think they were heavily gambling for the bomb plant, and Vilby did have the chance to get it. But I think he realizes there's no chance after that.
But even if the bomb goes down, the money, it's not going to be affected that much. That's a big misstep, and one of which Gamer Legion are going to be very happy for. Yeah, I think it was so tough. When you look back at that round, I think Blue-White does spot a play with Yuto in hand, and he's just unable to find him, which is a bit of a tough one. But yeah, I'll be honest, I hated the fact that they opted for such a heavy investment there. They've got Galils to work with here. Oh, and a bit of a rinse and repeat. They're going for the B-Rush once again. Util not good enough to blind Andu, and Blixie completely alone. No trade potential. Andu doubles down, and Aurora, what has happened? Where was this a couple rounds ago? They just look so poor, so bad play. There's no team cohesion. There's no synergy. They just try and barrel their way into the bomb site, and Andu, the player who's kind of shone brightest here for Gamer Legion in the final round, steps up massively with finding 4. But overtime, here we come, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I said it feels like that was the best chance Aurora are going to get to close out the game, and they've showed it really was. I mean, this one's been dominant. The last was a Tech 9 rush.
How have they not realised, though, that their round successes have come from the A-bomb site? They've come from the late kind of mid plays.
I mean, Andu's probably the only person really keeping Gamer Legion in this game.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that they've tried to test him.
Maybe they just don't see the kill feed and see it's Andu towards B every round, or... That could be the only answer.
Yeah, it is interesting.
But the thing is, Aurora have had just so much success towards A. We've had Grix posted up. He's been able to find at least 1 or 2 towards top ramp in many rounds, and AWP in that one, but for some reason just doesn't seem to want to head towards A. Will be. It's the last round. You really playing for KD? What?
By the scenes of things,
what is the point in this? I have to be.
It's an anticlimactic close to regulation, as Vilby doesn't even attempt the 1v5.
Maybe he just didn't want to give the ace.
Maybe. I mean, it could have gone down as a legendary performance, though, couldn't it?
If he jumped off the map, that would have been incredible.
I wouldn't help you, KD, then, would it?
No. Yeah, Aurora. You know, this is Gamer Legion's map pick. We mentioned they're probably the favourites coming into the series regardless, and the fact that they have, what, 3 map points, we know that Aurora's Dust is strong. I think that kind of one Tech 9 round and the decisions to hit B 3 rounds in a row are decisions that Aurora are going to be questioning after the result of today. Obviously, they can still bounce back. They can still take things here on Vertigo. Obviously, Anubis is a strong point for them as well. But if Gamer Legion come to finish this series with the W, I think we all know Aurora are going to be devastated here.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a bit of a technical pause here. We did just see Flammus get up from his desk and go into the void.
I was going to say, I don't know
that
how
is
you
behind
saw
his
Flammus.
camera.
Yeah, it just faded into the darkness.
Yeah, it became one with it.
Are you a lights on or lights off player?
Oh, lights off.
It's crazy because I've known you for, what, 5 years now and I still don't know.
I mean, I don't get why anyone would want to play with the lights on. I want full focus on my monitor.
Full degen in the darkness.
Exactly.
Have you got those blue light glasses?
No.
Your eyes are just dead then.
My eyes are actually very bad. They've they've crumbled recently.
They've fallen off, have they?
Yeah, my eyes have fallen off. I'm washed up. My eyes are washed up.
I'll be honest, the other day I was like, I could barely hear someone speaking to me. I was like, I think I've lost my hearing.
I do think the sort of introduction of esports into mainstream a bit more, I think it's honestly ruining this generation of people. Yeah. I think we're all gonna have the bodies of like 80-year-olds or like 30.
I'll be honest, backaches. I'm already feeling it, Charlie, and I've just turned 23.
I think we both would. I think we're both past our time.
Do we even ever have our time?
I don't think so, but either way, we'll see if it's Gamer Legion's time to make this comeback properly happen. After being 3 rounds down, 3 map points towards Aurora, maybe Gamer Legion can finally step up and show us what they're made of here on Vertigo.
The one big positive about overtime, Charlie, is we could probably see some orbs. Bit of a nice change, I guess. Great nade from ZTR, though. Aggression from Blixie, and he's still not been found, but ZTR's trade is key. ZTR kicks things off nicely with this double. Not only gives him the advantage, but continues the control towards ramp, and Aurora just going to have to back away. We'll be retaking now, and we do have Grix on the big green.
White creeping up. They run out any boost, but we can see the most aggressive player is Slend, who is indeed on that AWP.
He's alone, Charlie. He's completely alone. It's a triple B setup there. Nice find from Slend, though. A lot of trust, a lot of responsibilities, and he's upheld what's required. Bomb can go down. 4-on-2 retake. Ooh, just evades. Re-smoke here on the site. Grix posted up here towards sandbags. A little bit worried about Catwalk, and quite rightly. So many unknowns here. Gamer Legion, they can take their time. They can just wait. Smoke to come down. On the bomb site. Great smoke there. McHugh's going to be smoked off himself, but he can find the pick onto Volt, and now it's Grix's turn. It's got to go huge, and he just spots out CTR. Information as well onto Andu. This was a 4 versus 2. He's going to need the smoke. And Grix just spots him. But Slend off the bomb. It's another tap from Slend. Reposition, but it doesn't matter if he gets the kill because there's no time for the defuse. And somehow Gamer Legion, a real misstep there. It's a 4 versus 2 retake. They had the util to do it, but just no clue, no preparation for Grix on the AWP. Excellent stuff. I don't even know how he spotted ZTR there.
I mean, you can see Grix quite animated with that one, how much it means for him to win a round like that and how important he realises it is winning the first round of OT. But honestly, I think a big reason why that round ended up going the way of Aurora is something you mentioned. It was this 3B lead. Aurora, by hitting B so often, although it kind of punished him in regulation, it's kind of conditioned this Gamer Legion roster to be paranoid and worried about it. They lean over towards there, leave Slend towards A. He finds 1 kill and backs away, gives the whole bomb site up to Aurora. They have all the space to work with. there's so many angles for Gamer Legion to clear that eventually they overlook Grix, and look what he does.
It was the opener found as well. You know, we had Gamer Legion with the lead. They have got it in this one. They just spot out Grix. We see a lot of Util come his way, and obviously Flamus' rifle will find. Something I want to point out, Charlie, is we've had 25 rounds of play. Slender's only got 13 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a decent amount of saves. I mean, Vilby and Flamus don't have much more.
No, yeah. Vilby's 9 and 15. Usually when you see that many saves, you expect plenty more kills, but Charlie, it's a classic Andu B site hold.
Vilby will be found by this nade. And yeah, this has been a very dominant. I mean, we saw a lot of positives from Aurora towards B early, but Andu just absolutely shut down anything. 3 kills from him here, almost on the 30 bomb. He's 1 kill away from being double any of his teams.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's ridiculous. And it's just one of those. It's one of those individual plays that not only is it so tough to replicate, but it's just so tough to sit here and watch. Like, let's say we see the Gamer Legion lose this thing, you know, lose first map, Vertigo. I think it's just so devastating for a player like Andu. Blood, sweat, and tears given to this map. I feel like he's done everything he can do, and more. And the fact it's still leveled up 13 and 13.
I mean, I think if we do end up going on to see Gamer Legion take this, I'm sure we're going to have an interesting conversation with Degator, in fact, to say how easy is this going to be to replicate. If we only see Gamer Legion win this game off of Andu's performance, then that's not really giving us a lot of positive signs for Dust if Andu doesn't play this well again.
Well, that's back-to-back opening deaths here for Grix. Really tough one. Grix has obviously had a big clutch, but last couple rounds put his team in very tough scenarios. Vital from Slend. Gets 3 hit. And McHughes could be his 4th. Oh, it's all about timing. McHughes, oh, he didn't check him. McHughes. He's just pushed through the smoke with his back out. And that's a Slend ace.
That's why you need him on the AWP.
Yep, yeah, that's what he can do.
Overtime has really been one of the only reasons why Slend's actually even had this AWP this game. Finance has been so difficult for both rosters. Primarily, though, Gamer Legion have really just not managed to get Slend on the big green. And I mean, this has been a magnificent performance here towards the ramp, and will give Gamer Legion the advantage in overtime.
I think the crazy thing is as well, is we'll look back at this game and be like, oh, well, Slend, he got, you know, maybe, might end it with 23, 24, you know, he's got not that many deaths. We'll say, okay, yeah, Slend had a pretty good game. He's just had a good overtime, really. You know, I think he was just even pretty much throughout the whole of the game. But it was just the fact, as you pointed out, primary AWPer, his main role is to wield the big green, and we didn't see much of it. Only 1 round in regulation where Slend had the AWP.
Riggs finds the opener in this one, but Andu, we've seen him a couple of times in this game get both B players. Isn't able to in this one, just the one.
Oh, I like this from Slend. Getting very aggressive here. We'll find McHughes. Reposition needed from Grix, but Slend has been incredible. At 7 kills in the last 2 rounds. We'll dodge the flash. Wary of Blue Right's position. Oh, Blixie. He's going to make his way back. Oh, there is no way Flamus is going to be prepared for Blixie here. And this is the round done. Aurora. Impressive stuff. He's going to line him up. Oh, Blixie. Blixie, just far too smart. And that's why he's the top performer for Aurora. I think there's the real difference. Andu's really fighting for his kills. It's impressive doubles. Blixie, just the mastermind behind it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was... It just was obviously a major oversight from Slend just assuming that A is fully clear.
Also, I think it might have just been a possibility where Aurora, if they were to push out towards Heaven, towards Catwalk, they would have just taken Slend down. But it's great discipline from Blixie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the impressive part about it, isn't it?
It's the fact as well, I think Blixie's communicated, look, Blue White's posted up, don't peek, there is no need for you to show yourself. This is a guaranteed round, don't mess things up here, and obviously, things weren't messed up. It's another great opening for Slend. Slend has had such a good overtime. That's 8 kills so far in the last 3.
Yeah, has come alive here. Grix might be able to grab one back, but Volt just playing from ladder isn't giving up that opportunity. Still starting to be thrown back and forth here towards B. The nades are chipping away at both sides.
Util very much drained here though. Aurora, only 5 pieces. Game Allegiance still plenty, but the flash is excellent. Vilby with that limited utility, using one to find the overtime hero for Game Allegiant.
Bring it back to a level game.
And it's Blixie tucked away here towards headshot.
Flamus goes towards A alone. He has a lot of space that can be taken here.
Oh, and the fact he's gone towards Catwalk, Blixie does seem aware of it now with such limited time. This is where Aurora soon realise, oh, we can find them both. Flamus has just realised that Vilby's crossed. Nice from Vilby to take him down, and it's still going to be the safe play. Charlie, there's 13 seconds left. Vilby can take down the bomb. If Vilby finds the bomb carrier, it's over. Nice find from Gregs. Ooh, bomb to be planted in the open, but it could be denied. It's all on ZTR though. 1 versus 3. Aurora find 15. And Game Allegiance, just such a limited time there. I think once Flamus is able to take that space, we see Game Allegiant decide to pivot back. But there's just only, 30 seconds for them to do it. It's just not enough time. I think Flamus being a late lurk could have got himself towards CT, and that's where the B bomb site could have been such an easy avenue for Game Allegiant, but no. And this is now the 4th opportunity for Aurora here to close out map 1.
Yeah, Vilby does a great job to get himself away from where Flamus was holding. Because you could see Flamus was hyper fixated on that angle.
Yeah.
And Vilby just gets probably one of the easiest kills he is going to have this game. But like you said, Aurora, another chance, another crack at the whip to actually close this one out. We'll see if they're able to muster it.
Slen posted up. He's been great at getting these opening kills. Will we see one here though? And with the aggressive nature of both Flamus and ZTR, I doubt it. Blixie in a nice position, timing. Not great, but we'll find Flamus. And now we see Vilby look to swing. Vilby can get one. Great nade and shots coming through from Blixie. It's down to this 2-on-3 now. Grix on the orb. Andrew needs to find him, otherwise this is where the round becomes very difficult, but missed shot from Grix. Excellent from Andu. 30-second kill to be found, and it's the 2 heroes for Game Allegiant remaining in the clutch. It's the 2 players that you want to be here. Great setup though from Aurora, it has to be said.
Bomb has been picked up, and there's plenty of time for Game Allegiant to play this one. If the CTs start to question, start to move from where they're playing, that's where the chance opens up from Game Allegiant.
There's so much utility on Aurora here. Game Allegiant have some to work with, but they've just got to go in contact. 38 seconds here. This is so tough. I'd love to see Mikyus try and take some control towards Gap, but Slend going to be peeking now, up in hand. Slend, opportunity to find Mikyus and is successful. And this is where they might not realise there's a second player here. Oh, Blue White's crept on out. Blue White finds them first. He's aware of Slend, and the reposition from Blue White is excellent. Oh, it's going to be the tap of the bomb and the P250 in hand. And Blue White looks to creep himself through. And oh, the P250 of Slend. 4 bullets connect, but not enough. Blue White successful here, and so Aurora. They take map 1. That's their opponent's map pick. It's Vertigo. It was meant to be the comfort pick here for Game Allegiant. We head to Dust. Aurora's best map now. So many questions to be asked about Game Allegiant.
Yeah, I mean, meant to be the comfort pick, but looked anything but. A lot of mistakes made from both sides, really, but it feels very excusable for Aurora Youngblood, considering this isn't one of their great maps. This is a weaker one for them. This is meant to be where Game Allegiant dominate and show their pressure that they can apply to Aurora, but none of that was displayed. Big upset on map number 1, and we know what can happen on Dust, don't we, Fred?
Well, Charlie, look, we had a strong start from Aurora. We had that back and forth force by war. We had an overtime, and this is all something that Gade is going to be, analysing, going to be talking you guys through, because I'm so excited to see and kind of hear what he has to say about map 1.
And all I have to say is, oh dear God, Gamer Legion, where did you go? There, during regulation, we saw some rather struggling stuff coming out of the players there from Gamer Legion. It was a bit unfortunate. You were looking at Slenge, ZTR, just not able to perform to their utmost ability to close things out during regulation. And of course, we saw Aurora Youngbloods go ahead and abuse that in a big way. So now coming into that overtime position, we just saw tie after tie after tie. No one able to really get themselves that advantage to push themselves over the line. And eventually, we did see Aurora Youngbloods string 2 together to close it out. But man, it was a fairly close one, closing things out there in 16-14 fashion. So it's brilliantly done by them. And like I was saying there in the pre-show, things are now in a really scary state for Gamer Legion. We're coming into Dust 2 up next. Things are going to be a little bit more turbulent, especially because it is a map that the side of Aurora Youngbloods are rather strong on, sitting at a 70% win rate over the past 10 maps played. Meanwhile, Gamer Legion only played at half that amount of time and have a 20% win rate for themselves. So they don't have the most experience when it comes down to it there, and that's going to be the really scary spot coming into it for them. So I mean, I wish some luck into this, but like I said during the speculation of what could happen here in this best of 3, if we see Aurora Youngbloods take that first map like they did, they're liable to go ahead and do this in 2-0 and knock the invited team of Gamer Legion just right out of the series before they even have a chance to really get started. And I have to say, it's a bit of a shame. But of course, speaking a little bit more back on the map we just saw, what we really saw was a very tight affair from both these squads. Gamer Legion, they're able to put up some really good numbers, winning out the pistol, following it with a second, with third round full buy coming out from ABY to go ahead and bring themselves around. But of course, Gamer Legion were just able to go ahead and come back out on top to go ahead and put themselves at 3-1. But after we got to there, things got a lot more turbulent. We saw ABY going ahead and pushing themselves into different tie scenarios. We saw a big tie come up, especially in the 4-4 score line, or no, sorry, 3-3 for round 6. That's where we started to see, well, Aurora Youngbloods, they're starting to look a little bit more competent, a little bit more comfortable. They could be able to go ahead and start to really make this a competitive match. Of course, we did see in times where teams did pull away for it to be re-tied back up, but I mean, that map was just the story of ties ultimately. And I have to say, the underperforming players coming out of Gamer Legion are kind of what sold the boat when it comes down to it. You looked at Slend, looked at ZTR, like I said, they just weren't able to go ahead and net the frags that they needed to in order to push that over the line. Meanwhile, they also had Vilby on ABY that was struggling as well. He went 9-14 there in regulation. Of course, on the flip side, we saw an absolutely stellar performance out of Blexy, coming up 22-16. Meanwhile, Andu going 21-16 there for GL. So I mean, it was an absolute staggering performance from certain players, but then there were certain individuals that just couldn't pull it up, and I think that is the biggest issue. But of course, we're going to be heading into map number 2. We could see Aurora Youngbloods do it. They could be looking at this 2-0, but we do have ourselves a bit of a break. We'll see you guys about 10 minutes time as we look to go ahead and send us into our second map of the day.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Welcome on back, folks. We're going to be looking to get underway with our second map here of the series. And oh dear lord, what just happened there to Gamer Legion? It looked like they kind of turned off there for a bit, as we did see Aurora Youngbloods go ahead and pick things up in overtime, going 16-14 there at the end, taking their opponent's map, picking out, moving into one of their strongest maps in the pool.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a perfect opportunity for Aurora. I think when you look at it, their Dust is good, their Anubis is also pretty good, and it begs the question. Look, I pointed it out. We saw what Gamer Legion take Anubis against Vitality. They're number 2 in the world, and if they picked it, I think there would be a far more confident look from them. I think Gamer Legion, they just clearly went on their day. Obviously, Andu played pretty well, but me and Charlie pointed out during the game is the fact that Slen couldn't really optimize with the AWP. He had it hardly any rounds in regulation. The second it went OT, he got like 9 kills in 3 rounds, and I think that's the real difference maker. All it would have been is a Gamer Legion take a double eco, and then we've got the AWP out, and we've got a very different scenario for them. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Gamer Legion. Yes, I still think they can take it, but I don't think it's going to be easy, not in the slightest.
No, I think it's going to be very difficult now. More so for the fact that we didn't really have Flammer stepping up at all, and I think you're asking a lot if you're asking for Andu to play like a performance like he did there on Vertical or Dust again. He is going to need more support. I mean, Slend had a good overtime, but take away overtime from the equation, he was a bit of a non-factor like a lot of the Gamer Legion players in that one. Dust is a map that's based off of a lot of individuals. I don't even think the individuals played that well for Aurora Youngblood. I think you had Blixie, who isn't even meant to be one of the biggest stars on the team. Certainly has huge moments and definitely can be one of those picking up the pieces. But I think Grig's probably the most obvious player that we even pointed out. I don't think he had that great at map 1, to be fair. He missed a lot of really simple shots for him. I think on a map like Dust, though, where he really can thrive, if you got Blixie by his side again and a few more players having a few big moments, I think Aurora Youngblood have a very good chance to take this. And this would be quite an upset, boys, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, it certainly would be. I mean, it's in the cards right now. We could be seeing it playing out this way to where we do see this duo. We were talking about it in the back, just going ahead and saying, well, I mean, this is doable here for Royal Youngblood. So it's certainly in the cards now. So we'll see if they can go ahead and play the right cards to put themselves into the position where they do this 2-0. But of course, if Gamer Legion take us into map 3, I think it's liable to swap the other way. I think this could be 2-1 Gamer Legion regardless. I mean, they looked a little bit weak there on Vertigo, but of course, if they're able to take up Dust 2 and then use a stellar performance to get themselves into Anubis, like they did against Vitality, I mean, we could be looking at it very easily swinging back their direction.
Yeah, I think another player that I really want to point out on the Gamer Legion side would be Volt, but I guess that's something that I can talk about later, because, I don't know, I think, are we going into game? I'm pretty sure we are.
Are you all ready?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys are, but I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this matchup, because here we go once again. We're heading on into Dust.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think Volt had big moments. He had good double kills, but it was just far too infrequent, wasn't it, Charlie?
It was also very early in the game. He was a big piece for some of Gamer Legion's early rounds, but yeah, like the rest of his team, apart from Andu, really didn't have the greatest moments since. What on earth are we seeing?
Yeah,
Seen a few back and forth.
Yeah, it's got to be a
DC. I was gonna say a lot of jumping around for a game that's for a game that we're going into, but no, just round reset. Gotta wait for the DC. Both maps, Fred.
Yeah, both maps were at the start of the game.
Nice time to do it though, before we're fully in the action.
Just get some time to talk.
Yeah,
Look,
we go.
I haven't given you the chance to speak your opinion yet, Charlie. But I'm gonna push it to you. Who do you think's taking the series? Who do you think's gonna be taking it? What's the scoreline here on Dust? Give me your thoughts.
See, it's really strange because I came into this one, I was fully thinking 2-0 Gamer Legion. I luckily don't think I got the chance to say that.
Yeah.
I'm going to completely switch it up. I think it is going to be a 2-0 Aurora now. I think the Youngbloods have shown some really positive signs. I really like this roster as well. I'm looking at someone like Blue White who have a big performance. Obviously Grix, but Blue White is often someone who I think is so undervalued in terms of how dangerous he can be on his day. And I think a map like Dust, I've seen so many huge moments from him on this map, even surpassing Grix, which is quite a statement considering Grix is very talented at this map.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we talk about Dust 2 being kind of an AWP's kind of real dream.
Paradise, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, we kind of said, Grix, okay, yeah, had good numbers when it comes to the kills, but there was many moments where we saw kind of missed shots from Grix, and then we kind of saw him hit the most difficult of ones. So, a bit unfortunate for Grix. Definitely could have had a better performance individually on Vertigo. No chance for any pistol kills here for Grix, as he has been taken down by ZTR.
Yeah, just tried to send him in with the P250 before they're setting their sights elsewhere. Bit of a dangerous game to play. Sort of relying on your B hit coming from a 50-50 gunfight, but it just does show the confidence that the Aurora side possesses. 3 players towards B. If this is a mid to B, these kills need to come through.
There are flashes in play though for both Vilby and McHughes, and the Julies at range, we know how cruel they can be. ZTR tucked on the back of the bomb site, low HP there, and Vilby now on the 1 versus 2 brings it down to, oh sorry, the 1 versus 3 brings it down to the 1 versus 1 now. Does in fact spot Andu, I believe. Can be the stick of the bomb already. Vilby, he's got a lot of util to work with, but just needs to keep his gun out. Been spotted now by Andu. Vilby now, it's going to be about timing, but Andu swings wide and simple shot there. So pistol goes the way of Gamer Legion here.
I mean, it was a nice kill towards mid, but pushing into the 3-man stack, you saw how difficult it did become. Even trades, though, is probably the best you could hope, actually, if you were Aurora Youngbloods there, because that's such a tricky site to take. Did see a scout invested from Grix. Sold that pretty soon after, though. So I think it will just be the eco from the T side, allow Gamer Legion to get a little bit of an early start.
It's the fact that Vilby can drop over and open the next, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely have a lot of weight to it. Getting Grix on the big green this early will be something that Slender will probably be quite jealous of after last map.
Well, look, it's 2 kills and bomb plant bonus. It's all you can ever ask for, really.
There are a couple of deagles in play, so kills definitely can be found.
I like the little dance that we're seeing from both McHughes and Volt.
Yeah, it feels like quite a standard way that we see B in play, just someone jiggling close with a smoke or a molly.
We are going to be seeing this short take here from Aurora. And with the Deagle Blue-White, things could get a little bit difficult. And as Flammers rotates down, a lot to be done here now from Slend. It's going to be... Ooh, I was maybe thinking we were going to see a run boost, but Molly coming through. Just the silent back away and disengage here from the T's. And with the smoke.
They are burning a decent bit of util here for when they do eventually decide to hit a site. A will be the best place to go, but ZTR does still have a smoke grenade. Not anymore.
Since it's that's going to make things tough, and with Flammus rotating down, we'll have heard the drop from Blixie. Kind of need to see McHughes hit this shot, but not going to be easy. Aurora taking a long time here. Just 2 flashes remaining.
They do need to die, so no chance of a save coming through. ZTR's position tucked as soon as Volt makes contact. Ooh. Okay.
McHughes double deagle.
Surely not, Fred. Bomb can go down.
It's a 3-on-3. It's an anything.
Flammus might be forcing something a little bit too much. McHughes could get an easy kill here. Spots him out. Not sure why we saw the peek from Blue White.
Yeah,
But now McHugh's, being so low, he has to take a risk, looks to push through the doors. I think if Blue-White doesn't swing there, McHugh's is getting that kill. He's just spotted the gun of Flammers. He's just about to swing on him. I mean, either way, 3 brilliant kills from McHugh's. A bomb plant on a round where only Deagles were invested. Now an ult can be brought out on a multiple players.
Yeah, brilliant stuff that. I think it's the type of expectation we could have seen from Aurora if they went for the investment. 3 kills, bomb plant.
Possibility for the round win.
Yeah, exactly.
But look how humble it's kept the economy of the CT side.
Oh, 100%. Obviously, Volt's got a little bit of money in the reserve, but I guess the one positive is they're not going to be wielding 3 MP9s in the next, but I think when we know that the ult's in play for Greg's. And weaponry is perfection here for Aurora utility as well. Perfect opportunity. This is their map selection, Charlie, and I think they're going to have to show it here because I think we know how kind of flip Dust can be. I feel like it's a map that you can see be very one-sided in moments where teams just gain their confidence, because we talk about it being a map that's quite heavily dictated by individuals, by kind of just angels, and could be seeing one here towards short. Flammers close here. We're trying to dodge the flash. We'll get one though. Important trade from Vilby. Griggs has played a little bit more disciplined here in this round, and I'd love to see him play a little bit more on the front foot. Really surprise Gamer Legion here with this big green.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen any whatever look towards long from Aurora at all so far. Finally, it looks like we are going to.
It's a good setup though. Problem is the lack of utility. ZTR's got a smoke and a flash. With Andu backing away towards the bomb site, Slend is going to be a real possibility now. This is where Aurora are going to be thinking, oh, it probably is a player in pit. In such a long time, they're going to be clearing. Slend surely to go down. It's just a question of how many he can find beforehand, but just the one. Andu has already maneuvered his way towards short here. A lot of damage dealt there to both McHugh's and Blue-White. Important molly, though, going to force him back, and Andu, in the hopes of finding something. How many times is he going to get a tick to the molly?
Kept on getting chipped away. Still does find one, and now it's all on Griggs with the smoke going down. That's going to make this round so difficult.
It's just a save for Griggs, surely. No need to try anything fancy. Just a save towards Pit. It's tough, though. Ooh, Andu will fall. So another round where we're going to be seeing pretty much everything invested here for Gamer Legion. And the reinvestment will come through now from Aurora. Bomb plant bonus with that full loss bonus. Griggs can drop over an AK. Got 3 AKs in play, and McHugh's with a Galil and utility. 2 pieces of util missing and the Galil. Not a bad buy from Aurora at all. But I think we need to see a little bit more of Griggs here. Potentially a bit more on the front foot, playing a bit more aggressive, because that's where Griggs really can provide. Ooh, not only is it the kill, but it's the damage onto Griggs. Lovely stuff here from Slend.
Yeah, player pushing lower tunnels as well, so you see Volt rotating towards mid.
Volt spots one. Will go down for Bilby, but Flammer's so quick to react and doubles down. Can find the third. And Gamer Legion, this is a far more impressive showing from them. And I think we might have heard some typing. I'm expecting a pause. Yeah, we see it coming through now from Aurora.
Yeah, it's unsurprising. Aurora right now finding themselves 4-0 down on their map pick. They've had a couple of buys. They've had more than enough to be able to take the round. Yeah, the Dust 2 that we have seen from Gamer Legion has been, like you mentioned in the pre-game, we've had some very close results on it, apart from their game against Vitality, which was quite one-sided, but that's to be expected regardless. But yeah, it hasn't been excellent. Potentially this has been something Gamer Legion have been working on really under ZTR, looking to bolster up their Dust slightly. And it is the full investment from Aurora. This is risky with this mid push, despite Blue-White finding the first. The round does get unraveled.
And they have to give up all of this control they've taken towards long. It's going to be a fight for the bomb, one of which the Gamer Legion won't actually realise they've got some control for. All the timing on this nade. Absolutely excellent. Blows open the smoke. 23 health remaining on both Blue, White, and Vilby combined. Things go from bad to worse here for Aurora. Begs the question, Charlie. We're just going to see a save. They've got no control. They've got no health on 2. I think the save is the best option.
I would like to see them give it more of a go. Maybe look to see if you can head back towards long. Just send Blue, White, and Vilby in with McHughes to get the trades. And then we really have a chance for Slen now peeking towards mid. Does spot nothing. And Volt's going to back away as well. This has opened up quite a bit of space towards mid. Is Slen being exposed from mid right now, or is this just something on the minimap? No, he is. Backed away, Volt. Gets taken down by the 18 HP Blue-White. And this is where Slen's orb doesn't matter about the HP. He switched to the pistol because he's aware, but McHughes gets the trade. Bomb just about goes down as ETR on the 1 versus 2. He has a nade and a molly that can find Blue-White. He's in a good position to nade. It's going to be Molly in Blue-White's position, who swings out now, does get found. Great play from McHughes, pushing through the smoke. ZTR had the awareness for it, but McHughes catches him off, and they went for the round, Fred, and they did go on and take it.
It was just the worst player to be in that scenario. It was just Slend, back at the bomb site with an AWP. You understand he's posting up there, obviously towards towards tunnels, but this is where Volt, he can just play tuck towards car. There's actually no real need for Volt to go peeking towards mid. But just so many questions. It's the double setup on B, which they decide to kind of somewhat dismantle and Volt have a look. Yeah, it's tough, but great from Aurora. First round on the board now.
Yeah, finally showing something on their map. I mean, it looked very risky going for the 4 spot there. You lose that, there's a very good chance that you give up 6 to Gamer Legion.
Well, straight away, Charlie, it's 4 rounds in a row for Gamer Legion, and they've got MP9s in play. They've got poor utility. Aurora can find 3 off the back of this, and that's where we've got kind of a close game and that potential for that comeback. I like that we see the pause, though, come through from Gamer Legion. I think they're kind of assessing the issues of that round, realising, look, we know that they were both low. We know that so much damage would have been dealt not only by the HE, but by the bullets as well. How have we messed things up here?
Long being heavily given up in favour of taking all this space towards B.
Yeah, and this is where Gamer Legion gonna need to pivot because Aurora are not slowing things down. Although it's a silent approach, Blue-White creeping through. Timing on the nade a bit unfortunate. Flashbang coming through. ZTR will spot out. Gonna drop the Molotov, and this is where things can become quite tough. Aurora forced forward. We have got a low HP Slen tucked towards Gandalf, found by Blue-White through the boxes. Grix posted up on the AWP towards long, just in case of any flanks. A bomb yet to be planted, though.
With no util from the CTs, with no defuse kit, this actually has to be a save. Oh, not unless they get a kill that easily.
Oh, Volt can get another. What is happening? The MP9's working their magic. Still got Grix and Vilby to deal with, but now Vilby falls. Grix in a 1 versus 4. All posted up. Oh, and he misses the first, and it's just a save. Aurora.
I can't believe they take that.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, I said it had to be a save, but when kills are being given up that easily...
What's MP9 through smokes, Charlie? It just shouldn't be found.
I mean, it's just we see the player towards short. I want to say it was blue white initially, just so overextended. All the CT players have a free kill on you. You're not even looking. Yeah. If you're trying to take the fight, I would at least kind of say, okay, fair enough. Went for a fight, lost it, maybe should have taken it regardless. But just not even aware. It's just a huge oversight. I'm questioning maybe Aurora, like myself, thought they were going to be going for a save, but opted against it. And yeah, big mistakes coming out there. Aurora, they got their lifeline a couple of rounds ago with that force bite, with that 3v3. Won the round there, but they gave it away.
Yeah, there's just no real kind of justification there. I think it's the fact that there's plenty of players just in poor positions. Trade potential very, very weak. Sled, somewhat trapped, but he's fighting his way out. This is where Aurora, you realise, can we stop giving him a free opportunity here? Grix, currently in pit, but no one going to peek him. Unless Slen can find Blixie, then he's on for the ace, and I think he'll give it a go, right? I think when an ace is on the cards, you've got to go for it.
Tag does actually come down onto Slend. Blixie with so much work to do here. Molotov dropped, does have room to pass.
It's a late flank from ZTR here, Charlie.
And Griggs is swapped to the rifle, spotted the player behind default. Blixie goes down. Griggs will find one, but falls as well. Gamer Legion looking so much sharper here on Dust than we had seen in the entirety of Vertigo.
And I think as well something you've got to point out, everyone kind of having their moments, everyone stepping up. You know, ZTR currently 7-3, Slend 8-5, Flammus on 8 as well. A far better performance from Gamer Legion, as you mentioned, and yeah, it's Aurora that favour the T side usually. Molly spotted, Slend just posting here, and Bilby never going to survive that one. Aurora poised to make their way towards the B-bomb site. Oh, but the bomb was on Vilby. That's going to delay things by a good 15-20 seconds. With that delay, they're going to be looking to change their minds. Ooh, Flammer spots a couple. And the HE grenade hits heavy. 70 damage in total. Nice round number with that HE.
Yeah, good bit of damage. Just softening these players up for ZTR, who is going to be here in mid. Inside the Orpov Slend, Util's coming over. Spam does even more damage from ZTR, and the Molotov being dropped is going to ensure they can't come through mid just yet. Timing's actually pretty bad for Slend, but still finds the kill.
I kind of like what we're seeing here from Gamer Legion. They've realised they're against the techs. Oh, I don't actually know how Slend hasn't hit that shot. But yeah, it's just the fact that they're just kind of sitting back. They're denying the Tech 9's kind of their close range fights and the need and want. And even at range, McHughes not only finds Flammers, but dealing the damage onto ZTR as well. Slend will eventually take him down. 3k there for Slend, 4 survivors for Gamer Legion, and a 7th round as well found. So not only have they taken the half, but with 4 more to play, things could get very scary here for the Academy roster.
Yeah, it feels like they need to get a good few rounds more on their T side to at least give themselves a bit of a fighting chance, because otherwise this one could end before we even realise. Could be on to Anubis. Well, we thought Dust was still going to continue, but I think we all thought this was going to be a close game. This is not what we were expecting.
Yeah, I think after we see map 1 somehow go the way of Aurora, I think there should be no outcome that it's a 7-1 to Gamer Legion. I think it's nuts. It's ridiculous. I think the way we've seen Aurora play on Dust in the past, the fact that we haven't really seen all too much of Dust being played by Gamer Legion. It's just that one map as this kind of new roster, and it wasn't too comfortable. Flammer's deep here. It's just the fact that the level of confidence that we're seeing from Gamer Legion's excellent. I think they've realised, look, we can't kind of be playing how we did on Vertigo. We've got to take some liberties, we've got to take some risks, and in doing so, Gamer Legion usually come out on top. An individual push towards top mid, a flashbang to aid Flammus, and that's the opener found. And Andu, he's just pushing here towards long. Oh, great flash here, and begs the question. Grix needs to peek. Andu will eventually go down. Back to this 4-on-4, but I'm still going to be favouring Game Legion in this one. They're going to be taking control towards tunnels, and Aurora look to make their way back from long. I think if McHughes falls here, Charlie, this is where the round becomes very difficult, but McHughes, something you won't realise is this double flank here through tunnels.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a time limit on this, and with Slend finding the first, Flammer's taking that one. Slend doesn't even need to find the kill with the molly. That's where ZTR strikes, and it's all on Grix being held by his Orpin rival. Does come out on top for the first.
Don't think it matters though, Charlie. A Grix save surely is going to come through here.
It's a good chance he's not expecting ZTR towards long. He is posted up, in fact.
Yeah, but ZTR being so close here. Grix's patience. Very nice.
Yeah, we'll keep him alive, but it doesn't matter. Volts won the round.
This is just a ridiculously one-sided game.
Yeah, very much so.
I think the problem as well is, obviously, we're seeing Game Legion finding these openers quite comfortably, but it's the fact that even when Aurora get themselves into the bomb plant scenario and they get into the post plant, we're seeing poor decision making. We're seeing, you know, you go back to that round where it was the Deagles, where we could have seen the MP9 find it was blue-white over peaking, brought it down to that kind of 1 versus 2. We saw it obviously when they took the A-bomb site, and it was blue-white again, Charlie. It was deep towards short. And I feel like a player that we praised so heavily in the past, and obviously a player that we praised quite heavily on Vertigo, is being a bit of a problem here for Aurora. Taking too many liberties, too many risks. We see it here. Loses the kind of opening duel. And now Vulcan Strike denies any tunnels aggression. And although Vilby looked to take some control towards middle, he's been forced back by the bullets. So it's a 5-on-3. It's a low HP Vilby. It's a 1 smoke for Aurora to work with. And Charlie, it's probably a 9th to be found by Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I mean, with Vilby being solo, Flammer's going to peek on out by the looks of things if Grix goes down. So we've been holding for now just a reposition. Space has been taken towards short as well. Sooner or later, Gamer Legion are going to realise long is very likely the next point of contention for Aurora.
The problem is, because Aurora haven't even looked towards long this round, they're going to have to spend so much time clearing not only the long doors, they've got to clear deep pit. They're going to spend at least 15 seconds clearing all of this. I think it started at 42. I want to say when they started clearing long. And they've only just peeked their way towards the bomb site now. So, 17 seconds. And now they've got to kind of question as where these players are. And with Slend and Flammers firing off, Grix going to attempt to save once again. Flammer's just going to back away. Oh, he drops the flash, in fact, to Slend. Great team play there. Yeah, you can see the dismay and kind of the anger there for Grix. But Charlie, top performer on Vertigo. Blixie, 1 and 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think there's any real silver linings. I mean, you look back to the round, the only round that Aurora have been able to post so far this game. It was with a 1 HP blue-white, a 1 HP Blixie, I believe, and a McHughes on full HP. And it was just a bit of an individual round. Partly lucky that Slend was in the position he was. A bit lucky that Volt peaked mid towards when he did and didn't tuck. It felt like a lot of things went right in that round for Aurora, but as soon as it's back on the standard full buy versus full buy, Aurora aren't able to show us anything.
Charlie, look at the positioning of both Slend and Andu. They're the CTs, by the way. They're not on the T side.
I mean, it just shows the confidence at how free they feel taking this space of the map. And it's a 3B hold. I will be... Well, this is really interesting. Andu, oh, it's perfectly timed. He opts to shoot on the flash so it doesn't force all the T's back. The whole point of it is this 3v setup. So Andu takes his time and makes sure they start pushing into the B-bomb site before he takes down the kill. Really brilliant stuff. Gamer Legion, all 5 alive. Really dominant round. And it does just... This feels like what Gamer Legion could have offered from the start of this series. 100%. This is what they've always been able to offer. But we just didn't get to see any of it in map 1. This feels like they are a far superior team, whereas Vertigo, it felt like they were on the same level as Aurora.
Well, look, I think Vertigo was maybe kind of a scenario where Gamer Legion felt a little bit of pressure. Its first map of the series. I think now it's clear that in the break they would have just said, "Look, guys, we messed up. We lost Vertigo. We maybe should have picked Anubis, but now Dust. There's no pressure. We don't need to worry about anything. You know, Dust is their strongest. It's our weakest." And we're not really expecting much. So play with confidence. Play with ego. If you want to go for a bit of a swing towards short, go for it. Grix is posted in this round for Slen, so he will go down. But it's just the fact that Gamer Legion, they are just taking so much aggression. We see it from Andu in the last. Obviously pushes all the way through long, wraps through B. Same from Slend. He's pushed top mid alone with an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that has given one more chance to Aurora to at least get a second round, but even that doesn't feel particularly positive. Andu has to start to consider this A-bomb site, but he still isn't. Finally has a look, finds Vilby, peeks on out into Grix, which Grix feels like he's going to win all the time.
And as you said, Aurora got a chance for their second, and the odds slowly creeping closer in their favour, but we have got Flammus making his way up ramp. We'll find Grix. Brings it down to this 2 versus 3. And Flammus now, it's all about timing. Shoulder spotted and Blue-White finds. Vault now. Attempting, will get one, but timing's unfortunate against McHughes. So, 10-2 here. But a great half there for Gamer Legion.
I mean, if they win Pistol, it's pretty much done. It definitely feels that way. I mean, you could even make an argument that it's done from a scoreline like this. This is meant to be Aurora's, one of their strongest maps. Obviously, you can definitely make an argument they feel strong on the CT side, but they haven't given themselves a lot of a CT side to play.
Well, Charlie, we know comeback's going to happen. We've seen it at the kind of the highest level.
Seen it all. I've seen some crazy comebacks. A decent amount here at CCT as well.
Yeah, and I think Dust, we always talk about it being a map where comebacks can come through, so look, who knows? Aurora? I feel wrong saying this, but Aurora can still close it out in 2, can't they, Charlie?
They can. I don't know if they will, though.
Probably not.
Anubis definitely does feel like it's on the horizon, but Pistol Round is a bare minimum for Aurora if this comeback's going to start.
Yeah, I think the really, really sad thing is the fact that Blixie had such an incredible game. Even 27 and 22, Charlie. He's 1 in 12. Retake coming through. Big find from Grix. Slend once again strikes here with a B250, and it will go down. Slend now with work to do. ZTR pretty far out of the action here. Makes his way towards short. It is planted for them. And ZTR going to look to creep now. Grix has been spotted, has been found. Realised there's not a player on the bomb. In fact, it's going to be the stick. Oh, nice find from ZTR. There's just no time. He's going to have to go for the jumping one tap, but no, he does not get it. Unfortunate there in Aurora. The pistol round success is everything for them.
Very down to the wire. But they managed to muster it and make it work. We see Flammus with a Mag 10 before selling it. And Gamer Legion are going to be discussing what they want to do here. Because obviously we see them go for a force buy. They lose it. It'll be 10-5. The game will be a bit closer. Still obviously one-sided. But definitely a bit more plausible from that position.
I'd love to see him take a page out of Aurora's book. I think just go for the eco. I think it's always the right decision when you've got a lead, because as you said, you could give up 3 off the pistol. I think Slen can get out on AWP in the next. I see no downside to the eco. But, you know, if it was the other way around, if it was, you know, Aurora on the T side being only on 3 rounds, Gamer Legion just winning the pistol, 100%. You've got to go for the force. You're trailing by 7, but here I just don't see the value. I know I'll be eating my words when Gamer Legion win, but who cares? I'm happy to have my opinions.
Flamus on the AK alongside ZTR.
Yeah, Flamus has stepped up. 16 and 8.
Andu has been one to, I don't want to say being quiet, but hasn't really been needed with ZTR, Slend, and Flamus all playing the way that they have been.
We've seen it a couple times where Andu kind of opts for this unarmored deagle and drops over AKs in these force buys. I think it's kind of just the approach he goes for. I really like it. I really back it when it comes to these forces. I think sometimes you can send Andu in, you'll get a ZTR trade, you'll get a Flamus trade, and look, it's an unarmored deagle. If the deagle hits the instant headshot, it doesn't matter if it's got armor or not. The idea is just to send them in as that entry. I think it's always the right decision. Flamus now going to take some risks. He's going to have heard that jump from Blixie. Someone's holding. It's all going to be about timing for McHughes. He is slowly toying with the idea that they can make their way out tunnels, but great openers here. ZTR. Player that you're not always going to be expecting to be performing, but nice double opener here. We are going to be seeing the retake come through with Slend falling. I think Aurora could go for this. They are kind of toying with the idea of it. But no, Vilby with the kit. They've realised they can give this one a go.
Yeah, and Vilby with his Gamer Legion stickers on his M4 might not be a positive sign for them in this round. As the CTs are starting to fall, as soon as blue-white goes down, I think that cements it. Time's not on their side, but Vilby, a nice few kills in this round, but the round does still go the way of the T side. And Fred, the force by victory for them.
Yeah.
Could this be enough?
Yeah, I think this is where Aurora, they're going to have to force. Grix probably best scenario drop an MP9. I know it's at the cost of utility, but it just gives your teammate a weapon. Could drop over maybe 2 5.7s, and then at least Grix can get out 2 flashes. I'll be honest, Charlie. Grix, he's just
it's interesting.
You know what? I kind of hate it the most, but also love it. Because I think it's the idea to get the AWP out as quick as possible, right?
Yeah, but there's also a good chance he won't be able to get it out at all.
They lose around, they lose the game. But if they win it, Grix can get an AWP.
Yeah, it is sort of at that point, but I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't think it's
because you're an AWP.
I mean, I would probably have bought some util myself, but Grix clearly knowing how important the orb is for him. I mean, the 5.7 in a position like this feels like it can cause so much damage. And it does find one. Took a decent bit of time to actually take down Andu before he got found himself.
Yeah, I think gamble call here for Aurora could be good. Maybe send the 2 5.7s up short. Oh, they're going to be retaking long. Grix could go down. No trade potential. What was the point? Grix should have been the 3rd man in, not the 1st. And Vilby can't get the pick, but with Flamus finding McHughes, it's a 5 HP Vilby, trapped towards long. No escape, so he's going to have to fight his way forward, but they're going to make their way towards the B bomb site, surely. But it's 12-3, Charlie.
Yeah, we almost just saw Vilby take himself out of the round by jumping into pit. I think he realised just in the nick of time, so he stopped himself from jumping and let himself fall instead. But it will be a 12th. We are very near the beginning of Anubis, which I just don't think any of us expected Dust to be going in this fashion, but no chance of Vilby to save.
And look, let's see what Grix's extra 1.1 does.
Scout and armor.
Yeah.
Grix has had some very good rounds with the scout, but I don't know if his scouting is going to be good enough to get 9 rounds in a row.
Charlie, the combination of kills between Blue White and Blixie don't even match 4 of Gamer Legion. Volt is equal on 7. It's just very, very poor from these 2 individuals, and that's why it's so one-sided. I think if we saw performances from both Blue White and Blixie, we could be looking at maybe, you know, 12 to 9, maybe a 13-10. Obviously, Gamer Legion have looked really good. I think they were going to take Dust regardless if they had this level of performance. But it just means that Aurora would be feeling more confident coming into Anubis. But the fact that Blue White and Blixie just aren't hitting in map number 2 is devastating hit for Aurora.
Yeah, Anubis is going to be a really interesting case study now. Assuming we do end up there.
Yeah, I was going to say. Are you saying we're going to Anubis already?
Yeah, I mean, still very much up in the air this one.
No, it's not. There's 9 map opportunities. If Gamer Legion don't win this, I think... I mean,
I'll be surprised if they don't win it in this round alone.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 smoke grenade is all they got remaining. There's no defuse kit. The only real benefit is pushing up towards A against MP9s is there's a lot of smokes that they can't actually play behind. But Andu playing around this smoke finds one. Flammus gets another. And Andu not actually able to finish off Blixie, who's been brought down so low alongside McHughes, who does get tapped away out by Volt. And Fred, it is the beginning of the end here, as a flurry of kills confirm things. Gamer Legion 13-3 on their opponent's map pick. We are not going to be ending this one in 2-0. Of course, it goes the distance. Gamer Legion bounce back, and it's going to be Aurora Youngblood's turn to respond.
Yeah, very impressed with Flammus as an individual in that game. Really stepped up. We mentioned that Flammus was a bit quiet on Vertigo, so I think an impressive performance as an individual for him. But look, Charlie, we had a very back and forth, very close Vertigo, a very one-sided Dust. So Anubis, I'm excited for it. Whether it'll be just like the first map, I think we were all hoping for it. But obviously, Degade, he's been sat back and looking at that game, so he can talk things through to you guys about how Dust 2 went.
I don't know. Where did they go? Aurora Youngbloods didn't seem to be in the server there for a lot of the time. I mean, that was a absolute stomp of a finish. 13-3. You just see Gamer Legion absolutely run all over them, and it really wasn't even a contest. By round 5, we did see a nice little run of rounds by the Gamer Legion squad, able to go ahead and put themselves 4-0. At round 5, I thought, okay, this is where they go ahead and find the first round for Aurora Youngbloods, and they did. But after that, they stopped, and I don't know where any momentum that they had from the previous map went for the second one, because I mean, they were just kind of gone. I mean, you had Blixie underperforming there for the first half, just chronically going 1-12 by the end of the first half. You saw basically that entire squad just not able to hit their shots. Of course, you did see McHughes. He had a couple of good moments where it looked like maybe they could start to get something done, but other than him, everybody in that first half was just kind of MIA. Of course, meanwhile, on the Gamer Legion side, those players that were struggling there on map 1 started to come up there in the second one, and things started to look good there for the side of Gamer Legion. I mean, you had Slend come up, Flammus along with ZTR. They were underperforming there during the first map, but certainly came up to play here for the second, and they looked good doing it. So I mean, it was a fantastic showing by them, but otherwise, I mean, Aurora Youngbloods just kind of by the by, and that's the way it goes. But of course, that does mean we will be heading into a third map. We're going to be looking at the map of Anubis coming up next. This is the decider to see who will be going home and who will be moving on in the bracket, and it's going to be a bit of a dicey affair, especially if you're your Aurora Youngbloods. I mean, your mental has to take quite a hit off a loss like that, especially after a very competitive map 1. But folks, we do have ourselves a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes time. See you soon.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Well, folks, welcome on back. It is time for our final map of the evening. And, of course, I don't know where, but Aurora Youngbloods, they just weren't in the server there for map number 2. Took a rather ferocious beating there from the side of Gamer Legion, as now they are sent into map number 2, or map number 3, rather. And I have to say, at the end of map 1, we're like, okay, this is doable. We could see Aurora Youngbloods go ahead and take us into a nice little 2-0 for themselves, but
yeah,
there was just nothing.
Yeah, I think when you look at it as well, if it was a close map too, but still went the way of Gamer Legion, you kind of think, okay, Anubis is going to be a little bit more of a coin toss, maybe one that's favouring slightly towards Gamer Legion. But look, impressive performance from Gamer Legion, obviously on Dust. We've seen what they can do against strong teams on Anubis. I think if this doesn't go Gamer Legion's way, this will be the weirdest series I think I've ever watched. So I guess Aurora gonna take it. Well done, Aurora. But that's what it seems like the outcome should be. It's just absolute randomness, this series. But look, who knows? It's playoffs. It's the jitters are getting to some teams. It's clear that Gamer Legion weren't feeling themselves all too much, obviously, on Vertigo. But Dust was just completely different.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like to me it was a bit of a bad day at the office on map number 1 for Gamer Legion. They couldn't really get going. I mean, they lost a lot of rounds that they probably should have won. Slend not being on the AWP as well felt really brutal for them. It felt like it lost a lot of their game plan and their ability to fight ramp potentially as much, especially towards A as well, in fact. It felt like there was a lot of issues that actually went against Gamer Legion on Vertigo a bit more than it did against Aurora. Dust felt like they were just a better team. Dust felt like they came into this, they got the better players, they're the better team, they're the better core. And that does kind of spell maybe disaster for Aurora going into Anubis. As you imagine, Gamer Legion, they're going to be taking all of that momentum onto map number 3. Like you said, Degade.
Yeah, no, they will be.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could be a curse for them as well. They could go ahead and get a little bit overconfident. They could be thinking, okay, we beat Vitality on this map the other day. We could be able to go ahead and take this in a dominant fair. And then they just sort of go by the by and they just can't seem to get it together, and we could see something like that occur, which would be rather concerning for Gamer Legion. But of course, Aurora Youngbloods, they've got to figure out how they need to relock into things, because I mean, they just weren't collect there for Dust 2 coming in map 3. They've got to look to see, okay, how have we reset our mental and how do we get into this one and actually have and put on a decent performance, because I mean, it was rough, but things could be doable here. We'll see what Anubis got, but of course, folks, it is that time, I think. So we're going to go ahead and get ourselves into the map of Anubis. It's our final map of the day. Let's see it done.
Yeah, something I want to point out, Charlie, is obviously Gamer Legion, we've seen a bit of a roster change. We've seen a kind of a change of leadership. So maybe you could say that Dust 2 isn't a map that they're going to be steering all too well away from. We've said that we haven't seen that much sample size from them since kind of the introduction of ZTR, so potentially Dust is a more formidable map for them. But something I do want to point out, it seemed like map 1, Gamer Legion were quite rigid, quite set in the ways of how they wanted to play. Dust 2, we saw complete freedom, complete kind of confidence, and I hope we see that similar approach from Gamer Legion here, because if they decide to go back and play a little bit passive, a bit on the back foot, that's where things can go a little bit wrong. Bit of a back and forth pistol here, of which Gamer Legion come out of it on top. Bomb to go down, man advantage, and a retake coming through, but one of which surely not going to be all too easy for Aurora.
Definitely not with how we're actually seeing the T's play. Mouz does have a smoke grenade that can be used towards A main. They're going to slowly be clearing out all of this position, but they use the smoke on the bomb instead. Grix finds the first. Wants to apply the pressure to these T's, and so far so good. That's all on Andu. Knife is going to be coming out. Not yet. Oh, just a retrieve the Glock from the corpse of one of his teammates allows the 1v2 to happen. And a chaotic start here on Anubis.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, Gamer Legion in that 3 versus 2, they should always have won that pistol. Obviously, it does go their way, but I think we both know that it got a little bit difficult there. With this being the T-side of Anubis, though, we obviously know Anubis being a T-sided map. It's one of which I think both teams, they do... Ooh, I was going to say both teams do prefer, but in fact, stats show that Aurora have a better win rate on their CT side. Only just, 0.4%, but still a slight favouring.
See, I want to talk a little bit about how we actually saw Gamer Legion opt to play that post plant for themselves. Because they gave up all the control towards the bomb site. It feels like they were gambling that Grix came with Mouz towards CT or Temple, one of those positions, so that they would waste a lot of time clearing out E-Box. Because the positions they were in, it was fairly obvious, at least the main brunt of the T side were going to be playing from A main, so one smoke grenade definitely made a lot of sort of danger and fear being installed into the Gamer Legion players. But yeah, it is interesting that they opted to play like that, just give up all the control to the CTs.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those tough calls. I think maybe if we had a player in E-Box for Gamer Legion on that pistol, it would have been kind of a lot more comfortable. But Speaking of comfort, Gamer Legion certainly feeling it in this round, as not only have they taken the bomb site, planted the bomb, and already 2/3 ticked, but I don't think they're even going to look to hunt. Flamus and ZTR, I don't seem bothered about taking down these USBs. Then they realise, look, let's just keep our finances high. I can smell a B rush in the next. Maybe we'll see Flamus and ZTR look to drop down from window, make their way into E-box, but I kind of like the discipline from Gamer Legion. No need to throw the weaponry away.
No, it starts to grow a bit of an economy of your own. I mean, look, you've got to think of it like this. We're going to see a buy from Gamer Legion if they lose this round, or at least very likely going to see one. You think with a bit of kill reward, potentially a bomb plant, there's a good chance a buy can come out and a reasonably solid one at that. Whereas if you start throwing away weapons, all it can take is Aurora to have one round and then you're broke again.
Well, look, worst case scenario, Gamer Legion can get head armor and AKs. And I think a lot of the time we have seen it from Gamer Legion where they've opted for the weaponry over utility. So I think they can get a strong enough buyout in the next. Speaking of weaponry and utility, Aurora in fact have plenty. Oh, this could be this A play here. McHughes sending in the Molotov, of which they're going to be pushing through, and McHughes will find one before falling. Flamus can upgrade that Mac 10 to the Galil, and will do so now. They'll be just going to be peeking here. Dodges the flashbang. With the deep smoke here towards main, things could become a little tough. Flashbang pillar, but Vilby's been spotted. Great from Flamus. ZTR as well, picking up the M4. With the util coming over the top, Grix could go overlooked here. Sends the nade and it'll do a lot of damage to ZTR. Nearly a perfect nade, but with the damage dealt, it doesn't matter. Flamus peaks as well, and it's blue-white. It's a 1 versus 4, and it's a third round, surely, for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, Flamus in 3 different fights and comes out on top of all of them. It is massive. Only one of them was actually him trading someone. The other 2 were just 50-50 gunfights, but somehow he managed to best all of his opponents, showing that he's continuing his form from Dust 2, and he was one of many players really on the Game Legion side who was quite quiet on Vertigo. So to have a very good Dust, and if he can continue it in Anubis, I mean, that's a piece of the puzzle that Game Legion really were lacking on the first map.
Yeah, and I think as well, the crazy thing is what we see Vertigo Dust, well, we see Vertigo for Andu being absolutely excellent. 32 and 20, lights out performance. Andu then, only 9 kills on map 2, but it doesn't matter, because Flamus is 20 and 9, ZTR's 19 and 8, we've got Slend putting up numbers as well. But when you look at it overall, we've had Slend, 40 kills, 26 deaths, Flamus, 36 to 28, and obviously Andy, 31 to 30. We've got 3 players stepping up. ZTR, in fact, as well, having big moments. He had a big Dust performance. And this is where you look at the individuals for Gamer Legion, and obviously they had players to kind of step up. It was something that we kind of mentioned in the break just amongst us 3 is Andu, if he falls flat here on Dust 2, things could be really tough for Gamer Legion if no one steps up. But look, everyone did.
Bit of a gunfight towards B main. Grix does fall to the M4 of Volt. This should be another reasonably comfortable round for Gamer Legion, especially with the first kill going against the CT side.
Just look kind of a bit like a standard setup. Oh, it's going to be the deep smoke, and it's going to be the Molly. McHugh's going to be sent forward, and Andu's a find.
But in the meantime, look at what space being taken towards B.
Yeah, I like this. Gamer Legion. They're showing presence and pressure, forcing rotations. And this is where Aurora soon to realise they have in fact gone towards B.
And this could be another round where we try to see armor being saved across. Noise has been made. Andu is going to relay this, so Slend's going to now be joining him.
The thing is, though, there's no real benefit, actually, for these players to fight. They've just thrown 2 guns away, and they've given an AK to Blixie. I think Gamer Legion just want to keep their money as high as possible. Obviously, we've got a player above 10k, ZTR not too far behind, but I think we all know how costly, you know, you can go on a great streak, you lose a round. If rounds have come close and finance is poor, we can see a game being pretty flipped. So I think Gamer Legion, although they've started off very nicely here on Anubis, I think they do need to maybe show a bit more respect to Aurora. Because what? Saving Kevlar and Deagle? Is it worth losing 2 players? You know, I think we both know it's not.
No, I mean, the setup looked really good. Just the 2 kills at the end there. did definitely crumble it a little bit. But a 4-0 start. If Gamer Legion can somehow replicate Dust 2, I mean, that would be quite a statement. 2 games against Aurora. That one-sided, but obviously, I'm not expecting the same thing that we saw on Dust 2. It's very early here.
I think the craziest part of all of it is the fact that Aurora won the one map that we expected them to fall very flat.
I'm pretty sure we even said it was a bit of a lock-in.
Yeah, guaranteed dub. But look, just goes to show, no guarantees here.
Never are in the playoffs.
No, never are.
Slen just posted up. If there's not a flashbang, he's going to get a simple kill. He doesn't, in fact, but Volt does. And Slen's still holding pretty much nothing.
Yeah, he's
Volt's able to go down. What's the point in Slen being there?
Yeah. I thought it'd be a nice T setup with, you know, no flashes coming through from Aurora. Flamus has crept in. Oh, blue-white, great reaction. Slen kind of needs to find this kill now. Goes 1 for 1. Great double peek. Now all on Andu. Andu 1 versus 3. Steps made. Blue-white can kind of peek whenever. Obviously he's going to wait for his teammates, but with the flash coming through, oh, it fully blinds blue-white, in fact. Andu now with the molly. Oh, is he just sitting in the smoke hoping for a knife? So close. Tap of the bomb, Andu will get 1. Very limited ammo here. He needs to find a pick. He's hoping for something. Oh, we'll get 1 more. Grix will find him, though. The least likely outcomes nearly kind of comes through that.
I mean, you spoke about damage. There's a lot of damage coming out right there, in fact, for Gamer Legion, dealing a lot to Aurora on their first round win. So an MP9's been purchased. 2 MP9s, in fact, coming out. Just the 1 defuse kit for now.
Charlie, we spoke about it where Grix on the T side of Dust was a little quiet, wanted to play a bit more passively. His final map of the series, Charlie, Grix has to be on the front foot. He's got to play with some form of aggression here. Great HE there onto Andu. That's the risky run by playing towards stairs. Ooh, Volt. He has dropped the lurk smoke here towards B. I think the lurk smoke is good, but teams are now so wise to it. I think its full effect has kind of come to an end, but Flamus will be able to find Blixie. Volt sends himself through. I like the creativity. Kills not coming through. Eventually they do. Flamus needs to find Vilby. Success story there, and it's a 5-on-2. Surely just a save from Grix and McHughes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been dominant. It's been just a fast pop. You can see players caught out. Flamus finding the first towards Pillar. And then Volt getting sent on through. Only finds 1 kill, but he takes so much pressure away from the rest of his team. Allows the trade to come through. Flamus, well, not even the trade, just a second kill found from Flamus, really.
And this is where things get scary for Grix. They know he's here towards Rugs. There's no escape. He's got to fight his way out. We'll get 1. Drops a smoke. I hope he peeks beforehand. But Slender's holding with a big green. And Gamer Legion, not only do they keep 3 players alive, they rip the AWP out of the hands of Grix. McHughes as well. His M4 not going to be in the next. 6-1 expected scoreline. And I'll be honest, Charlie, Aurora, this is not the performance they need to be showing. We mentioned they've got pretty even favouring when it comes to both sides.
No, I'm definitely gonna hold my tongue just yet, because we mentioned the money from Gamer Legion. It's been drained. It's fair to say it has been drained quite significantly. If a couple of kills can be found in this one from the USPs, then their money will sort of continue to stay reasonably humble. And obviously for a T-sided map, it'll be 6-1 for Gamer Legion, but there'll be plenty of opportunities still for Aurora to get back into not only this half, but the game in general. So I think if they can win next round, after doing a bit of damage, which it looks like they should be able to do with an MP9, a few pistols with armor behind them, then there's still definitely the chance Game Legion, they can't show no respect to this Aurora side. They've already shown that they can best you on a map, and if you allow them to dictate your economy, that's where things could go wrong. ZTR though, the timing looks excellent.
nice find there from ZTR. We see him bring out the MAC-10, want to try and farm up some cash, but also be the one to kind of spearhead the attack, and I think we will be seeing it. In fact, Flamus is the first to emerge out of E-Box. And Blixie close to the smoke and catches Volt jumping. And Blixie able to scurry his way back into the smoke. Ooh, if Blixie can find another hit, that'd be excellent.
Very chaotic rounds here. CT's a lot closer than the T's are expecting. Flamish will go down, solo HP. Andu and Slend need to take this, and Slend, it's a dangerous position to play with being that aggressive. Quite split from his teammate, but confident in his abilities and does come away with the kill. So we do see only a couple of players surviving for Gamer Legion, but the weapons are out in play for Aurora.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when you look at players like Andu, like Sled, ZTR, money is still looking pretty good.
Yeah, but you got to think, a round win here for Aurora, it'll be the one loss bonus. One more victory.
Oh, 100%.
And that money will be gone.
Yeah.
Orbs on 7.2, Slend, sorry, on 7.2k. You look at that as a lot. That will just be your Aurora. He got out. Great find initially. Slend so isolated, but great flick onto blue-white.
It's the reposition as well. Important from Blixie to find Volt. Denies their two-pronged attack into B. Slend getting so aggressive here on the orb. Oh, Blixie has spotted him. Shooting in the smoke. Gives him that information. A 3-on-3 here. A possible round victory for both sides. The next kill will dictate everything, and it's McHughes. He's in a very tradable position. Oh, he finds the first, and ZTR. McHughes is aware of him. And Slend now with a lot of work to do. Great from McHughes there.
Finds the first so quickly. Does a little bit of chip damage to ZTR and just makes in question. This is going to be a massive gunfight towards B main. I don't even know if it's going to be cleared.
Yeah, the problem is Blixie's going to make his way up, but he takes him down. Excellent stuff. Drops the molly. He knows it's Slend's on the B-bomb site, and that is the round going the way of Aurora. And I think if you're Slend here, I know you might want to give it a go, but the save, probably the better call.
Well, he will be given free range of the bomb site, but the longer he takes, the more backup is going to arrive for Blixie.
Yeah, it's Slend's. It's an impossible scenario for him now. Goes down to Blixie, no kill found. It's the low HP. He can save the AWP for Grix as well.
This is it already. A few issues with money. Weapons had to be dropped over. Andu now has a gun, and you can see this is it. The one round for Aurora that really does get them back into the game.
Yeah. I'm expecting something fast here, though, from Gamer Legion. We mentioned no AWP here for Slend, but with the setup
yeah, I mean,
here.
it's a big hit. Having to drop over to his teammate to sacrifice his AWP.
I think sometimes it is the right decision, though. Great find from Flamus. They're aware of blue-white as well. And get the bomb down, and this is where the round's going to become so tough. Oh, great from Andu. Blue-white eliminated without even spotting someone. And that's the round done. Save going to have to come through from Aurora, and Gamer Legion deny Aurora stringing rounds together here. Excellent.
Yeah, very much so.
No need to hunt.
It's just good fundamentals.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy. Nothing too creative.
It's just simple
Just a hit into the B-bomb site, yeah, with basic utility. Ready for the trades. Fast aggression. I mean, great fight from Andu to basically confirm the round's going to be in their favour. But Flamus with a brilliant opener.
Well, I think as well, they know that the AWP's going to be in play, and obviously an AWP can be played towards B, and sometimes it can be a bit of a terrifying factor to face off against. But look, we saw what? Smoking E-Book, smoking Temple, smoking CT. The AWP's even needing to nade open the smoke or find one through it, and we all know it's not as easy as it seems. So the fact that Gamer Legion realised, look, we're going to barrel our way onto the site. If we can get both the B players, that's the round done. The retake's impossible, and that's exactly what happened.
Riggs fighting towards mid here. Gonna be given a few fights. Takes down ZTR.
kind of like the idea if Grix repeat there. I think he would have got a bit of freebie. Aurora with the advantage in this round. It's still a scenario, though, where Gamer Legion should be able to buy in the next, Charlie. So I think when you look at it like this, even if Gamer Legion lose this round, if they bring it close, you know, a 1vx, you look at the money, okay, yeah, Vilby, Blue White, McHughes, they've got a bit to work with, and I think it is still that 2.9 loss bonus, but... the problem that Gamer Legion are going to have in this round, not only are they disadvantaged with the numbers, you look at the utility. Only 6 pieces to work with, just the one being a smoke.
I'm gonna have to try to find a way to break open one of these bomb sites.
Ooh, bit of a miss molly. It can be peeked behind. I think Blixie's realised that. Smoke towards B main. Ooh, nice find from Grix though. Scott to find Grix. Great initial kill here. Oh, Blixie falls as well, and Andu finds Blue White. This was a 5 versus 4. Gone down to a 3-on-2. And the CTs, they're just gonna have to save.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5v4, but Grix finds the first on the execute as well.
Yeah, 5-on-3.
Came a 5-on-3, but Flamus has been so instrumental. Andu chiming in with some really impactful kills as well. Can be an AWP saved for Slend if anyone desires to retrieve that, and there we have it. It's going to be 8 at least.
The thing is, though, when you look at Anubis, we know it's a very T-sided map, and it's one of which you kind of expect those kind of 7-5, maybe even pushing it to an 8-4 half result. And I think when you look at it like that, I think Aurora still have chances here, but it's just the fact that the individuals haven't been looking too good, have they? You know, when it comes to those opening duels, obviously Grix does a good job to find one, but it's the fact as well that, you know, we see Blixie go down, then we also see Andu find that pick as well. It's just not looking too confident, is it?
No, I mean, it's not that I think the individuals are looking bad, I just think Gamer Legion are looking better.
Yeah, definitely.
If you compare someone like Blixie, who's had a pretty good series so far, to how Flamus is playing right now, it just feels like Flamus is playing on another level. But still, the possibility that we have the exact same halftime score that we did on Dust with a 10-2.
That's a crazy thing. Nice dodge of the flash there from Blixie. But it's another round, Charlie. The opening kill's been found by Aurora. Nade and Molly combination is excellent. And surely it's not going to be that 10-2 anymore. It's a 2 versus 4 scenario.
No, we can't even have the argument that the T's can try to burst their way out onto A. Look where the bomb is, still in T spawn.
At least they've got some time to work with. I think the CTs realise this, though. I think Aurora, I know this might sound a little bit silly, but I'd like to kind of just see them play towards middle. Fast rotations to both bomb sites. They're playing as a pack. They don't give any opening picks away. I know Grix is holding here with the AWP, but all we know, Charlie, Flamus peeks, hits the headshot, 2-on-3. We've got Slen posted up on the AWP towards Bricks, finds Vilby. Down to a 2-on-2. And that's where this round can get scary.
We'll see what Grix does here. Slen might be the first to peek into it. Shadow has been spotted, but still Slen finds the kill.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. And playing for the retake, I like it from Vilby. No need to throw his weapon away. There is still a smoke that they can use for camera. And that's what we are going to be seeing in just a second. Vilby's been spotted though. Vilby found with a great trade from Blue White. Blixie from Heaven as well. I would have much preferred to see kind of camera being smoked off that. Because then at least they've got a good setup towards A. Slen taking contact away from Heaven. It's a simple shot. It's an easy find. While playing from A main. Or retaking from the CT side as well. It's not as though they need to worry about A main. Still though, Charlie, they keep it competitive. It was a 5-on-2. Brought down to a 2-on-2. It was a possible round for Gamer Legion. That's how crazy this game's been.
I mean, Aurora Youngbloods have at least done a good job to constantly have full investments out in these last couple of rounds. They will have another buy here, of course.
Well, look, Charlie, investments, they're important, but rounds, I think that's where Aurora need to be gaining because it's not been good. Blue White sent through. Nice pick, and Blue White will go down. Great double from Volt. Volt's a player that we've spoken about. He's had quiet moments, quiet games, but big doubles, and Volt shows here. 2-on-2 now, both AWPers chipped away at.
Yeah, we do see Flammers as he take quite a big risk there towards E-Box and just push out alone. He is eventually killed by Grix. Obviously, a lot of damage dealt, but still, it was man advantage for Gamer Legion there, but very similar situation for both teams. One Rifler on full HP with a low HP AWPer.
I like the discipline here from both sides. I think Aurora have realised, look, they might head their way back towards B. If they go towards A, we can opt for a retake. I think once the time ticks down, Aurora will then realise, look, okay, they could be on the A-bomb side. They could be absolutely anywhere, but I like this type of fight, Charlie. It's a 2-on-2. It's going to be a bit of a tough fight for Slen, but we saw how he was able to work it in the last when Grix was holding with the big green. Now they look to progress on out. Volt going to be the first one to show. Volt found Slend. Surely not to trade. Molly coming through. I'd love to see Slend. I don't want to say pick up the AK, but this doesn't really seem like the right scenario for the AWP. Playing shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, falls to Grix. It's a tough one, but Aurora find 4. Is it enough, Charlie, though?
I mean, it definitely is. Pistol round feels like it needs to go their way. I mean, I'm really interested in that round where we didn't see Slend actually go first. I mean, I know it's easy to say in hindsight, but Grix is always favoured in that fight. I mean, you can see the gun first, especially if you go slow. You can see the shadow, whatever. He spots out Volt, takes Volt down with one of the easiest kills Grix is going to have. And then Slend's in the 1v2 with both players grouped up together. Whereas if we see Slend go first, the AK will be able to get an easy trade, yeah. And then you got a 1v1, you're basically saying, Volt, just take your 1v1 against BQs. And if he's not confident in doing that, then there's probably a deeper problem.
Nice call here, though, from Aurora on the pistol. It's a triple mid, a double B. And Aurora going to be kicking the door in on the A-bomb side, but there will be some resistance to Slend looking to make his way back through camera. Teammates by his side, ZTR and Andu. Contact made, and this is where the CTs. Oh, ZTR, he's taking 76 damage. Oh, that is so tough for BQs. Blue-white peeking, needs to kill ZTR, is successful. Finds Andu as well. Flammers finds one though, and it's a real fight for heaven. Volt attempting to restabilize. Limited ammunition, but Volt brings it down to the 1-on-1, and Andu's so fast behind. What a chaotic pistol round of which Gamer Legion are successful.
A lot of fighting, real big props to Flammers there for keeping himself alive for that long. Could have really easily gone down on the initial push, but kept on fighting. Only managed to find one kill, but kept himself alive long enough.
Yeah, and with the pistol going the way of Gamer Legion.
In fact, it might even be Volt. Either way, whoever it was, good job.
Well, I think Flammers got 2 and so did Volt. I think that was it was just kind of good all round.
Andu did actually get a double, yeah.
Yeah, Andu got a double.
I mean, Andu, good job to get there quick enough with a nice clean shot, but it's going to be the force by Fred. Aurora realised that if they eco, it's double digits to Gamer Legion.
Well, Charlie, it's looking like either the beginning of the end or the beginning of the comeback. That's what the result of this round will show. And I like the level of utility. 3 MAC-10s, 2 Galils. Util coming in. Oh, Flammers so well prepared for this. Molly to come through, but already Blixie in front of it. Blixie finds Flammers, in fact. Oh, Volt with the double. Back at the bomb site as well. Flashes into CT. Bit of a back and forth affair, but while Slen blinded, Vilby emerges. Gone from a 1 versus 3 down to the 1-on-1. Bomb will be retrieved, and it's going to be the stick. Andu creeping out, and Vilby going to get taken down. Oh, okay, he does get found, but not the cleanest of sprays from Andu. We'll find, and it's another Andu versus Vilby clutch that goes the way of Gamer Legion.
Very, very close there. Vilby almost with the 1 versus 3. His timing was excellent on the push towards E-Box. The flashbang, sublime from the player, throwing that just before falling. But it's double digits. The bomb plant is a bit of a consolation, In fact, the bomb plant feels like it's the difference maker as Aurora are going for the buy.
Yeah, Charlie, it looks like they've gone for that kind of crazy decision of force until the end, which is one that we see time and time again, and I'll be honest, it's one we see, yeah, very, very rarely.
He can do, but Gamer Legion feel like they've played against Aurora in enough rounds now to realise they're a team that will like to make this risk.
Oh, timing on the nade. Absolutely excellent. Blixie chipped down even further. A great setup here. A bit of an up and down. And he finds the first. Slend with the second. And the round surely to go the way of Gamer Legion. 2-on-4 here. Out in the open with the MP9. Slend with an important trade in this Grix's turn in a 1 versus 3. But he brings it down to the 1-on-1. It's Flamus, the hero here of both Dust2 and Anubis, to clutch this out. I like the decision from Grix though. On the front foot, he looks to push through the camera smoke. Flamus still sitting here towards A main. Oh, Flamus with the read. He's going to make steps now. Oh, the question is, Flamus goes towards B main. Grix is never going to be prepared for this.
Oh, we could have the brawl in E-Box. Has dropped down. Grix is holding, but Flamus so quick with the rifle.
Incredible. It's tough for Grix. It's devastating. Oh, did you see that on the camera? It's just so cool with it.
Oh.
He's got the coffee in one hand, the tea, whatever it is, a hot beverage we'll class it as, and the little... He's so fancy.
A salute to her.
Yeah.
It was
I think that
salute.
was just to us two. You viewers at home, that wasn't for you. That was just for me and Charlie.
I mean, we've had some very classy moments from these Gamer Legion cameras that we've seen. The void behind Flamus. And, I mean, we've seen back-to-back 1v3 attempts from Aurora Youngblood's friend that are so close to coming through. That one feels like it favoured Grix even, but Flamus, so clean with it, so quick with the M4, and does muster an incredible 1v1. Incredible flick, really. But, again, the buy's coming out. It's understandable at this point. It's 2.9k loss bonus, I believe. Might even be the 3.4 with the bomb plant on top. They're going to be giving it a go.
Yeah, and Charlie, it's just going to be that similar kind of force until the end, yeah. It's so tough, because I think we all know if they just ecoed after that first loss, we'd be seeing, or after the one plant, we'd be seeing something different. Oh, Slend and ZTR chime in very nicely, and Andu's still here towards A. The reads from Gamer Legion have been excellent.
I mean, the timing for ZTR to actually be able to throw that smoke and back away. He got a little bit of timing for them to get that close, but able to drop the smoke and then still find one more kill. It felt like a trade would be best case scenario there, but he does one better. And the health of these final two. I mean, what do you do? You kind of have to save.
You have to save. If they go for this, then they throw everything away. Because we're not going to see a bomb plant. Not in the slightest. No chance.
I mean, it will be the 3.4k loss bonus in the next round. So, I guess you can maybe make an argument. You'll have a pretty similar buy. Maybe see if you can do anything, but I think we know nothing is going to come through. One bullet required to take down McHughes. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very similar weaponry to what we just saw. Galil's armor, probably.
Charlie, you look at it. We've got Andu, Flamus, and Slend all popping off. They got 46 kills combined. Volt as well, just a little bit behind on 11. ZTR's not really been needed here on Anubis, but it is done. 8 rounds for Gamer Legion to do it, and could just take the one. At least you can say for Aurora, haven't had to eco on their T side. There's positives to take away from this one.
I mean, we can obviously talk about Anubis after the game, but I think this does feel like it's only going one way. Flamus, confidence to go for the peak, confidence not to take a single bullet's worth of damage in response. Molotov not accompanied by the nade yet. This is actually very good timing for the T's, but Flamus does find one. Finds his third into the round.
He's unstoppable, and this game is over.
Seen a few 1v3 attempts. Can blue-white do better? Just the Galil in hand, at least 100 HP.
Yeah, at least the bomb in the back. The CTR emerges through middle, and Flamus what a game it's been for him. Okay, yeah, a little bit quiet on on Vertigo. Yeah, but I don't think it matters. Incredible dust, incredible performance as well on Anubis. And I think when you look at all the individuals for Gamer Legion, I'm chalking it up to just slow warm-up. You know, they weren't really ready for the series. Second Vertigo finishes. That's obviously where Gamer Legion step up. But obviously we're going to be bringing in Degade. I want to hear what you have to say about what happened there on Anubis.
Well, I mean, it was sort of the same story that we got there on map 2. It was kind of, well, Gamer Legion, they're here to play, and they certainly were. I mean, Vertigo, you could say it, they were a little bit slow when it came to map number 1, but map 2 and 3, on the other hand, it was pretty dominant affairs. We saw an 8-4 half out of them, and then they just were able to go ahead and quickly and quietly close things down as soon as they get onto their CT side. Of course, we did see some things looking a little bit slow on their side during that first half. ZTR, Volt, they were on the lower end of things, but were eventually able to pull it back together. Meanwhile, Flamus and Slend, they were looking absolutely fantastic, and they looked absolutely fantastic through the rest of the map as well. So, I mean, absolutely fantastically done by them. But Aurora Youngbloods, you looked so promising there off of map number 1. I was thinking, hey, 2-0 could be a thing because of them. But of course, just wasn't the case. And man, Gamer Legion looking to be a tier above.
Yeah, I think the worst thing there for Aurora is, as I pointed out, the one map that they won was their least likely success story. It's nuts.
I mean, I suppose there are at least those being positives of being able to take on the Gamer Legion on a map that they have looked, or they have at least had some positive games on. But yeah, the fact that Aurora Youngbloods aren't able to do anything on Dust is actually what disappoints me a lot more than Anubis. I think we kind of did mention that Anubis is a bit of an interesting choice in terms of the bans, as they could have went for Mirage. I do think Anubis was a little more up in the air, but apart from, we've seen Gamer Legion beat Vitality on the map. Whereas Dust 2 was something where I really felt like Aurora could show us their best. But the individuals just didn't show up, did they, Doug?
No, they didn't. But of course, there is one player to crown an MVP. That's going to be Slend, who looked rather comfortable coming into map 2 and 3. Of course, was slow there on map 1, but certainly able to come out on top. A staggering 2.0 rating, 1.36.
Yes, to point out, you could have had anyone. Well, I say anyone, any of the three. Andu, Slend, and Flamus. It was what, 57 kills for Andu, 55 for Slend, 55 for Flamus. So I think when you look at it like that, I think Andu obviously had an incredible Vertigo. Slend stepped up on Vertigo, and I think that's where a lot of these two individuals got, you know, the vast majority of their kills. But that was a map that they lost. I think Flamus has to be said as maybe I'd crown him as like my MVP, because he was dominant on Dust, absolutely incredible on Anubis, won plenty of rounds single-handedly for Gamer Legion on both those maps. Yeah, I think you could pick any three of them. But very impressive from the individuals at Gamer Legion.
Oh yeah, certainly. But of course, folks, we do need to check out one more thing before we do head off for the night. We need to take a quick look at the Swiss stage, because it is starting to look more and more defined as we've gone along. Of course, taking a quick look at it, we have one matchup decided for the quarterfinals. It's going to be Endpoint and Incilio making their way up there. Of course, their opposing one, it still needs to be decided. That's either going to be the Young Ninjas or MCall, or it's going to be DMS and BetBoom looking to be facing off there. Of course, if you want to take a look at where CYBERSHOKE is currently, you got Sinners and 3D Max that got to face off to see who's going to be facing them. But of course, Gamer Legion is going to be moving on to face off the winner of Eyeballers and Zero Tenacity.
That's some pretty hot matchups. There's some pretty exciting games. I mean, I do think there's a lot of matchups that sometimes you can have a bit of an edge, a slight suspect as to who you think is going to take it. I think there's a lot of games here that are very 50-50 and could go really either way. And I'm really thrilled to see the rest of these round of 16 games to really get to cement who is our quarterfinalists.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at the games tomorrow as well, I'm actually really excited, probably most excited for the first one. I think the 3D Max Sinners game is going to be absolutely incredible. I think that's one that I think everyone's going to have to set their alarms for, because I think that out of the round of 16 games, when we looked at the schedule straight away, that's kind of the one that's been the brightness, I guess. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no, I mean, that matchup, just to go ahead and specify, that matchup has been played several times over the past couple of years. We've definitely seen 3D Max and Sinners go back and forth with wins going either way. But, of course, this one for the quarterfinals, looking to go ahead and cement their run, but we'll see which one it's going to be. They'll be looking to face up against CYBERSHOKE, and it should be some rather exciting times. But of course, folks, that is the end of our day here on CCT EU, here for Series 8. So of course, please be sure to check back tomorrow for more European action. Of course, there is North America tonight if you want to go ahead and see the playoffs over there. That will be taking place, so that should be some good stuff as well. But without further ado, boys, you got any last words?
Look, I think we've seen some great playoffs games, and I think we've got plenty better ones to come. I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only a few days left, really, to shape up the rest of these final fixtures and this playoff bracket. There's a lot more action to come.
I know there certainly is, folks. But we will be back tomorrow, going live once again. That'll be, I think it's like 5 a.m. EST if you're in a time zone. But, of course, folks, that's going to be it for us. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.